of the African National Congress. He's one of the members of the Executive Council, where he was also responsible for LIDET, and currently he's responsible for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. And this individual is none other than Thabo Andrew Mokone. Can we give him a round of applause?
Ricardo can get seated. Program Director, Dr. Konan Nani, Acting HOD, Ndaten Noata, our Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Ndate Jerry Maseko, together with their delegation, Ndate Sishoka and Dr. Mushaji. In absentia, the Executive Mayor of Waterberg District Council, Councillor Maurice Matabore, the Mayor of Mookgophong Municipality, Councillor Aaron Sibulai. I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of the private sector, our farmers, national department, and all public servants who are here, representatives of the municipality, the media, ke a le dumedisa abseng. Le kwatile. Le tla bona gore motho o tswa Dan Village o sa berekisa dipampiri batho ba mpietse le computer mo. I also have to acknowledge the people who are participating online. I'm told there are people who are part of this summit who are online. I want to start by appreciating this prospect to stand before you in this significant agricultural summit after almost 2.5 months, when the Minister of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Metoko Didiza, together with BRICS delegates during the 13th BRICS Minister of Agriculture meeting was held here in Mookgophong from the 8th to the 12th of August 2023. Today we are here for the Revitalization of Agriculture, Agro-processing and Value Chain Summit. Our theme is agriculture remain critical to fostering economic growth, promoting participation and inclusivity across the value chain. The Limpopo Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is here today to put another milestone in agricultural sector across the province to strengthen collaboration in sustainable agricultural production and increasing productivity. You are all welcome to the RAAVC Summit. This summit is an inaugural summit after we have the Executive Council of Limpopo approved the master plan of RAAVC. So I'm happy that we as stakeholders, we have come together to make sure that it's not only in paper, it's something that is translated into a plan which will change the lives of our people. The Limpopo Province Revitalization of Agriculture and Agro-processing and Value Chain Plan is a government program in line with Agriculture and Agro-processing Master Plan, which was approved by the Executive Council in 2021 for implementation. This plan is one of the elements of government's 9-point plan to respond to slow economic growth through, amongst others, the maximization of primary agricultural production, which should also support agro-processing expansion and contribution to the provincial industrialization strategy as espoused in the Limpopo Development Plan. The Limpopo province is leading in the production of a number of commodities, of which some are key raw material base for the agro-processing industry. Let me indicate that the RAAVC plan has identified the key strategic objectives that will ensure expansion and revitalization of agricultural sector through an inclusive development approach. Through this approach, we will increase production through revitalization and expansion of key commodity industry. The RAAVC Summit will ensure that the sector transformation through promotion and support of black producers in key commodity industries, including women, youth, people with disability, and military veterans, becomes a reality. I'll be thrilled to see an increase in participation of black producers in the domestic and export market. The RAAVC will also broaden and increase participation of black producers in the agricultural value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, in the context of integrated rural development and inclusive rural economy, RAAVC plan was developed to implement the Agricultural Policy Action Plan informed by the National Development Plan to prioritize commodities with high growth potential and labor-intensive capacity. The department has developed 5 agricultural development zones to support farmers to collaborate with private sector investment and to promote production in the sector. The summit is bringing together role players to take stock of the progress made in the implementation of the plan in 2021. At the national level, the National Agricultural Marketing Council was given mandate to oversee the rollout of AMP by the Minister of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. As such, they are joining the department in this summit to support, also to report on progress since the signing of the AMP by the sector role players. The AMP focuses on developing commodity production corridor aligned with district development model. It calls for social compact with all sector key stakeholders, ranging from commodity organization, organized labor, organized agriculture, and government department and private agribusiness sector. Coming back to the province, the Limpopo Provincial government concedes that government alone cannot spearhead the RAAVC plan in the province without the support of private sector. In view of this acknowledgement, our department decided to host a summit with the intention to consult with various stakeholders in the agricultural sector and to share progress since the approval of the plan in June 2021. The objective of this summit will be to determine progress and plans from agricultural industry and organization on the contribution to the implementation of the RAAVC plan. Furthermore, the summit will determine progress and future plans from government sector on implementation of the RAAVC plan. The summit will also unblock challenges in the implementation of the plan and to facilitate collaboration, partnership between government, private sector in agricultural development. We are also here to deal with the progress since the RAAVC plan was approved. Government has put aside 30 million rand for every year to support this plan. One of the projects that we are implementing is the Majeja Citrus project in Palabora municipality. The project is implemented in partnership with Majeja Tribal Authority, Komati Group Holding, Bru Bur, and Komati Empowerment Holding. We have spent, or we are going to spend, almost 178 million. And we think this project would be a project that we would want to use in other communities. We have learned a lot of lessons from the project. This is a greenfield project which entails establishment of 450 hectares of citrus, electrical infrastructure, which is solar, water, source, and office building. Upon completion, the project is expected to create 400 job opportunities, of which 50 will be permanent. We also have another project which is called Tafel Coop Farmers Association. It's another project located in Elias Motsoaledi municipality with a total farm size of 191 hectares divided into 32 plots. The plots are owned by 32 farmers, 24 men and 8 women, 1 youth and 2 people living with disability. The farmers are farming individual with 995,000 cubic meter water rights to irrigate 160 hectares. This is a project that was handed over by the president. It's giving back dignity to farm workers. Those people who are there, their parents, for many, many years, their parents worked in those farms, and now we are giving them back their dignity, Honorable Maseko. The department is supporting the project with irrigation infrastructure, fencing, market infrastructure. The department has has appointed 4 service providers to develop the bulk water supply and the infield irrigation. We also have Zebediela Estate. You will know that Zebediela Estate is always in the newspaper. We have tried all what we could, but we are not giving up. You will know that one of the problems that we have is that we have a problem of CPAs. When I came to the department, I indicated that we need to put aside money to make sure that we deal with the issue of social cohesion amongst CPA members, because they are actually disruptive. But we are also happy that the Mahuba estate, they are finding each other. Limbeck, they are also finding each other, because we put money aside for those people to start using the land. Unfortunately, because of their fight, we had to transfer the money to other projects. But I'm hoping that with our intervention, at the end of the day, we'll be able to see light at the end of the tunnel. The intervention by the department is aimed at infrastructure development, including debushing and land preparation on 20-hectare irrigation system, citrus establishment on 20 hectares, upgrade of the pump house, 4-kilometer fence, ablution facility, and storage set. This is the what we're doing is in the Revitalization Estate, despite the problem that we are having. We have partnered with the private sector, the Catalyst program. They have land which they can still use. Whilst we are solving their problem, we are also bringing other activities into the project. There are other projects that include massification of potato production in Dendron, Capricorn District, in partnership with Potato South Africa, and cotton production around Marble Hall, Skokuna District. Above and beyond success, there are challenges that the department is facing on RAAVC project. There are conflicts, as I said, among beneficiaries for leadership position that had decelerated progress, particularly on community CPA-owned projects. Again, with discerned lack of financial resource and funding mechanism to finance the operationalization of farming equipment and machinery and infrastructure development requirement. There is also sleepless challenge of water. Water rights, in some cases, not transferred to new owners when the land is purchased. I think this is what the Department of Water Affairs is trying to deal with. You know that when people buy land, the water rights have been sold to other people, and these people are unable to continue to do what they are supposed to do. So, as a department, what we are doing, we are saying that this is a matter that we need to deal with. At some point, people who are farming without water rights are unable to access markets. And we have agreed that what we need to do is to go and assist those farmers to make sure that they also become part of this economy. When we had a meeting with the Minister of Agriculture, I think last month, when we were preparing for the AGOA summit, one of the issues that was raised by black farmers is to say that they can see we are signing this AGOA contract with America and the BRICS, but they are not able to penetrate the market. And for me is that as we come together as stakeholders, what we need to do is to find a way of making sure that also blacks and Africans are able to be beneficiaries of some of the programs that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I want to also take this opportunity to welcome you, and I wish you a fruitful discussion. I hope when we finish, we'll have a tangible plan, a plan that will change the lives of our people. As we all know, that the Limpopo province has been endowed. Each and every district has its own advantage. So we need to make sure that at the end of the day, our people benefit. Development is about people. Without people, there's no development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Can we give him another round of applause? Okay, I'm trying to get the mic down if somebody can assist. But I think without further ado, I think the MEC have set the scene in terms of what is expected in these coming 2 days. He highlighted the key issues that we need to touch on. And I think before I give the next speaker the opportunity, I just want us to remember that at the end of this summit, We don't want this to be just a talk shop. We want to be able to come out with 4 things. One, we should be able to come up with a common platform for agricultural development in Limpopo. How stakeholders, private, government, NGOs can put hands together and make sure that development happened. I was just reminded that in 2019, I personally participated in this event when the consultation was still being done at the Ranch Hotel when I was with the fruit industry, where stakeholders were called to say, we want to put together this plan, what can your contribution be? And then today, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We are launching that plan, we are looking at the progress, and I think it's already progress, but I think more can be expected from us. And from that event, one key thing that came out is that unfortunately, nobody can do all of the things that needs to be done, especially development alone. In Venda, we have a saying which says, "Munwe muti autosi matutu," translated directly into English, which might be very dangerous, means that one finger cannot pick up popcorns. Therefore, you need the full hand and sometimes even more hands to be able to pick up the popcorns. We didn't have popcorns then, therefore it was just dried maize that was boiled. But that was a relish. But the point is that we need the private public partnership to be able to do the developmental work, fortunately. Then the second thing that we need to come up with in this summit is to come up with bankable plans, multi-year plans, which charts the way forward in terms of how do we take this approved plan, which Honorable MEC indicated that as the Executive Council, they approved it in 2021, June. How do we take this and implement this and make sure that whatever that we expect to come out of this plan is tangible? People on the ground can feel, can see, and enjoy the benefits of this plan. I think one key issue that is highlighted is the issue of smallholder farmers being able to participate in the agricultural value chain. The AGOA agreement that have just been signed, the access to the China market, for example, by the avocado growers. How do we ensure that this is not just benefiting the same commercial farmers as it have always been, which is important for the economy and for food security. However, we need to have an inclusive kind of agriculture. The next thing that I would want us to come up with, to go away with, which is the third thing, is that we need to see agriculture and use agriculture as a catalyst for rural development and agriculture and economic development. Why? Because agriculture is everywhere. You go to the remotest rural village, there is agriculture there. Therefore, the tools for development are already there. We just need to use them. And then the last thing that we need then to come away with or go away with is to make sure that investment happens. The MEC touched on the various investments that the department is making. I'm really very happy to hear that 30 million per year have been put aside to ensure that this plan is actualized. But as I said, it can't be the department only, it can't be government only. The private sector needs to come to the party, invest in the development so that we can then realize the outcomes. Because at the end of the day, it's food security for all of us, security for the country, and the sustaining of South Africa as a whole. Therefore, with those few words, thank you very much, MEC. I think our work for today is cut, and I would want all the speakers to just make sure that we address these issues so that at the end of the 2 days, we come out with those key things. Using agriculture as a catalyst, ensuring that we have a multi-year program or plan in terms of how we are going to implement this program, and then also using agriculture as a catalyst, and then also the investments that will need to come. If it was upon me, I would want by the end of tomorrow to have people who are committing to say this is so many billions we are going to put in this program, which then will be tangible investment. I would want to ask Dr. Matlou Kalaba from BFAP to come and just give us a scene in terms of what is happening in agriculture in the country, and then zooming in into Limpopo as a province, which then talks to how then do we use agriculture as a catalyst for rural development and for rural development and economic development, for job creation and all that. Dr. Kaloba, if you can come, please. Thank you very much. While he's coming, can we clap hands for him? And just an announcement, there is an overflow hall, and I'm requested to announce that officials can then go to the overflow if there are guests that needs the seats. You know, in African culture, the homeowners need to kind of move when the guests come. We prioritize guests. Therefore, please, you know yourselves. Thank you.
Be all kinds of animals as well as their products going forward. And then you have field crops contributing the remaining 20%, or so obviously it changes from time to time. But in the past years, you see that the livestock, not only being big, the green line, it has also been improving. And that is in real terms. But all other industries or subsectors were improving, but obviously livestock was really taking the trophy. Now, looking forward after the gray point, the pressure goes to prices, and then they start to fall. And the farmers do not make as much profit as they used to because of the price pressures. But also in terms of looking forward, the heat wave and the fans that are around here and opening the doors, it might be related to some of the phenomenon that is, projected in terms of El Nino and the changing, weather conditions, which means that they still contribute about 20% of food expenditure. That is the demand that we're talking about. But if they are coming down, if they are slowing that down, that is what leads to that pressure that I was talking about that affects the local production. Now, if you can produce efficiently and still aspire to do better, as this province does and has been doing, but also the entire South African agricultural sector has been doing, but your domestic market is showing the signs that I just shared in the last 2 slides, then you have to find a way out. You have to go somewhere else for that production to try to save on those price pressures, and that is the international market. So I'll quickly run through some of the international markets developments that also have an impact on our sector, because we are one of the few globally competitive sectors in terms of export, and this will certainly have influence on us. First, we talked about, AGOA was mentioned earlier, but within the US, just in broad, the continued support of the agricultural sector doesn't seem like it's gonna come down. And when government provides that support, basically it boosts the competitiveness, or it makes those that are competing with the US in the US and elsewhere actually have less opportunities. I mean, just as an indicator, if you can read in that yellow rectangle, is that in the last 4 years, the US expenditure in terms of farm support was more than the average of the last 20 years. And we know US is going to the elections. And usually the farm bill is one of the driving forces towards that. So chances are we may see more of that support going into the agricultural sector, which says a lot about how we're going to compete in the US and elsewhere, or against the US. Quickly, on the African continent, we have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which is gathering momentum. Obviously, there are still issues at the implementation side, but what sort of opportunities can we look forward to for South African products? Mainly using the horticulture, because of all the products from the agricultural sector, it is the one that actually has more penetration on the continent. From the export side, where our exports are going, the darker the color basically means more concentration or higher demand of our products. And you can see that outside SADC, is only up north as well as Ethiopia in the east. The rest of Central and West Africa, our presence is not there. Well, that may be a bad thing, or it can be turned into an opportunity in that the free trade agreement says now you can access that market duty-free, but you still have to deal with other non-tariff measures. And the green bar also illustrates, or the map on the right illustrates the imports. Who do we trade with? Who do we get goods from on the continent? Again, the darker the color shows where, the dominance. And again, it's east and a little bit of the west. Very little in Central Africa. And again, you can think about the logistical, the infrastructural challenges that our continent is going through. Hence, you tend to see, to a certain degree, the movement along the coastal countries. And again, this is just an indication furthermore of the absence of some of our regions, ECOWAS as well as ECAS, Central and West Africa, are having very low activities in as far as agricultural trade with South Africa goes. So this, as I said, can be an opportunity, or it can be something that we say, nothing's happening. But it is, how do we turn it around and make it an opportunity? Going to Europe, by and large, I think most of us have heard about the Green Deal and the EU's response towards the environment as well as climate action. The long and short of it is that there are stricter measures that are expected out of the EU that have implications for us as exporters of agricultural products and as our biggest region in terms of destination, that the use of chemicals, including fertilizers, the use of growth hormones, some of the conduct, the issues around traceability, and we are already dealing with some of the challenges with the EU, we know those. The BRICS, I think summit was mentioned, and the signing again, they're creating an opportunities. But overall, globally, there are some questions marked around how trade will be conducted, or what sort of trade-related aspects should we be looking into, looking at how some of the markets where we export to have changed or have responded since COVID. We also, as I mentioned in my introduction, that will we continue to see some of these shocks happening? And remember, with every shock, particularly in the agricultural sector, it tends to trigger another protectionist conduct or some of the elements that restrict trade, and we don't know how they will look like. I also mentioned the issue of the US bill, that it has ended 2 months ago, and the default position in the absence of renewal is actually more restrictive than when they are there. So just basically on the trade in general, we've also seen a trend where deals are more preferred than agreements. A deal basically, what do they call it? A gentleman's agreement. It's not long-term, it's hardly binding, and therefore makes it difficult for traders, for commercial people, for farmers to be aware of the future, to have that policy certainty in terms of that market, because a deal in its nature, it can also be changed at any given point. And if the world starts trending towards the deals as opposed to agreements, then the trade, it gets negatively affected. Okay, I've been talking about other places. Let me come back home now. You must be tired of hearing about all these places that some of us have not been to. So here at the bottom, I'm just repeating the shares, the contribution of different agricultural subsectors, field crops, horticulture, and livestock, again. And that's primarily because, in general, the animal and animal products is the largest sector. It has more contributions even beyond the farm. So from Stats SA comparing the figures of 2007 and 2017, and unfortunately sometimes that's how long it takes to complete a community survey, but the recent data would come up. But nevertheless, it is the trend and the magnitudes that gives us a direction of where things have gone. So there hasn't been much changes in terms of the contributions of those respective subsectors. However, for Limpopo, and I'll leave the right slide for a while, a little bit of a concerning trend in that the livestock and livestock products, that share is declining. And it creates a concern that where did we miss this opportunity? Or where are we missing the opportunities? Because, as I mentioned, the value add that the animals do to your economy, do to the jobs, is something that you need not let go. And I was happy to hear the MEC talking about the commitment towards RAAVC, the plans and the strategies, and obviously I'm familiar with some of those. But this decline needs to be arrested. I heard someone say something like that. It really, the drop from nearly 40% to 22% of the agriculture needs to be looked into. And I'll get to the next two slides highlighting where some of the issues are. So this is just by the district municipality, the focus. You can see that horticulture and Mopani is the dominant subsector, and therefore the importance of international markets, because we export most of those, is critical. And then in the water bag, you can see that actually livestock and livestock products is still contributing relatively higher. There are things that we can learn from them. But here are the value-adding opportunities where some of the reasons for that decline may be attributed to. First one is that if you look at the feedlots, which are actually a value add, not only a value add, but the feedlots create a market for the grains, because then the producers of grains, they know that they don't have to move far to sell their products. But then the feedlots keep or add value to the animal, taking it to the next level. However, in that green circle, you can see that there are few feedlots compared to the red circle, which is around Gauteng. So in a nutshell is that they either go on hoof and then they join N1, go be fed in Gauteng or in the outskirts of Gauteng, create jobs there. The young people from here and other provinces, of course, they will follow them. Or alternatively, someone else who has not contributed to the provision of the throughput, which is live animals, would benefit out of that in terms of value-adding services as well as those jobs at the feedlot. Something to think about or see how that, in other words, that value can be created within the province. Of course, the markets do determine how that ends. From the feedlots, they go to slagpan, right? That's what it's called, the albatross, slaughtering pens. Now, I want you to pay attention to these pie charts for Limpopo and for Eastern Cape. So the purple portion of the bar, which is the biggest in Eastern Cape and Limpopo, that is the number or the dominating albatross that are rural. But by definition, if you look at Act 36, it basically means small. Per day, they are restricted to a maximum of 2 animals. And the next one is the middle one, which is in the orange one, which is the medium. They can slaughter from 3 up to 200. And anything above 200 is a large slaughterhouse. Again, we do not have too many of those in the province, as is illustrated by the domination of rural albatross. which again means even if we were to fatten them in here by creating more feedlots, if we don't invest in the next leg of agro-processing, they will still move to other places where you can take 200 or 20 a day and then contribute to the GDP of that particular province. So I think the main point or the main purpose here is again to just focusing on the fact that there is an agro-processing element. I haven't even gotten to the leather and leather products that can be added, but there are opportunities in the livestock. Quickly on other agricultural services, you can see that the agricultural services that are on farms or are undertaken on farms, again, they bring a different kind of skills, different kind of a profile of workers, insurance, banking support, but you see that it's encouraging that we are second, earning almost close to $1 billion a year. However, we are lagging the Western Cape by far, but we can still do better, but there are encouraging signs that our services to the agricultural sector are growing. In terms of the household, I thought I should just mention this because it's not only about, they say I have 5 minutes, so I need to manage myself now. We need to take care of the households, consider them as well in our plan so that those that have aspiration to grow out of subsistence, they can do so with the support that can be provided. But from the households, you can see that most of them are engaged in grains, food crops, as well as industrial crops. But the point is, and it is the highest of all provinces, the point here is that the mere fact that there is that potential on grains, with strategic integration with the animal and livestock products, this can be expanded to keep the value growing within the province and using those households as well as smallholders that are engaged in those. Coming to some of the challenges quickly, animals and livestock diseases, I think I have mentioned those, but you can see that in the last 15 years, we have been battling these diseases, foot and mouth, which is the green, and then the purple one is the avian influenza, and then you have the swine flu. But the point with this is that the size of the bubble indicate the amount in rands that is forgone, that is lost due to market closures that could have been gained, and therefore addressing the diseases in general, it needs to be a priority and more resources needs to go there. Infrastructure, I think we're probably getting tired of what we're hearing every day, but we shouldn't get too tired not to do anything about those. But when you focus, you zoom into Limpopo, or this busy map, what it's basically showing is the size of the exported products, and the colors here, the blue indicating citrus, where they originate from. But then you see some modes of transportation. You can see flights, you can see trucks and ships. In other words, the movement of those goods from their origin. And in Limpopo, we rely mostly on road. And the state of our roads, the cost of transporting on the road, we know about all those challenges. Quickly on the meat side, I'll skip this slide, but I just have to mention this because this is quite positive in that when we look forward, there is still going to be demand for animal products. And you can see all of them, starting with chicken up to eggs. They are all indicating an upward growth in the next 10 years. But that growth is largely given or driven from the population. The affordability element, we talked about it, that is kind of slowing down. This is my favorite slide. I know it's too busy, but it's just an indication of the competitiveness in the poultry production that we were able to gain over time against our key competitors, which you can see here at the bottom, Netherlands, Germany, Poland, USA, and Brazil. That if the bar is above, it means that South Africa's competitiveness or performance is better than those countries. And this was also not by accident. The Department of Trade, Industry and Competition has been working hard in ensuring that the anti-dumping duties are maintained, in ensuring that they continue to communicate with the industry, SAPA and others, meat importers and exporters and all those. And obviously you don't see the results immediately, but over time you get to see trends like this. I mean, even in countries like Brazil and USA, where we are still lagging behind, the trend is shifting in the right direction. It is rather unfortunate that we are still dealing with avian influenza. But the point I want to emphasize is that if, again, we deal with those diseases and continue to press on the competitiveness, there are positive outcomes that are observable and one can see and can lead to that. Another big sign, and I'll wrap up after this, program director, is that on the horticultural side, two things here. One is that there has been a massive response to the National Development Plan, and this year is the 10-year anniversary. On the horticulture, there were expansions and jobs that were assigned to some of these products. And indeed, the land was expanded. More crops were planted. So what you see in this are the large areas of the crops that you see at the bottom, and you can also see those that are prevalent in this province. However, the dark blue at the top, the dark blue colors, those are the trees that are on the ground but are yet to bear fruit. Okay? Which means that investment is going to pay in future. Those 51% macadamia, and as well as, that's the avos. The macadamia is more than 60. You have the MEC was talking about citrus in Majeje and Zebediela. Those, when they come through, they're going to need to go into the markets. They need to find those things fixed or being busy fixing those. But it is a positive sign. It's unfortunate that sometimes a problem creates its own problem in future. Someone once said to me that, the reward for hard work is more hard work. So MEC, the department and all others of your colleagues created this, and it's a good sign, but unfortunately it has created another challenge at the ports, as well as on the roads. We need to go and fix those. Quickly, in terms of the messages, and I'll just put a summary to those, that from the livestock, animal diseases need to be addressed. The agro-processing, particularly in the province, is very important, particularly on the animals. The horticulture, this province is the home of agricultural products, horticultural products. The challenges at the various infrastructure and logistics are our challenges, and we have to be seen being proactive addressing them. And as for Limpopo, the RAAVC and the AAMP, I think, are a step in the right direction, but there are subsequent presentations on those, so we will hear from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kalaba, and sorry to pressurize you. Unfortunately, the program is packed, but we thank you very much for that stimulating presentation and opportunities that we see as Limpopo. And without any further ado, the driver, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to request the CEO of the NAMC, Dr. Simpiwe Ngangweni, to come. My click is not really up to par, but my brother will forgive me, to come and talk about the plan in terms of the National Agricultural and Agro-processing Master Plan. And from there, we'll go to the acting HOD, and then talk to the provincial plan, and then we'll take a break, and then take the 3 presentations, and then interrogate them. Thank you. Go ahead, Simpiwe.
just want to put it in. Program Director, well, I was hoping we would take a break so that I can drink some water before the presentation. But let me start by greeting the MEC. Thank you. The acting HOD, the members of the Provincial Legislature, the government and private sector distinguished guests that are here, the farmers, the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Thank you for the opportunity for the NAMC to participate in this very important summit. As the MEC indicated earlier in his speech, we are here as the NAMC to support the province in hosting this summit because we see ourselves as partners. Specifically, as the NAMC, we've been mandated to coordinate the drafting of the agriculture and agro-processing master plan at national level. We came up with a document was crafted in partnership with the social partners. We are also subsequently mandated to monitor its implementation because it's important that while we've had challenges in the past in terms of documents that have been written but without necessarily effective implementation, this time the challenge is for us to make sure that this document is implemented and we monitor that implementation. So today we are here to give an update on how far we are with that implementation. But also we are seeking to align what the province is doing at the provincial level in terms of RAAVC and align that with the commitments in the national master plan. I think the important thing is that, yes, there's this summit today, but I think after the summit, it's important that we continue to engage with the province, with the districts, local municipalities to look at some of the specific activities within the local and provincial levels to see how those are contributing towards the bigger national plan. So, Program Director, I'm going to save you some time. I'm not going to take too much time. I'm just going to, at a very high level, summarize the road that has been traveled so far. But before I do that, if I can move the slides. Okay, just a little bit about the NAMC. Don't worry about the details. Basically, we are an entity that has been established in terms of the Marketing of Agricultural Products Act of 1996. We have a mandate that is twofold, basically. We are there to monitor some regulations within the marketing of agricultural products. Those are specifically two types of regulatory measures. One is called statutory measures, and I'm not going to get into that, but the most well-known of those is the levies. So what the levies do is that they enable the different industries to be able to charge a certain percentage of the value of the product that they sell, and those funds get put into a common pool that assists the industries to invest in essential services such as research and development, market access, and other important services. But there is a condition that 20% of those funds should be dedicated towards transformation. In other words, we need to make sure that the process is inclusive of those that are potentially excluded in the sector. So those are the levies. But the other aspect of the regulation is that we oversee the trust funds, the trust funds which were converted from the liquidation, if you want to put it that way, the liquidation of the former control boards. So there are 11 trusts that we oversee. Again, the function of those trusts is to make sure that the proceeds that come from those trusts get reinvested back into the sector to ensure that the sector grows, but there's also transformation within the sector. And then lastly, the second part of our mandate is to provide advisory services to our shareholder minister at national level. And the minister basically has the right to ask us to do anything that she would like us to do around, first of all, undertaking analysis of the markets in order to advise her in the process of policy making, but also to implement some of the programs that she feels we have a mandate to do. And the Agriculture and Agro-processing Master Plan project is an example of one of those tasks that we've been given. Let me just summarize what I'm going to cover in the slides. Basically, I need to just indicate that the master plan is the contents of it are really nothing new. It's basically just an agreement by the various stakeholders to say this is how we want to work together to grow the sector. We know what we need to do, but what has been lacking is the coordination. So we need to do things a little bit in a more coordinated manner. How to grow the sector, but in an inclusive manner. So I think it's important that whatever is done is not exclusive only to those that are already established. As I said, it also promotes meaningful partnerships between public and private sector in the implementation, but most importantly, the monitoring and evaluation of such. The document was signed by a majority of the partners back in May 2022. There were certain issues that were still outstanding at the time during negotiations. There were issues of disagreements around how to deal with labor issues within the sector. And also there were some discussions around transformation that were not completed. There was a discussion around how to fund effectively, how to fund transformation. We've done quite a lot in this area, but it's not really, has not been done in a coordinated manner, and the funding that goes into that, it's probably not enough. So there are still ongoing discussions around that. Even though there are issues that still need to be agreed on, implementation will happen because I think we all know what we need to do, and the previous presentation also highlighted some of the issues that we need to work on very urgently. What the AMP has done is to put together platforms to make sure that this document that has been agreed on is implemented. So there are value chain roundtables. Some of us are familiar with those platforms, which have been around since the mid-2000s. But the idea is to say, let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's use those existing platforms where private sector and government come together and say, these are the areas in this value chain that we would like to deal with. And this is the plan over the next year, over the next 3 years, and we're going to monitor the progress together. And the minister has asked us to make sure that on a quarterly basis, there is a report of what comes from those value chain roundtables. Basically, what those value chain roundtables do is to translate the agreements in the bigger plan into what those agreements mean at a value chain level. So you've got, for example, the fruit industry having its own value chain, the grain industry, and so on. Some of those value chain roundtables are working quite well, but some of them need serious attention in terms of strengthening how they work so that they are effective to really address implementation of the master plan. Now, a sub-program of these value chain roundtables is what we call production schemes. These are deliberately set up to make sure that those different scattered initiatives to advance transformation in the various industries or value chains are coordinated under these value chain roundtables so that we are able to monitor the implementation of those. So this is a dedicated effort to make sure that transformation actually bears fruit. Once again, we are required by the minister to report on a quarterly basis on those activities. I'm not going to bore you with these details, but just to summarize that Dr. Kalaba has indicated, for example, the National Development Plan, which is the plan that guides the country. It covers all the economic sectors in the country, but agriculture appears in Chapter 6. So what the AMP is to make sure that what appears in Chapter 6 of the NDP is actually given specific and particular attention. The social partners within this are the government at all the three spheres. You've got labor, you've got business, both established as well as so-called emerging business, but you also have communities playing a role there. The AMP has 6 pillars addressing some of the issues that Dr. Kalaba has talked about. There needs to be very strong policy base on which decisions are taken. So we need to make sure that there are no ambiguities, there's clarity on what the policy says. And I'm glad to say in one of those areas we are making very good progress. For example, in the area of land, some of the colleagues will be aware that the minister is currently busy with some provincial consultations to make sure that the title deeds, the issue of the title deeds is sorted out, and that the issue of leasing is slowly done away with, and there's going to be a rigorous process to make sure that that happens. So there's clarity now that is coming forth in the area of land, which is very good to see. Dr. Kalaba indicated the issue of infrastructure, the serious challenges that we have there, so we need to make sure that we deal with that. Farmer support, both financial and non-financial support, very important, needs to be coordinated better. To allow for expanded production, Dr. Kalaba again indicated the potential that is there to expand production. Again, you don't expand production without making sure that the market is there, so market access is important. And finally, the potential to make sure that we add value to the products that are being produced. So this is where agro-processing comes in. So the AMP covers all those important pillars. As I said, those will be translated into the work that is currently done by the value chain roundtables. In terms of the structures that monitor the AMP, as I said, at the very high level, the minister chairs what we call an executive oversight committee that is supposed to meet quarterly to monitor the implementation of the master plan. As the NAMC, we are the project management unit, which basically does all the work of running around and collecting all the information of what's happening in the value chain roundtables and the other platforms. And the value chain roundtables and the production schemes being the platforms where all the work actually gets done. Just a very quick indication of some of the commitments that were made by the social partners during negotiations. They have committed to raise 9.4 billion for infrastructure to deal with the issue of irrigation, dipping tanks, roads, fresh produce markets, and others. The issue of improvement in animal and plant biosecurity, which has been highlighted also. To also unlock about 7 billion in agricultural financing for farmers and SMMEs through blended finance. The Land Bank is here with us today, and they'll probably talk a bit to us about what that scheme is about. That scheme has been launched, very important to support the financing of the master plan. But also quite importantly, there has been an agreement that between 3 to 5% of supermarket turnover should be dedicated towards what we call supplier development for some of the small agribusinesses that have the potential to play in that space. To also set 20% transformation of the agricultural value chain, take into account structures and entry barriers into the different value chains. Basically to have a target that from each value chain you've got a participation rate of at least 20% by new players. To also expand export opportunities by opening up new and maintaining existing markets. There has been some progress, as you have heard over the past few months, with the Chinese market, for example, and some of the markets in the Middle East opening up. To promote ethical trading standards, create sustainable jobs, working conditions. The issue of labor issues, as I said, is still an issue of further negotiations. We've asked the International Labour Organization to assist us to facilitate those discussions going forward. To enhance skills development and training, obviously, that is a very important issue as well. So while this document was signed last year, it does not mean that nothing has been done, both before the document was signed, but also since the document was signed. So those are some of the, can I say, highlights of what has happened. Again, the list is very, it's non-exhaustive at this stage, and further details will come through at the various platforms where the AMP is monitored. For example, the launching of the blended finance scheme, which I've indicated, 90% of commodities currently use the instruments that we oversee as the NAMC, the levies and the trusts. There's also the Agro-Energy Fund that has been launched. There's also some initiatives in the area of training that we are partnering with the likes of AgriCita on. There's also some activities that have been coordinated from the national level. So we'll be aware of the PESI initiative, for example. The promotion of exports through making sure that the systems are modernized for the issuing of export and phytosanitary certificates, for example. So these are some of the highlights, but I think details are gonna come through in the next few months to come. Obviously, this will be possible through the current engagements that we're having with the provinces as well as the local authorities. In conclusion, going forward, we are looking at putting together what we call an M&E plan for the next 3 years, and part of this and an engagement with the province after this summit and the other provinces is to make sure that everybody contributes towards this plan, that we have a broader picture that we are aiming at, that there's clear targets at provincial level and at local level and by value chain. And this is why it's important to make sure that these value chain roundtables are working well. We are assisting to restructure some of them and to make sure that they operate well. Production schemes as a subset of these value chain roundtables are also in the process of being designed. We're going to continue to socialize the AMP in various platforms to make sure that everybody becomes part of the implementation of this plan. The academic institutions are very key in this process because it is important that while you monitor the implementation and you've got the numbers of what has happened over the past, say, quarter, for example, you also go further than just monitoring the numbers. You look at what impact this is making at the household level and at the various levels, that there's actual measurement of impact. And of course, the regular reporting will happen as we go along. And it's important that the reports at the AMP level are integrated with the other master plans that were developed, your poultry, your sugar, and the cannabis that is also coming into line as well. So it's important that there's integration at that level. So the message really from our side is that we are here to basically gather everybody to work together in the implementation of this plan. And as I said earlier, after this summit, we're going to sit with the provincial colleagues to make sure that what RAAVC is doing is integrated into the broader vision of the AMP at the national level. And we look forward to the further engagements during the summit. Thank you.
I think the key take-homes is that the plan have been signed, the plans is there, and what is left is to get us working. And I think it is a good opportune moment for the province to have this session because those plans that National have signed with the stakeholders needs to be implemented here on the cold face, here in the provinces. And then with that, I would ask the acting HOD to come and talk to the AAMP plan with the RAAVC, that integration that we need to see, and also what have been done so far since the approval of the RAAVC since 2021, and then also what needs to happen going forward. Thank you, Mr. Noata.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm just looking where I can slot my memory stick, or the presentation is here? Okay. Yeah, while he's preparing, let me just take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence of our MEC here. And yes, just to acknowledge the presence of MEC, also the honorable members of legislature, our portfolio committee, led by Honorable Chair Maseko. And I'll also acknowledge the presenters, dignitaries who are here, farmers, as well as the PDAT members as well. We know that in the province, we are the only province that is also having PDAT. PDAT is people with disability in agriculture and rural development. And they are here with the chairperson, Date Khapane, and Cecily Dia as deputy chairperson. And from there, I can just indicate that all protocol observed. I'm just going to give progress in terms of RAAVC, where we are. I'm not going to bore you with many things. I think in terms of the progress, MEC has already given you the high level of where we are and what we are doing. So I'm not just going to take much time. And I realize that is an opportunity that you all can pressurize me because you want to have a break. So I'm not going to take time. Yeah, well, this is just the presentation outline. You can see it. This is just indicating where we come from. We're guided by the National Development Plan, the Limpopo Development Plan, as well as the socio-economic recovery plan that we have, and then, of course, RAAVC. But I'm going to go straight to I'm not going to bore you with the background, but let me emphasize what the MEC has indicated. As a province, we have looked at all the districts and looked at the comparative advantage of each district so that the resources are actually aligned to a particular competitive advantage. We don't just do anything. So like where we are here, we believe and we know that it's a red meat cluster area where livestock is prominent here, and we need to support through what doctors indicated in terms of feedlots and abattoirs and so on. But we also have Sekhukhune, which is also strong on grain production. And we say in that area we should actually focus there in terms of grain, as well as vegetables too. But we also say in Capricorn, we call it a potato belt. You heard the MEC indicating the areas of interest in terms of Capricorn. We really want to put more money there as well in terms of potato, because we also have a partnership with Potato SA, Simba. Those are actually areas where we can actually collaborate and grow the Limpopo province in terms of potato belt. But we also have, in terms of Mopane, we also have in terms of Bembe, both subtrop and citrus, in terms of our strong competitive advantage. So we need to actually explore those areas where we are actually strong. Not to say others we are not actually concentrating on, but a fair amount of energy and resources should be utilized in terms of what we can do. So those are highlights of areas where we are having a comparative advantage. But equally so, just to mention that in terms of poultry, it cut across all the districts. And in terms of white meat cluster as well, in terms of pigs as well, we are also strong in terms of pig production as well. This is just National Development Plan stimulants in terms of commodities, and obviously it's what I talked about. But if you see wool there, don't worry, because we are not strong in terms of wool this side. I think it's Eastern Cape and so on. But we are very strong in terms of the areas that I talked about. These are the identified commodities that I talked about, and you can actually realize the opportunities that are there. With the BRICS, having been here, AGOA, and then we have avocados, which we can actually expand as an opportunity. And we're talking about that area of Makgoba and the areas around Zanin. We should be able to actually dominate in the whole country in terms of supply of avocados. And then we also have macadamia nuts, which is also having some new establishments in both Thulamela and Makado, as well as other regions. But in terms of our strength, we want to focus there. Mango production, we also, this ones I think it's very rare. If you go to Zanin area, Hoespruit area, Vembe area, you know, after every household you must get a mango tree. So if not all the households having those things. So we need to process those mangoes into either juice, into either acha, Morokolosi acha is there in Zanin. Those are the areas where we can actually collaborate with private sector as well to try and expand this mango, because sometimes it does not even need a lot of management in those areas because naturally they belong there. We also want to grow vegetable production into about 6,000 hectares, which we think the province can actually contribute. Those are just opportunities, and you can see in terms of grains as well, we're looking at about 25,000 hectares, which we can actually work on and grow that area. In both, in all the districts actually, we can actually do something about grain. So these are the key, potential key commodities that I talked about. I cannot repeat. You already know that when I talk about citrus, it's where, and you have the numbers in terms of how many hectares that trees in South Africa, and in Limpopo you can see 32,000 hectares, which is about 42% of the total South African production. So you can see actually we have the potential as a province to move in terms of RAAVC, because those areas, those commodities that I'm talking about, we are already dominating in the country. So it's just to put more effort. It's like when you are strong with your right hand, then you must reserve that right, so that when it gets out, it can actually punch. So I'm not going to go each and every slide, because I actually talked about, these are just figures, and that where we have a comparative advantage and what we are doing in terms of that. So this is just an agricultural value chain in terms of what we want to do. You can see actually the quadrants, they actually talk to to the production side. Remember, before you even can talk about processing something, you must have produced that thing. So we must start there, you know. So if we can actually make sure that our production is at a particular level, then when we move to the next step of processing, it's much better. Unlike just moving to the processing, and yet you don't have production. So what are you going to process? So I think they go in hand as we support our farmers for production purposes, but we must also look into the opportunities in terms of market and as well as the entire value chain. So we have as well developed the value chains in terms of all the commodities, which is basically the same. You will need transport, you need production, primary production, you need transport, you need abattoir where we talk about animals, you need packing facilities that are as well as compliant to SA gaps. All those things, we have demonstrated them here in terms of our value chain. So this is just illustration of which one comes first, and then processed, produced in numbers and processed, and then the logistics in terms of transport comes in as well. Those who don't want to dirty their hands, they can drive around with trucks to deliver. So let me just talk to this tomato processing plant. You will know that we are also the biggest in terms of tomato production. Although we have ZZ2 as the main producer, but we have equally few other commercial farmers who are actually contributing. And as such, we thought, no, we need to create a market, and that's when we came up with this processing facility, which is supposed to help us in terms of all the farmers. They must actually supply that facility, then we process that, so that we kept this N1 south. So at least within Polokwane, within Limpopo, we are able to go and supply our tomato plant. You'll know there's still challenges in terms of that plant, operationalization of that plant, but we are working very, very, very hard to make sure that it's operational. This is just an overview of red and white meat value chain. I already talked about this. The numbers are clear. Dr. also has indicated in terms of the livestock, in terms of what we have as a country, including communal livestock. You know, we have a potential. All those animals who are within the communities, if they are turned into market, then we are actually spot on in terms of what we want to achieve. We have them. They are not just looked after. They are actually even given names sometimes at home to say, this one, now, and so on and so on. So we must create that awareness from our farmers that they know that when an animal of a cattle stater crosses the road or go astray, it's as equally as 15,000 is just moving around. If we can turn our farmers into that kind of mindset, we'll know that we actually know how to take care of these animals, and we must not keep them like they become the family member. We must keep them and grow them and fatten them through the feedlots, and they go where they're supposed to go. So I think they always say, you know, an agriculturalist is a very, very, very dangerous person because he'll show you love as a chicken or as a cattle, but later the very same person he'll slaughter you for business purposes. So okay. So RAAVC, we're saying we're focusing on grain. Remember, in terms of grains, you can actually even come up with oil industry in terms of either biofuel as well as oil for food as well. So if we can commercialize these things in terms of linking them to processing, so that our farmers don't just produce grain for the sake of that is long that we've been producing maize here, so we continue with the legacy. It must change to processing. So whatever we produce, we should be able to fill the silos, we should be able to process to either of the two that I talked about. So we need black farmers to participate in this economy because it has been a gap. All the time, most of the black farmers are known to produce, but don't process. So I think we must turn that around and make sure that our black farmers participate in the entire value chain, where they can actually make money. These are just a strategic objective of the RAAVC, which I will not bore you with, because I can actually indicate that I spoke about increasing production. And that's the first one there in terms of key objective, a strategic objective, to say if we increase production through revitalization and expansion of key commodities, then we'll be getting somewhere in terms of where we want to reach in terms of our target. So this includes revitalization of irrigation schemes that they were not working or they were using old method of irrigation. We need to bring a new innovation. Also revitalization of underutilized land. You know how it happened with us. We get land, we make it fun out of that land, we relax in that land, it's a holiday place instead of producing. And even yesterday we were even talking about it with our sister department, Land Reform and Rural Development, because there's a huge money in their budget which is underspent in terms of assisting the farmers. But the farmers have all the responsibility of getting quotations and getting this and submitting through the grant holding account. So, and we say, no, maybe they are not the right farmers. Maybe we gave the wrong people. So maybe we need to analyze that and check if actually those are the right people, because the right person will tell you exactly that, Mr. Nwata, I just need a tractor. If you can just give me a tractor, you are done. Go and assist others, please. We are many in the country, and you are many in the province. So you can't assist us comprehensively. Others just need something, a borehole, and so on. And we talked about, MEC touched the issue of water and sanitation, where we need to collaborate in terms of water use license and rights for our people, so that they can be able to participate, because other things are requirements. Just like a license, you can't just drive around without having a license. Otherwise, you'll be taking chances. So we don't want our farmers to take chances. In terms of the development program, we have identified initiatives, and we also have to put into a plan the revitalizing agriculture and agro-processing, which is RAAVC, through the following industrial cluster programs. And I talked about fruit, I talked about vegetable, I talked about grain, I talked about all these things that you see there, because then that's how we need to grow the province. I'm not going to take you through each cluster because it's what I've been talking about. I'm sure you are with me now. When I talk about citrus, you don't look at Waterberg. You know where to look. And then when I talk about potato, you know where to look. So let me not bore you. I'll just give emphasis on areas where I feel I need to talk about, just like the VDL. The MEC said it's already always in the news for wrong reasons. But, we can't leave them. We are trying. We're trying because it's got almost 3,000 hectares there. And they had markets and all these things. So it's just institutional arrangement that need to be fixed, and as well as knowing how far you can go, because you cannot get 100 rand from the markets, and then you must pay the workers 150. Where will the 50 rand come from? So it's somewhere where we are unable to take hard decisions as management of these commodities or project, to say, no. Guys, you have been here, you are many, we can't afford you anymore. And we're moving with technology as well. So you'll always go to government and say, government, can you bail us out? There are people who want money, and really we can't do that. We need to rationalize and check who actually can do the job, and then the fruit will bring money. You must break even all the time as you try to make business sense. So, Zibidela, we are hard at work. We're working with the impact catalyst to try and change the minds and also resolve their challenges. That workers' trust also is having its own problems. There's CPA and so on. And there's a community as well who will always say, no, we are concerned group and all those things. And we are going backwards instead of going forward. We always stuck in solving problems of communities. And that's not our competency, really. Our competency is to make sure that people produce enough and quality produce. So that's the challenge that we're facing. But contrast to that, if you look at Majeje, we went there with the MEC and management. I think we were very impressed. There's still young fruits that will actually bear fruit next year. And you can see the infrastructure is moving there, as well as using solar as well into because you can see load shedding, it's like permanent. So if you don't strategize around that, hoping that a miracle will happen, it won't, because the population is always increasing. Every day the population is increasing. So it's not easy to cope with the population increase in terms of resources of Eskom. So we need to look into alternatives. And especially in the province, we have too much energy from the sun, which we can actually convert and utilize it. So the work is almost there. And there we're also partnering with private sector. Your Motsepe Foundation is there as well. So we can partner. We can partner and do wonders in terms of all these projects. You can hear, or what we get is only 30 million. What you really do with 30 million? With all these big projects, Mahoba, your Zibidiela, your Limbeck, and your Majeje, you need almost 500 million or so to actually make an impact. So this is just infrastructure at Majeje, what we are doing there. And this is Magadi Mine is in Skukune. You can see we are almost done. It's about 95% done. We just had challenges with our service provider there, but we are working on it. But the project, I think, is not having those institutional challenges and other things. We just need to work on that project and develop. I think you heard that it's 20 hectares, and we are working on it. And you can see progress as I'm presenting. And you can see picture. We're also targeting about 1,000 hectares there. And to date, we're talking about 400 hectares that is being cultivated for that. And this project, I think, is it's something that will turn Capricorn and the province into economic hub of Simbas, of anything that can be processed from potatoes, including chips and so on. So we need to put the infrastructure that is needed in this area and make sure that we support the farmers who are there, because we also partner with Potato SA and so on. So they also provide mentorship to some of the farmers there, and they also use those that they have mentored to mentor others. So it's a very, very good project that we need to enhance as well. So this is just what we are doing, and Some of the projects started last year, and we hope to complete them this year. Your Mudikwa, your Maseka, your TK farming. These are the projects that are focusing on potato production, and we are working on them as well. And you can see they already harvested, and that actually give us a hope. And this collaboration with DBS, Venetia, Potato SA, like I said, it will help. And we hope also as well from this summit, we should be able to partner with other role players, stakeholders, so that we can together move the sector to a particular level. Vegetable cluster, I spoke about it as well because it's cutting across. But safe to talk about Tafelkop farmers because we went there with the MEC to do sorting and also to hand over some of the infrastructure. We did a dam there. We also did shade nets for 32 farmers, 32 plots. And we were there. We just have here and there to work on to complete the project. But this project has potential to actually produce baby marrows. You know, all those high value crops can be produced here, and they used to also export. And we say after the infrastructure has been completed, we should be able to see them exporting. But it's work in progress because where we complete, because it's plots, where we completed, they are doing something. Yeah, so we are not waiting for the whole project to be completed before they can start producing. So it's work in progress. If you can have chance and go there, because even the president was there, but if he can go now, he'll be surprised to say what a development. The story of Sekhukhune, a story of Hereford, from where they've been farm workers and turned into farmers, is very, very impressive. You can see the infrastructure that we did in Tafelkop, which is Hereford, known as Hereford. Okay, the cotton industry as well. When we thought of only vegetables and grains, and where we knew there's potential in terms of cotton, we capitalized in that and supported those farmers there, of course, in partnership with Cotton SA, as well as Loscop Ginnery. So working hand in glove with those stakeholders, we managed to push the production of cotton, I think to about 400 hectares as we are speaking. And we want to move it to even, it must have 3 digits so that it's 1,000 plus. So you can see we are increasing our cotton base. Basically what I said with private sector, alone we can't. You know, there are a lot of challenges in government, and if you think government is stronger, see government with private sector. That's where you will see the bonding and the strength of government. But government alone is not gonna help because it's looking at everybody. You know, everybody wants something from government. So, but with private sector, then we are focused. Yeah, we just have some of the projects that we discontinued, said so, but I think MEC has indicated, yeah, like Limbeck, there were still all those things of who is the chairman here, who is the chairperson, all those things. But we are trying to, through the impact catalyst, to try and neutralize the situation, make them find themselves, to say, as they are fighting for leadership and all those things, something is suffering. And obviously, the ground is suffering because it's longing for something to produce. And God gave us this ground and soils and water to utilize. But if we keep on fighting amongst ourselves, we actually disadvantaging ourselves. Makgoba as well had a lot of issues as well, and you know, it's one of the areas when you drive Makgoba Stoof Road, you see those scenarios and you see that plantation, the landscaping there is just wow. But, you know, they also are awaiting court outcomes and all these things. That's where we find ourselves as government trying to assist. But like the MEC has indicated, we believe they will find each other as well, and we just hope it should be for good, not for temporarily, for somebody to get in, and then from there, the whole chaos comes again. Minga Shikundu, I think we had challenges in terms of the water licensing here. That's why we say we discontinued with this project, but you can still resurface, and we can be able to assist them once they sort themselves out. I just thought maybe let me bring these challenges. When I was talking to colleagues, we said no. The challenge of technical capacity that we see all the time. We hope we'll fill the posts that are necessary through our recruitment, approved recruitment plan. And once we fill those posts, we have very technical posts, like your engineering unit. You can't do anything without those people. And if we can be able to fill all those posts and allowed to actually continue with our recruitment plan from our sister department, Treasury, we should be able to work. But be it as it may, let's partner. Let's make sure that we partner so that when we have a skill, a professional in the private sector who is coming within that partnership, we can still utilize that resource. So I think partnership here will help us as well. We also have unplanned disruptions in terms of communities. Yeah, sometimes they want to know who hired this one, where is the service provider come from, must be local. Even if you want to do something technical that they cannot, they always want to be part. So those are the things that we are battling with in terms of development. But we say we should be able to counter that and move forward. You know that the government generally, the purse is shrinking, and we must always think about outside the box to try and still cover the same ground with the limited resources. Those are the challenges that brings us to the partnership level. We are not coming to the partnership because of we want to gain. We want Limpopo province to gain. Together, we can be able to assist and move. You know protocols of government, but if we are with private sector, it's much faster and quicker. But in terms, if we are alone, if you are going to follow all those processes, sometimes we take very long time before you implement, and they even take the budget while you are still struggling to implement. Ladies and gentlemen, from my side, I think this was way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noata. You are still holding on. Thank you. Noata was my colleague. As I was saying in the morning, I had made a full 10, basically starting at the Limpopo Department of Agriculture, leaving to the world and everywhere else, and then now back as a farmer in Limpopo. Therefore, it's a full circle. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Noata, for the presentation. Just one key thing that I would want you to think about as we drink tea. What needs to be achieved is how do we ensure that we increase production, which fuels or increases agro-processing. As the HOD have put it very well, you can't process if you don't have the raw material. Therefore, you need to work at the other end, but ensure that the tomatoes are not going to rot. Therefore, let's think about that as we go to tea. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience and allowing me to direct the program and change it. We are going to have a 30 minutes tea break. And the Honorable MEC, it's a people's person. In Venda, we say, He doesn't want the secluded, separate T by himself. He wants to ensure that he's interacting with us as stakeholders, yourselves. Therefore, we will request just for protocol, the MEC and his interrog, and then and the portfolio committee to go first to dish up so that we don't bump them with our tea and everything, and then we can enjoy our teas with them. And then also the other thing that I'm asked to also mention is that there are colleagues who probably came in when we have already started who then didn't register. You are requested to humbly go to the registration desk and ensure that you are registered, that you are here today. With that, I will request us to allow the MEC and the entourage and the portfolio committee members to go out and have their tea, and then we can then follow. Thank you very much. We'll come back in 30 minutes, which is 12 o'clock. We can clap our hands as they leave the room. Thank you.
Link for someone else who's not here.
Link. That man will help you there. The man on the desk.
Or the man on the desk.
1, 2. Check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Continue with our program. Okay, we are starting, good people. Okay, I'm going to request the previous speakers, Simpiwe, Dr. Kalaba, and Mr. Noata, to come to the front so that we can at least engage with their presentations. We'll just have few questions and inputs to their presentations, and then we can move to the next item. Noata, if we can quickly have you, Simpiwe, and Matlo. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my train doesn't wait for anybody. Let's continue with the program because otherwise we'll have challenges. I just want to give you an opportunity to engage with the presentations that were made by the three speakers. One looked at the overall landscape of agriculture in South Africa and also specifically issues that touch to the Limpopo province, the opportunities and challenges that we need to look at. Then the other presentation looked at the agriculture, agro-processing master plan, where we are today, implications for the province, how then do we integrate and ensure that these plans are not shelved and end up being plans. And then Mr. Noata took us through the RAAVC in terms of what have been done so far, projects that the province is already implementing. Matlo, please come to the front. We have been waiting for you. The challenges and all that. Therefore, I just want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions if you have any questions, clarity-seeking comments and inputs, if we can do that in the next few minutes. And I would appreciate if somebody can assist with the roving mic so that we can be able to hear what is being said, and also for the live feed. Okay, who wants to start? Okay, Prof. Mposi. Can we have a mic? Here to the front. And if you have a specific panelist that you want to direct the question to, you can do that, but they are free to answer or engage with the questions. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My question is directed to Dr. Kalaba. I was, your presentation covered quite a lot of things that made me to have a lot of questions, but I have one. In your presentation, you touched something on animal health, and then I did not see on plant health. And my question is that because, okay, do we have data on plant health from, Stat SA? Or if we don't have, is that because, did you leave it out because in the province, we don't have a plant health program? Because I think it will be very important because we would really like to see how much are we losing in terms of, because that is a production cost. How much are we losing in the province from diseases and insects? And I find it quite strange that the whole province, we don't have plant and health. And when you go to commercials, white farmers, this kind of thing is well coordinated, but when you come down to small scale farmers, our people are not really helped. And when you look into how much we are losing from diseases and insects and check the province, there's no such a program. Where are we going? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to take maybe 3 or 4 questions and then we can deal with them. Any other question? There is a hand at the back there. Okay. For efficiency, we can start here and then go that side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm directing my question to the acting head of department, Mr. Notawa. Is he in?
Yes, he's here. No water.
Yeah, Mr. Nawat, yes. Government has spent a lot of money in terms of restoring land back to the previously disadvantaged communities. And I understand that the main purpose was to actually change the livelihoods of the people. But very unfortunately, most of those projects, if not all, has collapsed. And that brings shame to that beautiful program. So I wanted to check as to what are the arrangements in place in order to address all those ills which have caused the collapse of those projects, because the projects were very viable, but because of poor governance, as a result of the encroaching by the members of the CPA, which is in law, has been restricted in terms of running the business. And if that issue is not properly addressed, government will just inject more money, and at the end, nothing will happen. And one more other issue is the issue of the, let me reserve it before the presentation is done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Boravere. And then can we get the mic to the other end? Oh, okay. No, please go ahead. We'll come there.
Yeah, thank you so much. My questions, I really want to just reiterate that honestly, infrastructure is absolutely crucial and key. The farming sector and our economy cannot develop if our infrastructure and there's not funding going into our infrastructure. But I want to basically latch on to the question of a colleague next to me, and that is, for how long are we going to continue injecting money, throwing good after bad? If we just look at Zibadela, there's no ways that you're just going to take over and start things over. You've got to look at every single tree will have to be ripped out and replanted. There's nothing left there. So we've got to look at absolutely changing the methodology of how we're trying to do things. Then the last thing that I want to talk about is if we look at markets. And I really want to give an explanation of what is happening right now. And I'm doing it not thinking only about commercial farmers, but I'm thinking about emerging farmers and small-scale farmers. We're sitting with the load shedding is one problem. We're also sitting with a road infrastructure like we were talking about it. But the farmer goes, he takes his stuff to the market. Very importantly, a farmer is not a price maker. They're a price taker. So whether their inputs were higher than what they, but they've got to accept. So they're running at a loss, they run at a loss. And my question really gets to the point of the farmer takes his stuff to the market. We sit with the load shedding, generators that's collapsing at the markets in Johannesburg, Pretoria, okay, and city power. The things are is all rotten. The farmer runs the loss. He's paid wages, his input cost to get it to the market. So maybe a commercial farmer can possibly still carry that loss. And I'm telling you, they cannot anymore. But your small and medium farmers cannot do it. So bottom line is, what do we as a province do, as a provincial government do, to actually put pressure on national government to make sure that these things are sorted out? Thank you.
Thank you. Before you move the mic, can you just introduce yourself, and then also I will request the whatever to introduce.
Okay.
himself, just who you are and where you are from.
Yeah, Deirdre Carter, Agri-Limpopo.
Thank you.
I'm Mr. Ravel Bethwell, a member of the Ravel Communal Property Association, which got land from the Limpopo subtropical valley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then let's go to that corner.
Thank you. My name is Chirizi Matrobo from Musina Makado Special Economic Zone.
Sorry, can I interject? Chirizi, please pass the mic to behind you. I think you'll share with us your thoughts when you come to present. Thank you.
Thanks, Matovo. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Seema Haramsa. I'm from the tourism unit of the Department of Economic Development, Environment and Tourism in the province. So mine is not really a question, but rather a little bit of input on some of the enablers that we are looking forward to working with the department and stakeholders on in terms of implementing the master plans. One of the recent initiatives that we've undertaken is the establishment of an air access committee in the province, which is a directive from national, and we've heard twice already this morning about the infrastructure challenges that we're having in the sector. So one of my inputs would be that we would want to get the Department of Agriculture on board on the air access committee so that at different methods of moving produce. The second thing is just to let the meeting know that with the Department of Environmental Affairs, for those of you who don't know, the game meat strategy has recently been launched. It is out on public consultation, and I think stakeholders may have some interest on this. Game meat may not be quite as the kind of agriculture work that the department is doing now with commercial farmers, but if at all there is a potential for collaboration on game meat, because it's the value chain that will eventually end in job creation and food security. And that's where I see the link between the master plan, RAAVC, and possibly the game meat strategy going forward. And my final input would come from the recently held investment conference that we hosted in Polokwane. One of the comments that came out at that meeting was on agri-tourism. And it's something that we would like to work on further with the department, because in diversifying the kind of work that farmers do, agri-tourism proves to be another leg or another opportunity for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then request the panel to engage with those questions. We can start from the far left, HOD, acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I agree with Boravele. Maybe we must go and learn from them there, because it seems their CPA is working their side. And we have sent there's a VDL to go and learn, go Harabel. But you see, everything you do, it needs passion. We can take you to anywhere, but if you don't have passion of what you are doing, the result will be the same. Maybe at governance level, I was hoping we'll have the Chief Director from Rural Development and Land Reform, Dr. Amudumo, or Dr. Nalezani, because some of the questions here are more on restitution, which they can actually respond to in terms of post-settlement support, and also the arrangement of the CPA, because the CPA now is a governing structure. It can sue, it can be sued. So, but you are right, they don't have the rights to actually conduct that business. And equally, it goes with Mercator there, that we agree that the trees are dead. Remember, in CBDL, I think Electricity, I think it's now 4 or 5 months without electricity there. And you can just imagine those trees there, they will not survive. And we need a really different approach, definitely. But let's deal with their mindset first, using the impact catalyst to check whether we are talking to the right people, or actually we must now start to check whether we can recruit new people. But the problem with the CPA, it's a governance structure which sometimes you are unable to influence, because they must hold elections, they must be constituted properly, they must elect new members from the very same beneficiary of 1,000 people or whatever. So it's a food for thought, Boravele. We just need to think about it and have a proper approach. The approach that we used from 1994 and so on, it's no longer relevant now, because the elections are not held. We just went to Moletele. One of the success story of Moletele is that everything is fine. But when we were there with the MEC, we realized that no, not everything is fine. There's a consent group. You see, once you hear consent group, you must know that things are not fine. And they allege mismanagement of funds by the CPA and so on and so on. So we really need to sit down and have a strategic meeting regarding our approach in relation to this arrangement, because it's a constitutional arrangement, and it's something that we need to deal with it first, before we can say no. We must first deal with how we can influence the governance decision to actually be the way we want, so that we get the right people for the right project. And I think the market issue, you are right. Load shedding is having impact on small-scale farmers, because definitely they don't have control. But I think we want to encourage our small-scale farmers to don't plant it if you can't use it, or if you can't market it. You know that principle will help when we do, there's a SHEP program which help the farmers to decide in terms of market, what you can put on the ground. Remember, once you put something on the ground, it's your responsibility. Nobody said you must put it on the ground. But when we talk like Dr. Kalawa has indicated, deals and agreements. So you must have offtake, which will actually bind you to say this is how we'll work with that market, because they will be responsible. They will also come and monitor the crop, and they take responsibility because they put also conditions so that the contract run within those conditions. So it's very difficult sometimes to solve a problem when they ask you, why did you plant 10,000 cabbages? And then you say, no, I thought God will give me market or something. No, it can't work. You must plant what is needed, because it's no longer about just planting for fun. So I think that is a mindset which we need to put to our farmers. But I agree with you, most of our farmers, they are price takers. They don't decide because the market is in Joburg, it's in Springs, it's in Pretoria, and then, so that's where they go. From SIM, I think it was more inputs. We take those inputs and we'll definitely participate in the e-access as well, and all those other inputs that she talked about. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. So I think there was no specific question that was directed to my side, but I think I noted the comments that were made by the different speakers. One of the common themes for me that are coming out of the questions that we just listened to is the need for government and private sector to work together a little bit better. And I think that's the message that I was trying to make in my presentation, that the AMP provides that platform. Of course, the structures are set up at national level, but they have to be translated at provincial as well as local level. So following this summit, at least for Limpopo, we will be able to work with the team, Mr. Ndlozi and the colleagues, to make sure that those structures at national level actually translate to the provincial level, and that there's a sense of accountability, that we do not wait for so many years to get some of the things that could be done, a bit quicker to be done. And this is going to take the private sector and the government working together. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I suppose the protocol is that we stand. Thanks. I think there was just one question directed at me, and it's a very important question relating to plant health or plant diseases. It's always a challenge when you have 30 minutes to present the state of agriculture in such a complex country like ours. I think there's a recent book about 2 agricultures, so you can never have enough time. But I think the rationale or the background that I gave towards focusing on the animal health was merely on the opportunities that are there and that can further be unlocked. And some of them are restricted by the diseases. And generally, those opportunities are in international markets. And as soon as there's an outbreak or there is evidence that you're struggling to contain a particular outbreak, then the respective markets, they tend to close. I mean, we have avian influenza, and I mentioned foot and mouth. However, that doesn't mean that the plant diseases aren't as important. I mean, in the same EU market that I mentioned, for several years, if not a seasonal thing, we always are battling with the EU over, if it's not citrus black spot, which is an important export product from this province, then you have false codling moth. But I have a sense that at this moment, or at a given point, the discussions and the resolutions are moving in the right direction to warrant a high level. But that's not to say there aren't issues. Of course there are. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? Because I'm not going to take another round of questions, and they can go back to their seats. Thank you very much. While they are going to sit, Dr. Kalabo, can you give Dr. Mposi a mic to just introduce himself, because he didn't do that?
I'm Professor Mposi from University of Limpopo. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to come to the next item, which is the panel, which is going to deal with the private sector contribution. And I think one thing that is coming out very clear is the issue of collaboration and partnerships. Mr. Temba and Dukwana is going to facilitate that panel discussion, and I will ask her to come forward as I'm talking. The issue of partnerships, in my other life, I double as the Vice Chairperson of the ARC, and we have just done the institutional review, what came out very clearly is that there is no organization that can be able to do development and have an impact alone. There's not enough money, there's not enough human resources, there's not even enough time. Therefore, collaboration and partnership is the way to go. And I think as soon as we start to foster that and ensure that we work together and collaborate towards the building of our province and our country, we are not going to win. But if we can do that, we will win. Thank you very much. Temba, please go ahead. You have 1 hour for this session.
I will do it in 30 minutes. Is it still the morning? Good afternoon, everyone. Sanmonani. Timasier. Dumelang, MEC, that is in our midst, the members of the, how do you call them now? I think it's very easy to just say all protocol observed. I noted also the HODs here, the captains of the industries are here, the colleagues both from national and the province are here. All protocol observed. I took off my high heels. Don't worry if I shrink, I'm not gonna get finished, so that I can do this thing fast. I was given an hour, but I think we can manage within time. So I was asked to come and facilitate a session on private sector progress towards the AMP and RAAVC. I think that's how they've put it, private sector contribution. So in talking about contribution, obviously we want to see what has been done. Dr. Ngang, when he said the AMP was signed off years ago, and there has to be progress that we can talk to, both as government and as private sector, because if you look at how the master plans are configured, it's social compact, so it's social partners. That means government can't do it alone, industry can't do it alone, and we also have workers that we have to work with. So it's very important that there are those collaborations as indicated earlier, and that we're working together towards a common goal, which is to make sure that there's growth in the sectors, both agriculture and agro-processing. As introduced, my name is Temba. I like that one. Temba means good hope. My parents were hoping for a boy. I was a third girl. So, and then my dad named me Temba. It means hope for my clan. So I'm happy if you call me that, because that's what my dad gave me. So I have the panel members that I'm just gonna call out. Before I do that, I'd like to introduce Chilidzi. I hope I'm mentioning you correctly, my brother. Chilidzi Matobo, who is working with the SEZ here in the province to just come and give us a presentation on private sector contribution to the RAAVC and AAMP. Before you talk, my brother, I'm gonna have a panel members that are gonna come and sit here, but I don't want you to come sit here and then you're waiting for this guy to finish his presentation. I don't know whether he talks too much or not. So I'm just gonna introduce you. When he finishes, then you will just walk to the podium and take your seats. There are 3 seats here. I've got number 1, I have Mr. Willie Jacobs, who is the CEO of Potato SA. He will join as soon as Chilidzi is done. And as part of the panel of members also, I have Mr. Stephen Mancho. He is the transformation manager at the Subtrop. And I have Mr. Lucanyo Nkombisa, who is the general manager at CGA, Grower Development Company. I didn't want to do their bios so that you don't feel small, especially many doctors have been talking here. I was already feeling the heat that I don't have a doctor next to my name. So I won't do their bios. In case they are learned, I'll just give it to you, my brother, to then take us through. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, stakeholders. Good afternoon, MEC, colleagues, friends, and former alma mater. I see many of you here. Thank you very much, Temba. I'm not from a private sector, but I'm going to give a bird-eye view of what private sector says about what we're doing. Let me just put a disclaimer to say that in my previous life, I worked for Department of Agriculture, and I happened to be part of engagement with the private sector. It means I will also be able to share some of their thinking around this approach of government. Like it was mentioned, mine is just to set a tone for discussion to provoke the panelists that are coming. Ever since this morning, you have heard of a number of things about the inclusive growth, competitive sector. But let me pause again. Chilidzimatrobo is my name. I work for Musina Makado Special Economic Zone as a sector specialist, agro-processing and manufacturing. By profession and, let's say, by training and practice, I'm an agriculture economist, of which over time I would say I've gathered enough view and experience to maybe call myself agriculture development practitioner. Maybe that's why I've been called to come and share what I think we need to talk about here today. I will start by giving a very high level. Everyone tells you that whatever that we're doing is guided by the NDP. NDP is a long-term blueprint plan of government. They talk of a 2030 vision, 1 million jobs. I don't know when they say 1 million jobs, they're talking of 1 million jobs new or working towards 1 million jobs. Now, for the past 10 years, I see we've been staggering around 700, 800. Now we're at 952, of which I think maybe we're going closer to that. Then, but for that to happen, they say there must be an inclusive growth. And for that inclusive growth, we're talking of expansion of production. They've, the number of speakers this morning, they've spoken of selected subsectors that were identified as a high growth and a high labor absorption. Those are the sectors. That's what informs the AMP. The broader vision of AMP say build a growing, inclusive, competitive, job-creating, carbon, low carbon and sustainable agriculture and agro-processing sector. That's a tool. And its objectives, you can see them. Food security, sustainable transformation. Sustainable transformation, don't shock the system. We cannot do revolution of the stomach, because revolution in food production, they will go to Zimbabwe. They say sustainable transformation. Access to local and export markets, enhance competitiveness and entrepreneurship. As I'm saying this, you can hear some of these things are not things that government can do. Government have its role, creating an enabling environment. And then if you can look at objectives of Limpopo RAAVC plan, I think they also draw their mandate from these other documents. They are talking of increasing production through revitalization and expansion of production, still talking about expansion, ensuring transformation through a promotion and supporting of black farmers. They are also talking of a diversifying into agro-processing, looking at the promotion of localization. They are also talking of linking farmers with domestic and export markets. That's the RAAVC plan from Limpopo. But you can hear again, can government be responsible for this? You can hear this thing need partnership. It's not only about a private sector, but it's all about the broader stakeholder. You can maybe, but again, we're talking of a agricultural sector that is commonly known that South African agricultural sector is well established, diversified, market-oriented. That's the picture that they have. But in the hindsight, the question that you need to ask yourself, is it inclusive? If you look at that picture there, this is the value chain as you look at it. But is this value chain effective? Those are the things that we need to ask ourselves. We hear of a dual structure of this sector, whereby you have your established commercial farmers that have a capital investment, they have skills, they have markets, they have access to funding. Whereas in the contrast, the small-scale farmers, they are resource-poor farmers. They don't have knowledge. They don't have infrastructure. They don't have markets. Then the question is, can we talk inclusive growth when the platform is like that? Then this dichotomy, it manifests through the whole value chain. It means also this value chain is not perfect. It's broken. That's why you see here, I show you that it's broken. For farmers to produce, you need an established input markets. Those markets are not there in rural areas. If you do your overview, you can look at that, oh, maybe here in Limpopo you have Antigua or Barrow there. But you look at where they are. They are closer to established white commercial farmers because they were not meant to service these rural communities. It means it's broken. Already your smallholder farmers or your new farmers cannot access inputs. Then it means that affects their production. That affects their yields, what to produce. And then after that, when they produce, how are they going to sell their products? Post-harvest infrastructure. I visited some farms last week as part of what I was investigating. I can tell you, government have invested a lot of money on supporting farmers, but there's still gaps. These farmers are producing, but they cannot sell because they don't have a support infrastructure, which is passage to market. It means post-harvest infrastructure and all logistics are required for these farmers to succeed. And then if you go to processing, the processing companies that you have in the province here, all of them, if you go to them, they are not processing at optimum. Why? They are not getting enough raw material. Question being, that's another debate to say that agro-processing sector is a residual sector for the industry, is a cost recovery sector, then priority is not to produce for agro-processing. But again, we come back to say, if you say that Limpopo produce a lot of raw materials, why can't we get them through to this processing? But we're saying that also there is a hiccup in the processing sector. At the market side also, I already mentioned about a poor infrastructure that if farmers, they cannot grade, they cannot package, they cannot sell. I'll give you an example. In Blowbag, Avon, we've seen government supporting a lot of farmers, center pivots, storage infrastructure for water. They are producing potato. But I asked them, where do you sell them? They say we sell to the Mozambique, Baki or trucks. Why can't you sell to a fresh produce market? They say fresh produce market need a washed, graded, and packaged. Can that happen in the bush, in the dust area? That's a lack of infrastructure. That's another market failure. Then I want to go to the next slide to say, because for us to implement this, we need some kind of understanding. National Treasury 2019, there was a policy document called Towards the Economic Strategy of South Africa. It said prioritize labor-intensive growth, the role of agriculture and services. Critical success factors, it was said, come up with innovative joint ventures that will boost agricultural production and promote agrarian transformation. One point to steal out of this is provide the private sector led design and implementation. Private sector led design implementation across all sectors must be used to implement this growth that we're talking about. If you look at it says that you need a significant buy-in and commitment from private sector players, commercial farmers, large-scale agro-processors, retailers, large and small-scale cooperatives, industry associations, input industry. You need a buy-in of all these people. It means as government, no matter how much money you can put, if you cannot have this kind of partnership, it's like putting a bag of money and you put it on the tail of a crocodile and it goes. And then what is important, again, this social impact is about what is it that you can do as your input towards the sector transformation. I will just give the last one, Themba. Let me just give you what this group of stakeholders said, or maybe their role. The commodity sector, they have their transformation mandate. They have development programs. The question is, if these sectors or these producer organizations, they can project growth to say that citrus production will grow by 20,000 in the next 5 years. The question is, out of these 20,000 hectares, how much is earmarked for development? Is that sector inclusive? Then we are saying that they have programs in place. They've even identified projects that can be funded as a low-hanging fruit. What they need is partnership. They will explain that themselves. Here we also have agribusiness, your agri, your markets, your paper dues. They are saying that we are ready to provide contract markets so that we have a market-driven expansion. But you need to support these farmers to grow so that they produce, and you need to put infrastructure. Okay, again, we're talking of a capital-intensive, high-value commodities, your citrus, your macadamia, your avocados. I can tell you, if we tell you how much it can cost you to plant 1 hectare of avocado, government cannot afford it. Government, you can only, it's not a vegetable garden whereby you can support 2 hectares. Here we're talking, we need to look at the economic viable unit, maybe 30 hectare, 50 hectare going up. Then it means you need technical partnership with the commercial farmers. These are some of the highly established farmers that we have spoken to. Your ZZ2s, your Komatis. I'm happy Komati is already doing something already in Bajeje. But here, something that you must also learn. As much as you know that production centers around Zanin, centers around Livubu, they can tell you, due to climate change, things have changed. Now there is a microclimatic advantage that is moving towards tribal areas. That's why you find many commercial farmers today, they are willing to go and partner on tribal land because they've seen that land there is still fertile. These are the other things that are enticing them to come into partnership. It means when you talk high-value crops, these are the partners, but they are saying government, play a role, also put equity. We come to your financiers, IDCs. They are saying we're willing to fund these things, but we don't want to take risk alone. Can you be an equity, put equity as government? And also we need these well-established commercial farmers to be the technical partners. That will take risk in terms of mentorship and also putting money and also to guarantee market. This is what the private sector is saying. The question now is, are we coming together to come up with one common objective towards achieving this growth that we're talking about? I thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chilizi. Sorry I had to rush you because they've given me time. But I think what we are taking from Chilizi, again, as Dr. Lipatse have said, we need each other. The partnerships are important for us to be able to make it in this sector. I mean, he's talking in inclusive growth, competitiveness, I mean, all those things, transformation, all those things that are key, and that the AMP is already starting to talk about. How are we gonna ensure that there's inclusive growth in the country? So with that, I would just like to invite my panel members to come to the fore. I did introduce you. I think there was Willie, there was Lucanio, and there was Stephen. I see two. Do we have Stephen? Oh, is that Stephen? Okay, thank you so much. I want you to model as you come up, like Mr. South Africa. Yeah, you can take your seats, just to be sure. So it's Lucanio and Stephen and Willie. You're welcome. Thank you so much for making it today. And we really appreciate you being part of these discussions. I think you've heard that private sector is very important for us as government. You are called by government, but this is a social compact, so we have to do it together. We cannot do it alone as government, and we want to believe that you can't also do it alone as private sector. And I wanted just to start by saying Chilizi has set up the scene nicely, and maybe we could talk to what we call the reimagined industrial strategy. I hope you know it, and from how you are smiling, I'm sure you are familiar with that concept. And this is underpinned by the NDP, by the way, and led by the presidency, where they've said the same thing that the other speakers have been saying: we cannot do it alone. Let's have social compact. You come as private sector, commit to what you are going to do to make sure that there is growth, inclusive growth, as the colleagues have said, but what are we as government going to do to enable you, or to make the environment conducive for you to start investing, to start increasing production, and all the things that were said by Chilizi just now. And I want to start now and hear from you, especially Potato SA. Who has the hand up? Potatoes are expensive these days. Okay, so what we want to hear from your side is the AMP is there. You know the AMP, and I assume you signed on the AMP as Potato SA. So we want to know what progress have you made as Potato SA in terms of contributing to the AMP? What targets did you commit to, and how far are you with those targets? Are you, making progress, or where are you as Potato SA?
If that's now putting on the spot, it's nothing else. But thank you. All protocol observed, specifically the MEC and the members of the Limpopo government that are sharing this floor with us. I think let me start by saying we need to acknowledge positive things as well. From the potato industry side, I would want to say that we have probably got the showcase of collaborative events between ourselves as an industry organization and the Limpopo government, specifically now looking at rural development and also Department of Agri participating with us. I don't think there's another area in South Africa that have actually established small growers and let's call it transformation projects in terms of potato production, similar to what we've been able to do in this space. And if I can take the time to just ask us to, we really applaud ourselves in this one. Congratulations.
You were supposed to clap.
Yeah, really well done. And this is maybe one of the triggers for us to also say, listen, let's look at something that will really have a significant impact on the industry. We've now embarked with our team members. We've got Wuzi here and we've got Peter there in the back and quite a number of other members. That was part of a process that we started looking at, specifically developing a potato processing plant within the borders of Limpopo specifically. And the reason for that is because we acknowledge the scope that we've got in terms of growth. I was actually wondering whether Litsi was going to punt our project for us, because everything that was said is actually already written into that scope of works. For me, I think the most important thing, and I want to maybe close my part of the conversation here, is to say we've really worked together to find a proper public-private partnership collaboration, but not only in that space, but also collaboration between the black development farmers and then the commercial farmers that are currently in the process as well. So much so that the plan is at the end of the day for this project to become jointly owned by commercial farmers, by development farmers, and then obviously fully supported by the local government in the process. And the buy-in to such an extent from other industries, or not other industries, other members of the industry as well, it's unbelievable. We've got our larger industry role players that has also, taken the time to come to the party and actually bring the expertise to the process as well. So if you want something that can be showcased as basically, and this is not ticking the boxes, this is actually an initiative started because of the necessity for us, hearing what Selitsi said in terms of the marketing capabilities of these farmers. Our farmers are producing commercial farmers' yields. They are in significant areas, they are growing significantly. Limpopo's got capacity for potato expansion significantly as well. So this is really something for us to use as a springboard to make this thing work for us.
Thank you so much. And I'm happy that you're beginning to show us some of the, positives that are coming out of this, and I'm hoping it's coming out of the master plan. We do understand that work was continuing before we put together the master plan, and I would have loved to see those things showing on the screen as we are talking, so that we can then appreciate what is happening within the industry. And then I would like to go to you, Lukhanyo.
Okay.
Yes, Lukhanyo. I'm not going to ask you the same questions. Sorry about that. But the AMP puts a lot of focus on inclusive growth, including what the previous speakers have been saying. Chilizi spoke about inclusive growth. And I want to know, do you see yourself having a role in advancing the interest of the AMP and RAAVC, as they call it? And as CGA, what are some of the activities that you are doing to make sure that there's that inclusivity, inclusive growth as it is called? And has there been any positive progress from your side also?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. I'm Lukhanyo Ngombisa. I'm working for the CGA Grower Development Company. CGA Grower Development Company is one of the subsidiaries of the Citrus Growers Association of Southern Africa. The company was set up only strictly to focus on black grower support. So we support all black citrus producers in the country, including the producers in Limpopo. So we've got our primary mandate that is focusing on access to finance and also assist our growers with technical and production support. That includes extension service. We assist them also with their business support that includes compliance and accreditation for them to participate in a number of markets. I must say, in the morning, I thought I'm in a citrus summit. Because there was a lot of mentioning of citrus, Zebediela, Majeje, and I'm like, is it a citrus summit or a RAAVC? But coming back, we are more involved in the RAAVC and AMP. And the progress to date, we've got in the subsector of RAAVC, we've got the citrus development plan. We've got MOU signed with the Provincial Department, and we've also identified projects that will benefit from RAAVC and also projects that will benefit from other programs that are funded by the industry in collaboration with the province. Dr. Simphiwe Ngangweni mentioned in the morning in his presentation that our commodity falls on the levy side. So we've got 20% of transformation that we spend on supporting our black producers. So the industry spend about 50 million per annum in terms of the support. We share that support with Citrus Academy that looks at upskilling and also look at managing the bursary and encouraging the young people to study agriculture. But from the CGA Grower Development Company, we've got 60% plus that we spend on enterprise development grant funding that we disperse annually to all the growers. But how do we do it? We look at the areas of focus and see what are the issues on the ground. What kind of areas can we intervene? Recently, we had an issue of the fertilizers price. And we took a decision that year, we are only going to focus on inputs, supply inputs to all our growers. Then we spend about 41 million supplying those inputs to all our growers across the country, including the growers in Limpopo. This year on EDF, we spent for Limpopo alone 6.8 million to about 6 producers that we're exporting for EDF, but we're still consolidating the numbers. Annually, we collect harvesting records because we want to know the fair share of the black producers from the total export citrus to different countries. Last year, we're sitting at 8 million. That was the information collected from 100% black-owned businesses. And there's some missing information that we're still collecting that is coming from the partnerships, joint ventures, and the lease land. Because we believe that if we have that information, then we'll be making progress. Then coming to the AMP, we are working very close with the NAMC. We're putting together a concept note on the chapter on the production scheme for citrus production scheme. We're putting together a production scheme for citrus. So we're working very close with the NAMC. We've done the concept note. there were some elements of markets that we are looking at in terms of processing and all that. So we are going to do a site visit to do a comparison and to look at what modeling will work for our black producers to have such facilities at the ground level. That is how far we are with the AMP. But the citrus industry last year in their strategic session, they took a decision of having a target of 260 million cartons of citrus to be exported by 2032. From the 260 million cartons to be exported by 2032, 50 million of those 260 cartons should be coming from the black growers. So that is the target. And when we look at that, if you go to the AAMP, the chapter on transformation, 19% by 2030, it's equivalent to the 50 million that we are targeting. The question is, where are the resources going to come from? So from the enterprise development grant funding that we're still going to have coming from all the exporting growers, we are going to put as a down payment or rent for rent with any partners that want to partner with us in order for us to achieve the 50 million that we want to do. So I hear there was a lot of discussion on partnerships, and that's what we advocate for that. If we do this as partners, because when I look at the streams of funding, there's a lot of money, and we are servicing one client. It's a matter of us consolidating all these resources and have a focus area to say what are the focus areas. There's infrastructure need to be taken care. There's hectares need to be escalated, especially in Limpopo. The growers here, they're having low hectares, and the viable hectares, 20 hectares for citrus. If we can scale them up to 20 hectares and then support with other means of support going forward, we'll be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And when we look at the current planted and producing hectares, we're sitting at 8,000 hectares. I think the presenter, the doctor from BFAP, did mention that there's trees that are not in production. And by 2032, we believe that those trees will be already in production. And if we can plant this 17.2 thousand hectares that we're in short of to achieve 20 hectares, we will achieve what we want to achieve by 2022. So in terms of RAAVC, we're more involved, and we have made also recommendation in terms of interventions to Zebediela. Because the challenge that we've observed in such businesses is the social issues, and that compromises the business on its own. And we've made two recommendations. That one, we need to find a quick solution for now to save the business. So the capital catalyst that is working with the department, they've conducted with us. We're doing an assessment at the orchard level as to say what needs to be done and how much it will cost it. And secondly, we need to find a person who can manage the business while we are sorting out the social issues of the Workers' Trust, the CPA, and all other parties that are involved in that business. And then as we are doing that also, we are focusing as to what will be the long-term plan to support that business. I mean, as the HOD was saying, we can't let it die. That was the number one project with big export in the Southern Hemisphere. It's having its own history, and we cannot afford, all of us as partners, to let it die. But we need to action what we can do with our limited resources. If we put them together, we believe that we can make an impact. So our industry, in terms of RAAVC and working with the province and AAMP, we are making progress. And I'm happy that we've got targets. No matter we don't reach them by 2032, but we will come and report to say this is how far we have gone. And the reason we didn't reach it was the lack of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, thank you so much. Is it still talking? Thank you so much for that. And I've got, you know, I think it looks like things are moving in Limpopo. And I'm hoping that in other provinces, things are moving as they are moving here. And you keep on asking the resources, the resources. The HOD said is putting together resources to support citrus. So we can always keep on reminding the HOD that this is possible with those resources you promised that you're going to put together to support. So thank you so much for that from CGA. And I'm going to come to you, Stephen. Is it Stephen or Stephen? Stephen. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lucanio. I think what I needed to ask from you it might sound like a repetition of what I've asked Lukhanyo, but I want to see if you've got initiatives to promote what Chilidzi called sustainable transformation. Sustainable transformation in agriculture and agro-processing sectors. I would like to know on both those sectors, and what targets do you have that will assist us to, broaden participation in the sector?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Luckily, we have Dr. Kananal Lupazi here, who, while she was the CEO of Fruit South Africa, together with the partners, came up with a strategy for Fruit South Africa. And the strategy for Fruit South Africa is to say, by 2038, we must have fully transformed the industry. But there's a milestone that by 2028, we must have at least ownership in terms of production, and we must have a big participation in terms of production. So as the fruit industry, we, of course, look through that before we can do anything. And if you look into the RAAVC and look into the strategy of the fruit industry, you'll see that they are working hand in glove because they have their milestone, which is similar to us. They have their goals, which are similar to us. So in a subtropical industry, we have mango, avocado, and lychee. And we are lucky as Limpopo that we are the biggest producer of avocado, biggest producer of mango, and doing fair in terms of lychee, though Mpumalanga is the biggest producer of lychee. And I think we are not doing enough as the province to grow that subsector in the subtropical valley. But in terms of our transformation, we are doing fairly well, because we've checked in terms of how much are we exporting currently. The 17% of the total exported avocado come from black growers. And of course, from that 14% come from the Limpopo. So it is doing very, very well as the province. And the production, it's growing. We have recently, I'll start from recently, but I'll go a little bit backwards after I've said. Recently, some few weeks ago, we have planted 70 hectares of avocado with the growers in Vembe. And our wish, because avocado is a high value crop, and the advantage is that with 5 hectares of avocado, you are commercial. So we want to assist the growers to reach 5 hectares each. So that's why we were able to assist them with this 70 hectares which we are talking about. So with these hectares which we have, it's that we have started before with what we call 1 hectare. So we have selected number of farmers, and we were doing demonstration of how it must be done, and we fully funded that project. But because they understand what must be done and the value of it, with the initiative which we brought now, we went on shared value. So the farmers prepare their own land, we come up with trees and inputs, and then we plant the trees and they take care of the trees. Okay. And that obviously helping farmers understanding that this is business. It's not just a handover. Yeah. And they've spent a lot of money in terms of developing that. So our transformation, it's looking into how do we include farmers to participate, and of course with the share of their funding. But finance is still a problem because there are a number of farmers who cannot afford. But if we were to get funding from the third factor, we were going to be able to assist or grow whatever we have done now into big. And
who is the third factor?
Yeah. Banks and government.
Okay.
Yeah, because the farmer is the first factor.
Okay.
The industry is the second factor. So the government and the funding institutions remain the third factors. But if we are to get money from there, we will be able to increase that. In terms of our commercial, we are doing fairly well, partnership between Makgoba and ZZ2, where they are planning to plant around 60 hectares over the next 5 years. They've planted 20 now, and it's doing fairly well. They are 30 year in production, so it's doing well. Partnership between Morebeng CPA and Westphalia is doing very well. And we have number of black growers whom we are assisting to sustain. We have around 5 farmers with at least 20 hectares and maximum 100 hectares planted. So we're doing fairly well in terms of that. And with that is that all of them are exporting. And we are helping them to sustain that exports. And we are looking into the mango industry. It's not doing very well, but it can do well.
Yeah.
We have in Vembe a drying facility for mango, which is taking a number of mangoes, a fair share of mangoes from the producers there, but it's less. I mean, they cannot reach their targets. So if we are to look into that, we are going to grow fairly. But lastly, HOD, acting HOD, I wish the MEC was here. There are 2 pack houses in Vembe. One, it's there in Livubu. It's closed. The second one used to be, I think it was an Archer factory, just along the road to Toyando. They are closed. And the farmers don't have anywhere to take their fruits. Why I'm saying this, with the recent, or what we have seen recently, it's that we are in the season of mango and lychee, and farmers don't have infrastructure in the farms. So we have seen this heat which came, and it will end somewhere in the mid-December. What we've seen is that farmers cannot harvest their fruits, because once they harvest, the fruits start losing shelf life, and it becomes quicker. The lychee farmers must start harvesting on Monday. They cannot take anywhere their fruit, because once they harvest, the shelf life loses quicker. And with the effect of load shedding, those who are fortunate to have the cold storage cannot store, because you have, 12 hours a day without electricity. What will happen? But if we were to, I'm saying we because I'm looking at farmer, industry, and the third factor. Yeah. If we were to agree to put private sector sharing, even if it's a black private sector sharing, into managing without interference of government, those 2 pack houses, it will boost the black farmers, and it will grow that industry in the Vembe area. So that's what I'm looking into. I'm saying the third factor must not intervene.
Yeah.
Because if we have the third factor intervening, this year there's an acting HOD, next year there's an HOD, different people, with different goals and strategies. So what will happen? If there is a third factor, this one will say, let's close. This one will say, let's open. And who suffers a lot? Farmers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the HOD is advocating for you to get the job. He doesn't want another person coming with a different strategy. No, thank you so much for that. And I want to ask now, as a follow-up to what all of you 3 gentlemen have said, it looks to me, coming outside of Limpopo, things are working in Limpopo. But when I checked, I saw that in South Africa, the unemployment rate is, I think, sitting around, is it 32 now? According to the new stats, 32 point something. But in Limpopo, it's sitting at 49.9, which is almost 50%. Why?
I think the difficult question is...
And I'm asking all of you.
The difficult question is always to understand whether people, can I say it, want to be employed. Because I think to a large extent, we miss out an opportunity for entrepreneurship and for trading capacity. You know, from my point of view, If you've got a trader, you create jobs and opportunities. If you try to create employment, it's sometimes a synthetic process that doesn't really hold out or doesn't remain sustainable. If you look at Limpopo, I think our exposure to, let's call it the cross-border situation in South Africa, it's definitely one of the major issues that we need to address. But I think to a large extent, although we are sitting at that high rate, we must also see where we came from. And then look at the opportunities that has been created. You know, it's so easy to look into statistics and, you know, be critical about things. But the reality of the situation is if you get something that can actually show the growth, it will actually pull in investment. We need that multiplier effect in the whole process.
Thank you. And I think he's answered for all of you. He just covered and protected all of you. Do you still want to?
But in addition, Statistics South Africa must look into the way they calculate employment and unemployment. We have in agricultural sector alone, along the value chain, informal sector which is not calculated. So why I'm saying this? We have the market such as the one in vendor, which has been there for years, and it's number of farmers there who are contributing. They are not counted to. Number of sellers who are there, they are not accounted to. But again, the movement of product from here into the market is done by people who are not counted to. And the value per rent which is circulating there, per person might be more than 100,000. But those are not counted to. So that's why we are having high unemployment rate and high the rate. Remember, unemployment rate we are looking into discouraged and those who are looking. So that's why some people who are participating will seem discouraged, but they are participating in employment. So that's why I'm saying Statistics South Africa must look into the way of calculating employment and include everyone.
Yeah, I will definitely tell them. When we go back to Pretoria. Thank you for that. Did you want to take... okay. No, thank you so much for that. And I think because I don't have time, I still have a lot of questions for you. We needed to talk on localization, on import replacement, you know. We needed to talk to all of those things, but we are not going to be able to do that because of time. And I've seen that in Limpopo. At least you are working, business is working, and I hope everyone can attest to that. Just coming here, I think I was happy with the responses. And insofar as progress is concerned, obviously we can do better, we can do more. And now we're talking accelerated progress. That's what we are looking at, because we are also looking at accelerated growth in the province. So I'm not sure. I'm sure you will all raise your hands to say we are there and we're going to accelerate progress. We're going to see more jobs. We're going to see more investment by your members and your companies. Dr. Ngang, when he said they are having M&E, so they are going to be checking up on you to say, are you making progress? So that is why I'm talking about accelerated progress. So we thank you so much for coming through and for your input. But before I let you go, I know there's some people with burning questions to business, and I would like to afford you that opportunity. I didn't get to ask all the questions, and some of the questions I left them out so that I give you the opportunity. I'm going to take 3 hands. So whoever raises the hand first gets to go. Okay. Any questions to business? To reps for business? Going? Okay, I see a question there. Any other? 2? Come on. Only 2 questions. Okay. Okay, 3 questions. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Hawa Bibi Khan, and I represent multiple institutions. The one is Merit, where we are involved in partnerships, deal making, and working with international markets. And the second is Tom Africa, which is our agribusiness. And for the past 14 months, we've been engaged on the ground looking at a backward vertical integration tomato paste processing project. I want to express my gratitude to Vili, Stephen, and Lucanio for the wonderful work you're doing. We're trying to develop a next-gen kind of supply chain it's an inclusive, transformative, value-creating, and with the technology backbone. And we would appreciate what pointers you would give us from your own experiences in how we should develop this. We are starting first with tomato, and we intend going to fruit juices and other products, etc. That's the first. And the second is we would appreciate engaging with you and what are the lessons and wisdom and how can we incorporate it in the things we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There was a hand at the back there.
Thank you so much, Program Director, and good afternoon to everyone and all protocol observed. My name is Nyuka Minga. I'm from LEADER, Limpopo Economic Development Agency. I just want to also share the same sentiment and appreciate what the business is doing within our borders. We can only encourage that more of the identify special commodities that are doable within our shores, so follow suit and intensify on that aspect. I believe that is one of the key strategies that we can start engaging on in order to intensify or catalyze the economic development of our provinces. With regard to what the gentleman in the middle have indicated in terms of the markets in the Vembe district, as Limpopo Economic Development Agency, we are partnering with other stakeholders. In this case, we are also targeting our districts over and above the department. That is our mother body that we collaborate on. We are doing something to turn around the fresh produce market. A day before yesterday, we were out there. We have refurbished it as leader. We are hoping to engage private sector to come and operate that, because we also don't believe that as government we are capable of running businesses. I also want to concur to what my colleague Chilize has indicated, that indeed, as government, we are not meant to run businesses. We are only here to create an enabling environment for business to take place. And we must also support. We must also go as far as throughout the whole value chain in order to support even the producers to also find stake into the value chain. We are doing so with the market in November. We believe that project can also provide an opportunity for commercial market through that pack houses that we have. But we intend to do so and enroll it in other districts and also partner with the key stakeholders that are available today, be it across spheres of government. My remarks is just to support what the initiatives are doing and encourage the summit to also intensify our partnerships. As lead, we are available. We have been working with the department to also unlock some of the projects, key projects. And we can only encourage that and also intensify their footprint with us and make use of us as an institution to unlock the business opportunities that are there. Because some of the things that the department cannot do on their own, but they can make use of us as a state entity to unlock some of the opportunities.
Thank you so much for that. The last question. There was a question here.
Thank you. My name is Harry Mavua from the Department of Agriculture, Limpopo. Mine is not really a question, just to comment and appreciate the work that we have seen on Tatelukanyo, CGA. We could attest to the millions that you have planted at Kopano Citrus, and we still need you to do more. Yes. So we also appreciate the work done by Potato SA. Over the years, we have seen a lot of our farmers coming into the potato production industry. But perhaps my question will be, if you have stats, if you can share with us if we have improved, because around 2007, 8, somewhere there, the farmers, black farmers' contribution, they've been hovering around 5% or so. If we have improved from that 5%, and also just to check the share in Limpopo and subtrops, obviously. You are more in the Far East, so at least potato, they are closer, and the citra. But we really appreciate the work done by all of you sitting here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And because of time, we will not continue. I will just take, instead of answering questions, your parting shot. Yes. You can answer in your parting shot. I'm not going to come back to you.
Thanks. For me, I think what I would request, coming from my brother from Leader, because I picked up that we don't share much contact, especially when people want to contact industry and businesses for any support. We'll check with the province, the person that we can send our contact, because there's a contact for CGA Grower Development Company, there's one for Citrus Research International, Citrus Academy, and there are services that we can tap in from those companies. So I would suggest that we have sort of a directory. I remember some time ago there was a department directory with all businesses that they work with. If we can have something similar to that. But thanks so much for your comments. And to the latter speaker, yes, yesterday I was informed that one of your projects here in Limpopo, Manini, also was approved for our jobs fund. So there are some millions that are going to be planted there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It was millions. Your clapping was hundreds.
That's enough.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank from you who commended, and yeah, we'll continue doing the great job. We will try to put some few cents which we have to make sure that there is development, but we are working with farmers. But my last is to say, on behalf of the subtrop, maybe even on fruit industry, we are working well with your officials on the ground level. They are helping us in terms of developing farmers, and we just increase their budget. That's the only thing which will help the farmers. Just increase their budget. The role which is played by extension in this area, it's very huge. So please just increase their budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so from my point, yeah, we need more money. It's always more money. On the request about the backward integration of the value chain, I think my best proposition for you is to connect with the commodity organizations. If you are not successful with that, in the potato industry, we are quite linked to most of the other ones, and our contacts are available. We've also got the website potatoes.co.za. The most important thing for you is to find the commercial farmers or the commercial players that has already tried this. There's a lot of case studies that you can also follow into, and people are really free to share that. But you're welcome to make contact with us in terms of that. And then I think, again, always money is the issue, but the reality of the situation is we can create it by creating multiplication effects. I don't see on the list that we had in terms of names the commercial banks. They are not there, so I'm worried about that. I think we should really have a look and see how we get the commercial banks to, I think they're there, but to be more visual. And then obviously the agribusinesses that are in the environment as well. We've got an infrastructure to work with. I think it's the most important thing to take hands. And just as a last note for me, the officials of Dalrot and Department of Agri, which is now the combined unit that we've been dealing with in Limpopo, are extremely well focused. And you know, it's something, can I say that, something that I don't expect from a government department. So really, guys, go ahead and do whatever you've done quite well. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much. That was the alarm to say we must finish. Thank you so much to the panel. And I think there is a discussion with the commercial banks today or tomorrow. So you can be happy. And HOD, I think you can be proud of your officials. I mean, coming from business, you normally don't get this from business about government officials. So I'm proud to be in this province today. And I do think you are a special province. And I was just thinking, Lozi, we should take the learnings from here and do it in other provinces also, so that, you know, there is traction and progress as we see in Limpopo. Thank you so, so much. You can give them a hand of applause. They've done well. And thanks to me and Chilidzi. Before I go down, we'll be happy to also, outside this meeting during lunchtime, to chat to you, because from the DTIC also we have incentives that support, you know, agro-processing support, which is geared to stimulate investment by agro-processors. So if there are farmers that are looking to go downstream, we can talk during lunchtime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Themba. From the villages, a lot of time people will say government doesn't come to the people. Today, government have come to the people, and national government have come to Limpopo. Therefore, please utilize Themba and them who are coming from national government, so that we can then strengthen our work. And thank you very much for the panel. Thanks, Chirizi. Thanks, the panel members, for the presentations. And I think one takeaway is that the partnerships can work. Therefore, let's amplify what is working, learn from that, and then intensify, as it has been said. Good people, I think we should now break for lunch, but I'm going to shorten it. It will just be a 30 minutes lunch, because we still have a lot of catch up to do in terms of our program, and then we can come back here at 2 o'clock. Therefore, if we can then go and have lunch, enjoy, and then come back here with the energy. I don't want a graveyard. We need to deal with very serious issues. Thank you very much. Afternoon. Afternoon, afternoon, afternoon. Can we get to our seats so that we can start? Okay, colleagues, we have to start. We are, so far behind the program that we are trying to catch up, and the way we are going, it's like we won't be able to catch up. Therefore, I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and we then are going to go to the next panel session. I want to ask Mr. Midupi Shabangu from AgriCita to come and take us through the next panel.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name, as they've already pointed out, it's Midupi Shabangu. I work for AgriCita in Pretoria. I work as an executive manager responsible for learning programs and projects. Basically, some would like to simplify it and say CITA's responsibility is about training and development of, in this case, it will be farmers. So just to give a context and background briefly, that AgriCitas, we've got 21 CITAs. We are one of the 21 CITAs. We are Schedule 3A entity in terms of the in terms of the Act. Our responsibilities, we are the only skills development authority or the quality assurance authority when it comes to skills development in agriculture in the whole country. So basically, I'm not a farmer. I just know how to process applications for funding of training. So please, let's not confuse the two. But in summary, my task is quite simple. I hope our panelists, my task basically is simple, is to refer to part 2, panel 2, which ultimately it focuses on the role of land reform in enhancing socio-economic development. And the main speaker for our panel is Mr. Terry Sindobe, the DDG, Deputy Director General, Land Redistribution and Tenure Reform in the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. But let me break the ice in simple terms that the responsibility why we have met today, or this panel number 2, ideally our intention here as panel 2 is to synthesize land reform in terms of the multifaceted political, social and economic objective, its origins. The origin of land reform, consistently one believes that it's got a historical connotation and a historical, political and economic genealogy. So therefore, what we are trying to put here is to say the implementation thereof, to what extent with the panelists that will be here, will be able to assist RAAVC in this instance of going forward. But also to say to ourselves, we know for a fact that South Africa has got a highly contested land reform policy or land reform history behind it. Both internally within the pre and post liberation, that has always been the case, and it is still the case even now, even in Treasury in terms of commitment, financial commitments to support land reform. But our argument is saying we know for a fact there are multiple strands in terms of arguing how land reform in this country should be done. And everybody accounts to say, I belong to the left, the other one says I belong to the right. The left says the challenges that land reform is facing today, it is because this is the wrong direction. The left would be saying, center left, the left would be saying that the way the right is actually prosecuting land reform, it is the reason why we are not moving forward in this particular instance. And at the end of the day, it is for us to have not only land reform, but a meaningful land reform program. It has to be meaningful in the sense that the intention is to give people dignity, to be able to have the means to run their own lives. One of the arguments that has been posited in the left, center left and the left is that Section 25 of the Constitution on its own, as I give the preamble before our presenter comes in, Section 25 of the Constitution on its own, it has guaranteed for what you call in quotes, it has legitimized colonial land theft. That's one argument. But some would be saying then, how do you do land reform in a space where it does not disrupt the status quo and unlock and incrementally create value and opportunities and restore dignity in terms of all the elements that constitute land reform in this instance? In a nutshell, my task is simple, is to introduce Mr. Terry Sindobe, who's going to be the one talking today on land reform. And also our panelists who will be joining us later. It's Mr. Mkabela Fumani from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Dr. Mookgophong is also from the same department. And Mulatolo Mohale. Mulatolo Mohale is, I think he represents the voice of civil society from Mnkuzi Development Association. So we've got a fair balance in terms of the narrative that would be shared today in this instance. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also have Traimo Chikwata, Program Manager for Vumelana Advisory Fund. These are the transaction advisors. We also have Tshwarelo Masuta, Provincial Chairperson of AFASA, which is African Farmers Association of South Africa. I hope you are all seated, panelists for panel 2. Would allow our colleague Terry to start with the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Thank you so much. Before I start, can the organizer allow me to share the presentation? Can they give me a permission to be able to share the presentation? We seem to be struggling. Can the presentation be shared from that side? Huh. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Mr. Ndobe, I hope you can hear me. If you can actually be very pointed and use captions in your presentation so that we are limited in terms of time. At least 15 minutes, you give us dynamic pointers that would be able to reflect on later on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll be trying to be brief as possible. I hope I'm audible. The outline is as follows. The purpose, introduction, background, matters related to land reform, which is very key in line with the socio-economic impact it has, lessened land, and conclusion. We will reflect on the land reform in the country, also to reflect on the progress and opportunities, constraints, to stimulate the discussion on the contribution of land reform to socio-economic development. As we all know that land is one of the critical production factors in any business, whether agriculture or non-agriculture. However, land has been central in terms of challenges, in terms of the land disposition that we all know that happened almost just over 370 years ago. And that in itself, contestation for land in terms of food security, nutrition, and land and grazing was actually the beginning of land disposition, which started in the Cape but went throughout the country. And throughout, there have been colonial government, apartheid government, that all of them, their focus has been the disposition of land to the indigenous communities. And in order to effect that disposition, various legislation were passed. One popularly known, the 1913 Act, which actually reduced the indigenous people's ownership of land to only up to 13%. And this is how it has happened. The green part actually indicate areas that are regarded as reserves where people were not allowed to own land but to stay only. That later on transformed into Bantustan that we all know. It's a common knowledge that the political struggle in South Africa was based on land. As we all know that majority of the black people, either they don't have land, where they have got land, there is no tenure of security of tenure. The industrialization also forced people to move from their own land to urban centers, but with no security of tenure as well. The same applies to the Bantustan and the hostel system. And that has led to what we call today triple challenges, which is unemployment, inequality, and poverty. In order to address this challenge, in 1994, a constitution was adopted that actually tried to address the equitable access to land, security of tenure, as well as equitable redress. Section 25, Section 25.5, 25.6, and the rest of it talks to matters that relate to equitable access to land. And that forms the basis of the land reform. That includes the tenure restitution as well as the land redistribution. In order to position the land policy in the country, 1997, white paper was produced that outlined how land reform should be conducted in this country. And key to that was to address issues of racial injustice based on race, inequality of land ownership, the need for security of tenure for all, the need for sustainable use of land, and the need to record and register all the rights of people in the country, as we know that people that are not in what we call freehold are not necessarily registered. And the need for a proper administration of land. in our situation, the land reform should ensure that it redress the injustice of oppressive past, but at the same time foster national reconciliation and stability, and that is underpinned by economic growth and improve household welfare and alleviate poverty. These are the three legs of land reform. I'm not going to get into the details as indicated in section 25. One is on restitution, the other one is on land redistribution, and the latter part is land tenure reform. In terms of the current situation in the country, the serious inequality in terms of land ownership and as well as access to land. In terms of the land audit report that was done in 2017, that only focuses on those that own land as individual, excluding those that are own land that is owned by entities, cooperatives, trusts, and companies. Out of that study, it was found that 72% of the land is owned by white people, 15% by coloreds, 5% by Indians, and 4% by Africans. And that all in itself shows a serious inequity with regard to land ownership and access to land in the country. And since the inception of the new government in 1994, after a serious struggle and political dispensation, to date, over almost 9 million hectares of land have been acquired through various forms of land reform, including a restitution, which is about 3.5 million, and the rest comes from land redistribution and tenure. What is in the agriculture and agro-processing master plan indicates that in terms of NDP, there are 3 tiers of growth with the biggest opportunity for agricultural growth as follows: the underutilized farming areas in the former homelands, the expansion of the export-driven value, high-value crops and investment in integrated value chains, growth, growing the agro-processing industry to promote transformation of inclusive growth, transformation, and job creation. And due to structural constraints in the industry, those opportunities have not been fully exploited. Key to the AMP is to increase food security in the country and to promote sustainable transformation of agriculture and its related sector. And in order to do that, there has to be a very clear coexistence of both small, medium, and large commercial farmers and agribusiness. Land reform can contribute to the following objective: to ensure equitable access to land, security of tenure, as I have indicated, restitution, as well as equitable redress. As I move on, I can argue that in order to ensure that there's contribution of land reform in agriculture or in all the sectors, the productive utilization of state land and the land acquired through various land reform needs to be enhanced, because there is a state land and there's land that has been acquired, like I've indicated, over 9 million hectares, that needs to be properly utilized. In some instances, economic viability of those enterprises on those land leave much to be desired. To some extent, others have even collapsed. The balance between acquisition of land and productive use of land needs to be properly managed. Strategic acquisition of land for various use to address socio-economic needs, including commodity corridors, need to be enhanced. Support for the development of communal land should be enhanced, while informal rights are protected. What are the key constraints? The use of instruments to address their various needs of communities and individuals is an area that needs to be improved. Group farming experience challenges characterized by conflict. Group people in a form of freehold, like in a form of freehold, given an example like in restitution, but where individual rights get limited and compromised, that in itself also create a serious constraints in terms of the sustainability. Loss of land due to foreclosure and selling of land, limited success on the sustainable utilization of land, especially state land, as I've indicated in land reform, meaning that one can say, as much as we need more land, but there is a lot of land that is currently underutilized that came out through land reform or state land that is available for utilization. Addressing the security of tenure and using current legislation and policies to ensure that all people that have got land, there are security of tenure. The prices that are normally inflected in terms of acquisition of land remains a great challenge in terms of the cost that is incurred in acquisition of land for land reform. Also, the management of state land is one of the challenges that needs to be looked at. What do we need to do and what have we learned? Need to address diverse land needs. We need to have various instruments, including leasehold, freehold, direct transfer, and the disposal of estate land, rent to buy, and other instruments that should be used to address different needs. We need to ensure that the state land, as well as land acquired through land reform for various needs, the land is properly utilized for economic benefit as well as social benefit. Transparent and objective selection of beneficiaries while prioritizing designated groups needs to be advanced. There should be differentiated and targeted sustainable support programs that caters for various needs once land is available. To expedite the development of legislation that will anchor land redistribution through interim protection of Informal Rights Act, especially in the communal areas, former homelands, to promote and facilitate socio-economic development while also protecting the informal rights of the people residing in the communal land. And lastly, to facilitate the transfer of state land under the leasehold for freehold. That's how I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Ndobe. Kindly remain on the platform because I'm going to call to the fore Mr. Mulatelo from Mulatelo Mohale from Mzansi Development Association as one of our panelists. I'll also call Traimo Chikwata to come to the fore. You will occupy this side, the right, and then I'll also call Traimo Chikwata if he's here to occupy the very same side. Tshwarelo Masuta if he's here. Also Tshwarelo Masuta if he's here. I'll organize a third chair. Tshwarelo Masuta. I'll also call Mkabela, Fuman Mkabela. If Fuman Mkabela is here. It looks like he's not here. I'll also call lastly Dr. Mookgophong if she's here or he's here. Okay, it's fine. Briefly, through you, Program Director, that there are quite a number of, we just have to shoot straight into these discussions. It's quite a very emotive issue from what has been raised. What Mr. Ndobe I picked up was giving us was just actually an anatomy, a legislative anatomy and policy structure of how land reform and its prescripts and intentions seeks to achieve and where historically it evolved from. But over time, we do have experiences because we come from varied communities and we're a member of these different communities who have got different experiences with land reform. But the questions that I'm putting to the panel to break the ice, I'll start with Mr. Mohale to actually say, what is the civil society perspective? The question is the current land reform a viable policy and legislative approach to advance the fortunes of RAAVC in this instance, considering the issues that have been raised by multiple people or multiple communities in terms of their complaints with regard to land reform? That is the question. I can repeat it to you. What is the civil society perspective in South Africa, the narrative that you are advancing or that you actually perceive to be correct, to say, is the current land reform a viable policy and legislative approach to advance the fortunes of RAAVC in Limpopo? And then for Trimo from Vumelano, the issue of deal structuring, strategic partnerships, it has been a phenomenon over time that we learned when we're dealing with land reform, to say that even the previous speakers made mention of the need for private sector capital and state capital to fuse together to advance the fortunes of agriculture in the country. But the question that we're asking is that in the context of RAAVC, from what Potato SA is saying, they're also working with the mines to build a pack house for potatoes in Vivo. Just to give a case in point. What are the challenges in terms of the strategic partnerships or the deals that you're structuring? What are the lessons that we can learn to advance the fortunes of RAAVC, wherein there's a need for partnerships? And then what are those challenges which have been identified that you know of? How do we mitigate them, and what lessons have been learned for us to actually drive towards good success factors? I've got the last two. To our colleague, Ndobe, Mr. Ndobe, is that one of the critical challenges that land reform is facing in this country as it's being processed is the issue of governance. Meaning land is transferred to a governing entity. It could be a CPA, it could be a trust. What we have seen, there has been a study that was conducted by this department nationally, which came with factual information to say over 60% of the CPAs are conflict-ridden, they are not functional, effectively they frustrate the advancement of agricultural fortunes in the country. The question that we need to ask ourselves as the department or as government is that, is this not actually an impediment to the fortunes of RAAVC by any chance or by any means necessary? Take a case in point, Makgobas Kloof. It has been lying there for a long time. We don't know what some of us, we don't know exactly what was happening. Is this not one thing that will militate against high-value agricultural land that can actually be invested into and we unlock value for job creation in that instance? I think I would like to pause here and take your responses, colleagues. Thank you. Mr. Mohale, starting with you on the right.
Thank you, facilitator. Good afternoon, colleagues. As introduced, I'm Molatelo Mohale, a program officer at Nguzi Development Association. Nguzi Development Association is just a land rights support and advocacy organization, a non-governmental organization based in Polokwane. So, answering your question, Midubi, in terms of the perspective of civil society in relation to RAAVC, I think my biggest concern is around, I'm also drawing from the presentation that were made earlier, that there were so much emphasis on the support towards commercialization and also weighing massively behind the groups and projects that are producing for exports. And if you look at that trajectory, automatically it excludes small-scale farmers that are actually producing mainly for food sovereignty or for production largely for household consumption. So if that narrative can be rethinked, I think that will be inclusive to all the smallholders and medium-scale producers that are not necessarily export-orientated.
Thanks for the response. Trimo, if you still remember the questions around strategic partnerships and deal structuring by Vumelano. And if you can give a case in point, specifically Limpopo, if there's any recent one that you are doing or that you're doing, just a synopsis of what is the total value of the project, And then what are the dynamics involved? Just in summary.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. As said, my name is Chikwata Traimo. I'm the projects manager at Vumelana Advisory Fund. Vumelana Advisory Fund is an NGO established 10 years ago. It's a legacy project of the Business Trust, which is mandated to support government in facilitating commercial agreements on restituted land. I'm not sure if I'm qualified to speak or to answer these questions, because here in the room I recognize champions in the area of CPPs. May you allow me to acknowledge George Fraser. George, can you raise your hand? And Emile de Kock. Emile, he's hiding. So this is a very highly technical area and much more important function in the land reform process, where communities who have been marginalized from everything. To put it frankly, is to say, when people lose their land, they don't just lose land only, they lose everything. So we are having a community which has been out of mainstream economy more than 200 years. Then they are now entrusted with a huge asset. For argument's sake, Malamala, $1 billion asset in Mpumalanga restored back. What does this community has to do with this asset? They don't have technical knowledge. They don't have a network to support them. They don't have working capital. Land reform land cannot be collateralized for them to get working capital or capital from the financial institutions. So basically they are on their own. So that gives rise to a support process to guide them on how to get a partnership to work on the land. So that's where Vumelana comes into the space, partnering with government to say where government is concluding a restitution project, we should be there on the spot to start supporting the community to understand the value of the assets so that they draw aspirations from the land. So this is in a way to allow buy-in by all community members to say, okay, land has come back. There are diverse groupings of beneficiaries within the CPA. They are the old ones that were really displaced, that felt the harsh laws of apartheid. They are the middle-aged people who sees opportunities. So in order to get all them together, we need to attain some level of social cohesion. So that's where then we come in, work with the community, draw their aspirations together, draw terms, and then take those terms to a partner, to a prospective partner to say, here, this is what the community needs. Can you work with them on these terms? And then commercial agreements are agreed. But most times commercial agreements are agreed. Also, the commercial partners are faced with challenges of raising capital, which should be noted. They may delay process or may never implement the project. That's one notable challenge in this space, which comes from the main economy not functioning well. So some might think that, oh, we're going to partner with this community, and then that never happens. And we also have relatively high levels of conflict, which government should help sort, because there is no investor who's going to want to come and work with a community which is at each other's throat. But we also have good stories to tell in some of the communities maybe I may not be at liberty to mention names of communities without their permission, but there are some that are doing well. In the Mopani district, there are quite a number of them that are doing well. They've created jobs, they've sustained the agreements. Also, another challenge is that an executive committee is a political structure where people get into office politically, but they may not be able to articulate the issues that are in the commercial agreements. So there is a tendency of some commercial partners to implement other things and not implement other things, and there is no follow-up process to put them to terms. Thank you.
Thanks. Before we go to our colleague, Mr. Ndobe, there are 2 points that I don't want us to miss. You are making reference that there's, the intensity of conflict within this governance structure is quite high, that frustrates development. So the question is, what are lessons that have been learned? Are there conciliatory or mediate arbitration bodies that are responsible for that to actually deal with the conflict? Or the department is funding that? Have you experienced that so that people would know that indeed, in as much as there is conflict, there is a service that has been paid or government is directly involved? And if that be the case, if it's done by government, do they have capacity enough as the department to do it?
Thank you for the question. I think there's a fair amount of support from government in terms of CPAs. But in terms of trusts, there is a gap there. But most of the conflicts that could not be managed are sitting with trusts. With CPAs, I think government has got a fiduciary duty to intervene and place the warring parties to a negotiating table or place an administrator.
Who pays for the transaction advisory service role that you undertake?
Thank you, Chairperson. That's another big challenge to say that Vumelana as a legacy project has been using a sinking fund, and it has been financing some of the deals from its resources endowed, and then in the sustainability models that the incoming partner must refund or reimburse the money paid to transactional advisors so that it's available to support the next community. But at times, the recovery is not as good as we would have thought.
Thanks a lot. You can pass the mic. Maybe let me start with our colleagues from AFASA. Mr. Tshwarelo Masuta, from the voice of the farmers themselves, does it make sense, this land reform that you're engaged in? The rural development made mention of 3 legs of land reform, which restitution, tenure reform, and proactive land acquisition strategies, but one of them. So what is your perspective around that?
Good afternoon. My name is Tshwarelo Masuta, Provincial Chairperson of AFASA in Limpopo. The issue of the land, it's a very serious one. I'm also a farmer, so it's something that I understand. From our organization, we keep on talking about this, and the way you are saying the government is doing with the CPA, as you mentioned, you gave an example with the Makhowa Slough. What we always say is, one thing that needs to happen is when they want to do these cooperatives, the best way, we always give an example, we say the best cooperative is the highest. Feel free, we're not going to take anything.
Can you clarify, sir?
Yes, if you check the highest, mostly those guys, when they come together, they come with a skill. We always take our friends when we want to start a cooperative. I take my friend, doesn't know anything about agriculture, just heard that there's money there, they will give you a grant and that and that. That's why you see these people, they end up keep on having these conflicts, they keep on fighting. Like as the HOD said, I was there in Hoedspruit when they were contesting that one. It's this kind of things because they don't have the same common goal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Our colleague, Mr. Ndobe, the question that, are you still on the platform?
Yes, I am, but I was muted, and I don't know whether I'm audible now.
Now you are audible. Let me pose the question to you. Two questions. The first question is around issue of governance. We know for a fact that common properties institutions, your trusts and your CPAs, actually especially CPAs, they're established by an act, which is actually the custodian is your department. That's firstly. And secondly, there's been a study that was conducted. I don't know what is the stats today, that over 60% were not even functional. Some of them, they exist on paper. They don't even hold annual general meetings. Worst case scenario, some of them we worked with, they don't even understand the content of the constitution that governs them. Thirdly, some secretaries, they don't even know what it means to be a secretary. They can't even interpret and understand annual financial statements that are actually, they receive from their operating companies or from their strategic partners. To give a case in point, the question is, what is the role of the department? Remember that RAAVC will also lean specifically on land reform as a vehicle through which they can drive this strategy, like in restitution process. How is the department intensively involved to actually build capacity, strengthen that particular area that is making for all of us?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, facilitator and my fellow panelists, as well as everybody. I think the other panelists have covered much in terms of trying to explain some of the realities that we face under land reform. But I need to indicate, as we have indicated, the 3 legs of land reform. The first 2 legs, especially restitution and tenure, they are right-based. So meaning that people get land because of the unfortunate experience. Am I still audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue. If you are not, we'll let you know.
Thank you so much. All right. Yeah, because of them being victim of the past discriminatory laws. So it is not choosing farmers. It is whether what we have experienced and how we have suffered, and that is part of redress from the department, from government. So you are not actually choosing best people for the job. You are actually giving them land because they were removed from that land. Obviously, when you bring them together, there will be challenges. But let me indicate that, as already alluded to, that in terms of the CPA, which we are responsible for it, there are measures that have been taken to try to ensure that there are some level of order. 1 is training, 2, creating awareness, providing mediation, and to some extent, also providing support with regard to legal support where there are conflicts amongst them. Key to the conflict is related to the leadership, which is the executive. And especially where there's money, there's a serious challenge. Because everybody wants to be at the throne, and once they are elected, they don't want to get out. And that in itself leads to conflict amongst them. That is a very serious challenge. Obviously, it has got a threat in terms of sustainable utilization of that particular land. But when it comes to land under redistribution, where even an individual can get land, the same problem, we don't have the same problem. So I think we need to differentiate. Indeed, most of the land that is owned communally or by groups of people is the land under restitution in the main. There are also land under redistribution that also experience the same problem. But going forward is to find a vehicle which would be best to hold land on behalf of communities, because that is where the challenge is. Whether the current facility, both the trust as well as the CPA, whether they are adequate to hold land on behalf of communities. And that is a challenge that needs to be answered by all of us. All that we are doing currently, we have commissioned a study that is looking at that with the intention to look at what will be the best model going forward in terms of addressing the challenge we are having. But as of now, in terms of the Act, indeed the department has got a right to intervene through the DG in terms of mediating and also ensuring that there is compliance, as well as if where there are challenges, we can also place that particular CPA under administration.
Thanks so much. Without wasting of time through you, Chair, would like to take at least the first three questions, if there's any questions before we wrap up, in contextualizing the views of colleagues. Is there any questions in the House? I'll first start to take Mr. Ravele at the corner there, if you can kindly pass the roving mic. I would appreciate questions from transaction advisors, Emily and the team. That would be quite interesting.
Thank you, facilitator. When the claimed land is restored, there are provisions in the settlement memorandum which directs that those projects should form part and parcel of the LED and the IDP of the municipalities. And in reality, those institutions, both at the district and also at the local municipality, are not playing any active role as articulated in the settlement memorandum. Let me take a typical example of the Makado municipality, which has got a license to provide electricity in the Limpopo area, of which if farms are collapsing, the electricity department will be the one to get clear information or clear indicator that something is wrong, of which they can alert the Department of Agriculture as the custodian of the food security that serious intervention is needed here, because there has been serious investment. Because when you are not paying electricity, it means that municipality will come and shut down the points, electrical points, which means they are not going to get any revenue. And if those municipalities were playing active role, they will get worried that our source of revenue now has seriously collapsed. So, meaning that if the Department of Rural Development, as the custodian of the process, is not actually monitoring that, which it has written down that those projects should form part and parcel of the IDP and the LED, things are falling apart. So I just wanted to know from Terence Ndove that why this terrible negligence, which is costing this land in terms of threat of food security, and also affecting the livelihoods of the beneficial, because to my understanding, this project should have been changing the livelihoods of the people, and nothing is happening. And the department is just reluctant. Why this negligence?
Point taken, Mr. Ravele. Any further question? If you can kindly pass us the mic this side.
Thanks, facilitator. My question is in respect of the verification list. Most CPAs are unable to hold elections because the verification list is not updated. You'll find that 50% of the people that in that list are dead or they are nowhere to be found. So my question is, can the department equip itself to make sure that it verifies beneficiaries annually, so that whenever it's time for elections, you don't have to verify because you're verified. There are CPAs which, I think it's 3 or 4 that I know, they are still unable to hold elections because they will not correlate due to the fact that some of the members are deceased, some are not longer active. So why is the department not assisting that process of verification? Because in any way, you cannot verify, you cannot hold elections without verification. Again, why can't they then enact a law that will allow the department to audit the CPAs? Because the main problem is that they do not have powers or competency to audit the CPAs. They are given a reparation amount of 100 million. They share it amongst each other as executive. There are some CPAs that currently they have sold the CPA land. The other question is, can I buy a CPA farm or land? Because they've been selling them. We cannot just mention names. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, if there's any. If there is none, Mr. Ndove, there are quite several questions that came your way. One, Mr. Ravele made emphasis about the role of coordination between national and local government. To say the settlement agreement stipulates that there has to be that level of coordination. Are we seeing it? If yes, then it's fine. If no, what is to be done then in that instance, and where does that responsibility lie? Secondly, lastly from my side is the issue of audit, membership audit in terms of restitution, as you have outlined it, to say, if we are to succeed, we need to know exactly who the beneficiaries are. If RAAVC has to invest money, 7 million, into a project that people are going to fight in 3 months, and the whole investment goes down the drain, it's actually fruitless expenditure for the state. So what is the status in terms of capacity of the state on your side to be able to deal with these housekeeping issues, to provide that technical support to these people? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the questions from Mr. Ravela and the other colleague. Let me indicate that we have got 1,700 registered CPAs in the country, just over 1,700. And the reason I'm giving that picture is to look at the amount of work that is there and the capacity that we have to look at their compliances. Secondly, is that once the CPA has been given land, they become the owners. We can't call shots to them except in line with the Act to ensure that they comply. And like what it has been said, there are certain things that we cannot do outside the Act that form as the legal basis of our engagement. With respect to the support that we provide, I've already indicated there's various support that we are providing in line with the Act, and including providing resources in a form of money to ensure that they are able to utilize their land productively. But the bottom line is that where there are conflicts within the CPA, definitely production is going to be compromised. The relationship between the CPA and the local municipality supposed to not to be enforced. It's supposed to happen naturally, because obviously the CPA is supposed to contribute to the local economy, and obviously through the LED and the municipality locally, they're supposed to be included into their plans, and also working closely with them, because they can be able to drive the economy depending on where they are. They can also be able to contribute in terms of job creation and other related economic benefit. So the department can do much, but obviously there has to be a very clear working together between the national department, the provincial, local, and the local municipality as well. But I think through the DDM, the district development model, I think part of these challenges will be resolved as we move on. In terms of the verification, let me indicate that before a CPA is formed, there will be some level of verification in terms of who are the claimant, and they need to be verified before land is restored. But annually, as indicated, there's supposed to be what we call updating of the list. And I think that is where these issues of those who have passed on, those who have left, supposed to be picked up so that we always have a correct number of the members of that particular CPA. That's supposed to happen annually, and that is very correct. And I think in most of the CPA, that happens. But where there are conflict, even the process of updating of membership becomes a serious challenge, let alone a verification process. Obviously, a verification process has to be done by an independent and objective a person or institution supported by the department, obviously with the participation of the beneficiaries. That happens as and when it is required, but indeed, it is one of the challenges because most of verification sometimes they get disputed, other people are being admitted, claiming to be members, others are not, and that in itself really create challenges. But before I conclude, I need to indicate what my colleague from Vumelane has said. It is not all doomed in terms of the CPAs. There are very successful CPAs that are doing very well. Obviously, there are a lot that still needs to be done because there are serious challenges. But there is hope going to the future. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Ravele. Mr. Ndove. Through you, Chair, I'm closing the session with 5 pointers, which ultimately from the discussions I've managed to pick up. After that, I'll give my colleagues, my panelists, just 2 seconds to reflect exactly on what, so that they can close. The first issue, which is a point to take home in terms of planning and working with RAAVC, is to say there's a need to strengthen the support of governance to create stability within these entities. Meaning that in project identification, there has to be a wholesale analysis in terms of whether this CPA is functional or not, whether this trust or cooperative is functional or not, and what capacity constraints do they have, which ultimately gets built into the project outline for support that will be provided so that we protect that investment. The second point that I managed to pick up is the issue of strategic partnerships for funding, co-funding and funding. Meaning that the department with its own funding from RAAVC, working together with, for example, the Citrus Growers Association, working together with other like-minded state entities for training like AgriCita, can come together, conceptualize a project, raise, like for example, in this case, in citrus during the transformation project of black citrus growers, they raised 307 million to actually uplift 30 black citrus producers. So meaning that there's a need to actually explore possibilities of fundraising for support to land reform in addition to the money that is available. The third aspect, which is quite a quagmire, land reform land cannot be used, or restitution land cannot be used as collateral. Meaning it's debt capital. It's not bankable. The bank cannot actually attach it if they lose money. Then the fundamental question in the room is that then what is to be done, because government does not have endless pocket of money to support everybody at once. What is it that they can do to be able to access capital, affordable capital and safe capital to that effect? That I put a question mark to it, to the House. The other issue is about, from civil society, they mentioned that there's a need to define and scale up support for smallholder farmers to feed the value chain of RAAVC. You have got small producers, smallholder producers, your potato producers that are independent producers who can actually be supported to build and plug into the existing value chain to that instance. So that from the point is raising, to be able to sustain and improve household food security and build the much needed entrepreneurship and create whatever number of jobs. The other aspect is the issue of skills development, which for CPAs and all beneficiaries. So what I picked up from the discussions is the need to have a structured support, or what one can call a fund impact for skills for land reform. meaning that there has to be a government-to-government relation. There has to be RAAVC in the province partnering with commodity organizations on a skills development point of view, partnering with, for specific commodities as they are outlined and mapped out in different districts. Meaning when you go and fund the project, you know that the Potato SA is involved. When you go and start funding for grains, you know that Grain SA is already involved in a structured way through an MOA on projects that have been identified. I think that is the long and short of it. 2 seconds, Mr. Mohale, 2 seconds, Trimo, 2 seconds, then we close. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think one of the strategies that the department can adopt, especially the national department, is that it needs to start actually redistributing land, especially on the restitution land claims, because we are seeing a lot of claims settled through financial compensation, and people get money today, the following day is finished, so they won't be able to farm beyond that transition, so they will just chow the money overnight. So the other strategy that I think the department needs to revert to is to actually start redistributing land and actually giving people opportunity to own land instead of just releasing land on leasehold, because people can't actually use land productively beyond or within a short space of time. Experience has taught everyone else that a farmer cannot be successful within a short period of time. They actually need a longer period to be supported so that they can progress. Thank you.
Try more quick. 2 seconds is 2 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got 2 points. The first one is I'm pleading to government to allocate resources towards transactional advisory services. CPAs cannot negotiate complex commercial transactions with commercial partners alone, let alone implementation of those agreed agreements. Number 2, there is lack of coordination between all players. When I say all players, I include Vumelana, government, and everyone. Let's work together. When a project is in the pipeline, let's get there early. Most of the projects where all stakeholders have been there early doing their part, there's relative social cohesion. But where each one goes and does his part alone, there is definitely scope for disaster.
Point taken, thanks. Lastly, Afasa, 2 seconds.
From Afasa, we say into the government, when they distributing the land, especially when they're working with Afasa, they should try and identify the farmers that are really working, especially the small, older ones, those who wants to grow with the land that belongs to the government. It should be given to the farmers that are really working. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Chair, I think I'm handing over back to you. Thank you so much for the everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chavango and the panelists, and thanks very much for saving us some time. Can we give them another round of applause? I think there's lots of points that have been made, and I think just one note is to say one size doesn't fit all, and I think that's food for thought for all of us. We'll move then directly to the third panel, and I will request Mr. Nkangweleni Ramasia to come and facilitate that panel. Okay. I'm asking myself, which program am I having? I had, oh, sorry. Sorry, my apologies. Yes, it's Dr. Kolofelo who's facilitating the panel. I was wondering why am I now confused. I'm seeing a different facilitator. That's the presenter, but yes, Doc, you have 1 hour. Thank you.
1 hour, thank you. I'll still be gladly Mr. Ramashia. Good afternoon. As introduced, I'm Kolofelo Tobejani. I work for VKB. I used to work for government while I was still very young. Now in my big age, I'm in private sector. So the nice thing about my session is, you know, this is where everybody else gets to be awake because we're going to talk money. So gladly for facilitators and the organizers to put us in the graveyard slot because we will still be talking money and people are not going to be sleeping. I was in one of the conferences and one of the professors in that session said, you have to equate democracy to your economic growth. So if you do not experience any economic growth, your democracy cannot be quantified, it cannot be felt. And this morning the MEC was talking to various issues that in implementation of the master plan, in implementation of the RAAVC, and one of the issues that he pointed out was lack of finance, lack of funding. So this panel that is going to be joining me is going to tell us of their contributions to ensure that we have economic growth, to ensure that the high unemployment level can be addressed, and how do we then get to, you know, reduce the high raising levels of poverty. But before the panel can engage, I'm going to have Ndate Ramashia. Let me read his title. I'm also lost. Yeah, he's the Chief Director for Food Security and Agrarian Reforms. Oh, okay. He's actually the Chief Director, Development Finance in the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. So he's going to talk all sorts of solutions and sources of financing for the sector. And while he's busy preparing himself, can I ask the panel to join us? We have the CEO of Agricultural Development Agency, Ms. Leona Archery. We have Limpopo Provincial Manager from Land Bank, Ms. Shetina Maremani. And we have Manager for Agribusiness, Small Business, Standard Bank Group, Mr. Calvin Mutsipiri. And we lastly have Mr. Moni Mongwe from APSA, Gauteng North and Limpopo Regional Head. Can you please come forth as Mr. Ramashia prepares himself?
Yes, I did. Good afternoon. Okay, you know, when we talk about finance, there is this saying that if you go to a bank and
you need 1 rand. They say that the bank manager will say, first show me that you have 2 rand before I can give you 1 rand. So I think this just explains the situation where most of our smallholder farmers find themselves in. Because, there are very few avenues where they can really get assistance. Sure. Can I just get some assistance here? I'm not sure how I must move to the next slide. Can somebody just come and indicate to me? Okay, but the structure of the presentation, I'm just going to share with, okay. Do I move here?
No, you can just use this.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. So I'll just look at the introduction, we'll look at the segmentation of producers, and we'll also look at the funding solutions that are available. Okay, I think from this morning it has been mentioned already that access to finance is one of the major constraints for smallholder producers in the sector. And I think if we look at the history of South Africa, it is very well documented that because of this constraint, you end up having two, I don't know whether to call it two agricultures in the same country. I think they talk about dualism. You have a well-developed sector and you also have another sector that is not so well developed, I think, with financial resources being a factor. Then there are also issues of the know-how on finance. There is also a challenge in terms of the financial institutions not really willing to finance this cohort of farmers, talking about smallholder farmers. Some can even say that the criteria may be strict, but I think if you go to financial institutions, they will also tell you that they are managing the money that they're managing on trust, and as a result, they also have shareholders who need a return. And if you want to give money to Joe, who cannot give you a security of any form, now the question now is what happens if you lend him that 100,000 or that 1 million rand and then he's not in a position where he can bring the money back? Then that means that that loan will have to be written off, and then it means that the institution must also take a loss there. Okay, so I think because of those challenges, it was realized that not all the response in terms of financial assistance will come from the private sector, and as a result, government decided to play in the space so that it could alleviate the problem. Okay. If we look at the master plan, it emphasizes the importance of having an integrated funding support program, which will have a set of guidelines and principles that are agreed upon by various stakeholders. Then what the National Department did was also to come up with what we call the National Policy on Comprehensive Producer Development Support. And its pillars are looking at coordinating within government structures for all financial interventions. They also talk there about re-engineering agricultural development finance, and also looks at creating of instruments that can also assist the farmers along the value chain. So not only looking at primary production. So this is just a segmentation that shows the different farmers in the country and how they are categorized, starting from the household to smallholder to medium scale to large scale to mega. I think what has also been done is just to indicate when you say mega, what do you mean? And I think we look there at the turnover, which is the one that is guiding us. Now, I'm not sure if that will be now on the left or on the right, but based on the segmentation of those farmers, there are also instruments that are aligned to the different categories. I think if we look at the household, there are instruments such as Mafisa, CASP, Ilima, Litsima, Land Development Support, PACI. Then on moving to smallholder to medium scale, you also have blended finance, CASP, Agri-BE, and LDS. And then we move up to... Okay. Okay, thank you. Then on the mega ones, we look at the commercial funding, blended finance, and also land acquisition. So this just summarizes the funding solutions that are available. I think this is what is available from the government side. There are grants, there is blended finance, there is loan finance, there is also the grant holding account. Then from the national producer support, there are also proposals of coming up with the e-voucher system and also the warehouse receipts. Then cutting across, there is also a need to have affordable insurance for all the producers. I think we do have a problem when, because of weather events or some other events, the production gets disturbed, and as a result, the farmer is not able to harvest. So if that happens, then it becomes a problem. And one way of resolving that is to come up with insurance that can assist in situations like those. Okay, I think this just gives a summary in terms of what are the different types of funding solutions. And as a result, I am not going to dwell much in terms of what is the criteria and what have you. Let me just check if there is any other slide that I can talk about. Okay. So I think in conclusion, I would just like to go to one of the issues that was also raised this morning in terms of the investments that are there in different areas, but which some people can say is a wasted investment. I mean, there may be infrastructure that have been financed by government for a purpose, maybe for some other reason. This thing never came to see the light of day. So I think the challenge that we have, one of the main challenges that we have is, we often hear that we don't have enough money, but with the little money that is there, are we making better use of it? There is something that was said some few years ago that when the books were checked, it was found that one municipality was buying a loaf of bread for 50 rand. So I think the Minister of Finance at the time was asking, he would like to see that loaf of bread that is so expensive. So if you look at how many municipalities we have, and so it shows that there is still a lot of money that is going to waste. And then the other issue is, are we spending the money on the right people or on the right things? I'm not saying that I do have the answers, but I think this can assist us, as we move forward, so that in future we can do things better, and hopefully we are going to get better results. Thank you.
Can probably just sit here. Thank you, Ndata Ramashia. Panel members, thank you very much. We do not have the representation from Standard Bank as it is on the program, but we've got ABSA, Land Bank, and Agricultural Development Agency. And I thought we should look at it differently and do some sort of an introspection and say to yourselves, what is it that you can do to ensure that finance is easily accessible, to ensure that we cap, the challenges that have been raised. In his presentation, Dr. Ramashia said, most of the commercial institutions, they are not willing to fund your smallholder farmers. And here we are as government, and the backbone of our production should be coming from smallholder farmers, because at a commercial level, we play a specific role. So as you introduce yourselves briefly to the House, tell us the type of programs that you have that include women and youth, because it's all about inclusivity and participation. So the type of programs that you have that you think would really align to the theme of today. I'll start with you, Leona.
Okay, thank you very much. My name's Leona Archery, and I am currently the CEO of the Agricultural Development Agency. We are a private sector initiative, and we are a member-based organization. So we are made up of members that are from the entire agricultural value chain, and so they cover some of your biggest farmers in the country, the agribusiness chamber, banking sector, commodity organizations, agricultural unions, farmers from across the country, both small and big, traditional area farmers, etc., retailers, food companies, etc., etc. So, but I think the importance of saying that is that we are quite an integrated group of people that sit behind the initiative of the Agricultural Development Agency. Since the inception, our key objective has been to work out how do we support and work with government and with farmers in South Africa to actually bring sustainability into the agri-sector, but the key objective we drive is definitely inclusive growth. So we are well aligned with the theme of today, and the key areas of focus that AGDA has, because we went through a lengthy consultation process in 2018 and 2019 during our establishment phase, was to understand what the farmer needed. And I think we all know, financing has been a major issue all the time. So the top three still came out as financing, access to skills, and access to markets. So one of the key things that we drive in the organization is to help prepare transactions on the first level, right? Because that is still the major gap in the sector at the moment. So many of our farmers, especially the small scale and medium scale farmers, you cannot always be accessing only government grant. So you need to find a way to access blended products, and hence you'll have to go back to commercial banks or to land bank, but you need to have a bankable plan when you do that. And so that's one of the things that we do support with. The other thing that we're supporting, and it's something that we launched recently at the AGM around access to finance, is that you have a problem because in that missing middle, the small and medium, right? It's not always easy for them even to access all these government grants that we speak of, right? So when we speak PERSI, often you're going down to that subsistence level person so they can access that grant. But the small and medium guy is sometimes either a little bit too small still to be considered on a commercial farming level, or a little bit too big, so he's finding himself somewhere in between. And it's not a problem that only South Africa faces. It's a problem that Africa faces. We were at the Africa Investment in Durban last week, and everybody referred to that as the missing middle. Now, I know when we talk transactions, commercial transactions, we refer to the missing middle a little bit differently because we want that financing element to come in that actually creates the ability then for land bank or a commercial financier to come in. So we also help on that end. And one of the things we launched at our AGM is an equity impact fund, which we have established in the Netherlands, which will then be deployed into your commercial level transactions to create that or deal with the de-risking of those transactions. And we come in at 20% in terms of equity, but the amount that we're sitting at is not above 20 million at the moment per transaction. And that fund over the next 18 months then will raise 2 billion rand, and we're raising it in euro, and so it will be deployed in a way that it is affordable into the transaction and the return is not too high because we're not transferring it into rands in South Africa. So those are different ways. Our priority groupings are definitely youth and women, but we look at transactions on different levels in terms of which farmer needs we need to address at each and every level. So preparation funding, working capital, and access for acquisition and equity type transactions, we believe is something that we need to address in financing. And we work in a syndicated model of funding, and I think that's important because we bring together not just AGDA, but DFIs, commercial banks, and private equity. And we're finding that those are becoming models that we should start looking at because there is funding available in the space. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, all protocol observed. My name is Shetina Maremani. I joined Land Bank the 1st of September. My experience comes from the commercial banks, and I'm happy that I came into Land Bank, which I believe that I will bring in a change in the way in which things were done. The frustrations that I have seen being presented there, that banks are hesitant in assisting the farmers, and I think it's one area where farmers have found it difficult to the bank that was supposed to be supporting them in making sure that they succeed. So coming into Land Bank, mine was to understand the mandate, and I said they must make it very clear and easy for me to be able to say I'll be able to deliver on the mandate. So the mandate is not very difficult. And maybe before I continue, just by show of hand, and I'll tell you why I'm asking, just by show of hand, do we have farmers in the house? Just by show of hand. Very disappointing, Doctor, and you will understand why. Because my belief is to say, if we come here and we want to be communicating these messages that are going to be talking to the people that are having problems, at what point are we going to reach them? Because I would have understood if as we extend invitations, the house will be full of farmers who are the beneficiaries of the funds that they're looking for. So next time when we come and prepare for this kind of summit, let's just make sure that we increase the number of farmers in the house. So the funding models as well, very easy. We've got the allocation from DALRAT, where they have appointed Land Bank, amongst others, to be able to facilitate those funds and make sure that we fund. So there is a blended finance. With the blended finance, the government is saying, go and make sure that you support by giving loans, but portion of it will be as grant, because they have noticed that people are not actually in a position to can afford in commercializing themselves because funding has always been an issue. So if you look at how they've segmented that, also in terms of blended finance, we looked at like your small medium, where they will get a huge chunk of grant going to them because they are the ones that are struggling more. And as you go up to the large, you will see that the grant also shrink, because we believe that they already in a position to can do well. Going to the mega and the large, also now the grant becomes smaller and smaller. But the other fund that also comes in handy that people need to be aware of is the one that addresses the challenges of electricity, which we have in the country. So there is an agro-energy fund. As much as the budget is very small, but we still believe it can make a difference, where now, in terms of your farming commodities, where it is energy intense. So the agro-energy fund also come with the grant portion, which we want people to be aware of. So we as a bank, we became very intentional on what we need to do, which talks to what the MEC is saying in terms of expansion, revitalization, and support the black farmers. So one of the things that we think we will do better is in terms of making sure that we shorten the turnaround time that has been frustrating the farmers. Come the preparation of the plowing season, the banks are not ready. Morashali Land Bank is not ready. But I want to leave this whole saying that there must be a difference from where we were in the past in making sure that we support, if we mean support is support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Moni Mongwe, Regional Head for Gauteng North and Limpopo at Absa Bank. It's good to be here, seeing old classmates and colleagues. Absa is one of the strong banks that support agriculture. I think in relation to our book, Limpopo, agriculture is more than 60% of our current loan book. So there is a lot of focus into agriculture. We have a number of bankers almost in every town, assisting or specializing in agriculture. We work with a lot of stakeholders. There are a number of programs that we develop, but in consultation with stakeholders, trying to make sure that we assist in the transformation of the sector. What we have seen when we engage our clients all the time, they bring in an element of saying, how can I empower my employees to have a share? Or I've seen land, a communal land somewhere, how can I partner with a CPA or community in utilizing that land? And we always find ways to do that. We invest in agriculture. In the past 4 to 5 months, I think I was in contact with the Department of Agriculture, where we also asked a list of programs that they're looking at financing in order to see how we can, assist with those projects. The challenge at times, and that I had, it was mentioned this morning, the instability in terms of who's the CEO, the issues with the community becomes a challenge. Some of the projects that were mentioned this morning, when you Google them, you find a lot of stories, and that does not give comfort to the bank. With the advancement of technology, we are now starting to partner with fintechs, to find ways in which we can assist, farmers. We have partnered with Kula. I can say this one because we have not just partnered, we also bought in the rural areas. The chief director also mentioned something around, some of the hindrances for farmers. And I just want to touch on them because this is critical. I always say, you can do a cash flow projection, submit it, and it will look positive. But if you don't have to make that cash flow realized, we'll have a problem. When we started to work in the agricultural sector in 2001, we used to hear a lot of funding. But, for me, it is not necessarily the funding. I think the funding is there. We had the grants that are available. And I can tell you, the number of programs we have as APSA that are there. And at times we are told the issue is collateral. And I can tell you now, we have also sort of resolved that. The farmers that we are financing in Musina through Kula app, example of those farmers that we finance without, collateral. But I think we need to sort of work together with, government, so that where you have grants, because I've seen most of the time a farmer would get a grant for infrastructure, but not enough for working capital. Get working capital, seeds and all that, but not having, the infrastructure to irrigate. So we need to sort of work together, so that we can come in. If government is supporting with infrastructure, we come in with working capital. And like I said, as long as there is technical know-how, there is market funding, for me, it is not a problem. Yeah, I think I will leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's quite interesting to hear your perspective, especially from APSA, because like everybody else will talk about the collateral, how you manage to go around that issue of collateral. As you think about that, I would like the panelists to also come back to the theme, because we are addressing sector transformation, and all of us have a different understanding, and I think that is the main reason why we are not able to quantify. When we come back to transformation, somebody will say, I have trained 5 women from Raskukune in poultry, and you put it as transformation. But you're not able to quantify the impact in changing that person's life, we are not able to quantify the impact that will equate to economic growth. So from your own organizations, how do you then define the sector transformation? And also give us challenges and your blind spots that you think you have been through that made it almost impossible for you to align with what government has put as a sector transformation or as transformation, and your contributions.
Okay, thanks very much. So I want to go back to some statistics that NAMC and AGBAS published earlier this year, and I won't go through everyone, but just to give you an example, in our country at the moment, we have 1% of black commercial farmers contributing to potato production. And I'm raising potato because I know potatoes are one of the products here in Limpopo. We actually are the ones also driving the Venetia project in Bloberg with the potato farmers and PSA and Lima and VKB, etc. So for us, it's that kind of thing that we're looking at, right? What does the statistics tell us? After almost 30 years of investment into the space, are we really making a difference and increasing the numbers of black farmers that are participating at commercial level? Because that, for me, is where you're going to see transformation, right? Second one, maize, which we think many black farmers are involved in across the country, and indeed they are. But in the definitions of what one would call commercial, there's only 4.7% of black farmers contributing to commercial maize production in the country. And then I'll just use one more only, 8.6% on tomato production, right? And then I have to say something about citrus, which I think is not doing so badly. It's 12.8% at least, and then cattle is sitting at 37%. But what I'm trying to say is that whether we are private sector or whether we are government, and if we begin to use these baselines as things we want to change, because we cannot just keep making statements that we want to make a difference in smallholder production or small-scale farmer production. We want to open up markets. We want to do this. But at the end of the day, if we look at ourselves 5 years from today, we must have been able to create a significant move in these numbers. We must be able to say we've actually got 5%, I'm just using it as an example, of potato producers that are black commercial farmers. And for us to do that, we need to start thinking together. We cannot just come to each other when we already all have plans in place and we are driving, differently in different vehicles to some other places. We need to be driving in that same vehicle and in the same direction. And I think that is when we will feel the impact of the financing that is available in the agri-sector. So I think government is also doing quite well at the moment. I know that they are setting up a number of partnerships, and I think with Limpopo, we as AGDA work very well as well with your teams on the ground, both in the potato side, livestock side, and commercial transactions that we are driving. But all I'm saying is that we need to align at the beginning between us. And the commercial banks as well, ABSA is correct, saying that there is financing available. But if we're looking at transactions and we're looking at a value chain approach, which is what the AEMP calls for, we must be serious about what it means to implement a value chain approach, right? And begin to say, it's going to cost me 500 million rand to make this shift, to make this change. But I, as government, only have 100 million rand. So can I sit around the table with the partners who have that different financing options available and put it on the table? And it's not only about financing. There will be those coming in with the skills. There will be those who have the markets that we do not have, right? And remember, when we talk market access, it's about ensuring that a farmer is able to sell his product and make a profit, all right? So we must also think innovatively around those things. It's not always the traditional retail market or fresh produce market that gets the farmer the exact money that he's looking for. So for me, it's about coming together and really strengthening the type of partnerships, but being clear about the goal we all want to achieve together. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, back to where we are. I think maybe starting from the sector focus, As a bank, we also aware and very clear in terms of our priorities that are aligned to the AMP commodities. And in terms of the transformation, also, when you look at the criteria, the beneficiaries must be at least 60% black-owned at the time of the funding. So I think from that point, we are aligned. And also, when you look at it, we're saying, as we fund you, that the minute you start making profits, we need to prove as well that 10% of those profits needs to be shared with your employees. And then the other development objective, as per is saying, the issue here is about job creation, and if you can prove to us that whatever you will be producing and farming on, it's going to create some jobs, we need to go back and account to government to say this funding has actually made a difference in terms of job creation. And we look at the exports and the replacements and the expansion of the production that we've been doing. So because of the accountability that we are to prove, we are sure that we'll be aligned in making sure that we deliver.
Thank you.
Yeah. No, thanks. So the first issue you asked me to respond to was around collateral and how we found it, or how we found, alternative ways to deal with that. First and foremost, collateral is not actually the repayment. The repayment is the production and then the sales and then the funds coming in. And what we then did, also looking at, our partnership with Kula Guarantee, we found that through our assessment and business development, our Kula Guarantee loan book was performing way better. So we sort of partnered with Kula, where we are able to say to this farmer, there is repayment ability. We will be engaging with Kula Guarantee to say, okay, we are willing to finance this, maybe provide us with a 60% guarantee and we take the rest. So our sort of innovative products come from not just us, but it's a partnership with a number of institutions, not just only Kula Guarantee. In terms of transformation, you will understand that we are serious about it, because we also have, what we call business development managers focusing on primary agriculture, and the work that, or the finance that we are doing in Messina and other areas where we're linking, the Kula app with the farmers. It's done by this business development manager. But we also, from 2 years ago, started to also not just focus on primary agriculture. We have a dedicated desk that is looking at secondary agriculture, which you would say it's the value chain, just above the farm, anything above the farm. So we are concentrating on making sure that we have solutions for secondary agriculture as well. We also have products that are only earmarked for women and youth. We have what we call Agri-BEE Fund, which is just for women and youth, and it's about 20 million rand per application. So it is, I won't necessarily, I'm speaking here on behalf of APSA, and we champion all these things, but I think it is a partnership that we always create with many of our stakeholders, be it government entities, corporates, and fintech, as we've just started with Kula app. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am. Just a sec, if I'm allowed, I think there's one thing that I also wanted to just bring to the attention of the department, that some of the key things, key challenges that we are faced with in supporting the farmers is certain legislations and the laws that are prohibiting them to access funding. Because as much as we would want to fund, in the province specifically, we challenges of land. We are faced with challenges of water rights, and those are the things that if we were to really become vocal about it, going back to Dalrat, somewhere, somehow, they should find a way in making it easy, because you cannot say we want to support the farmers with this blended finances and all the agro-energy fund, but also you don't ease and the things that will prohibit them from getting the finance. I mean, if you were to do the water rights, I'm told that the cost of just getting that, it's equal to something that you could have bought yourself a truck to deliver whatever production that you would have made. So I think as we work together, we need to really be loud about it and saying this is not working. Otherwise, we're going to be coming back and saying we are not getting it right. I just wanted to bring that.
Thank you. From the responses, we are able to deduce that there's more that everybody else is doing. However, when you go out, had the room been filled with farmers, we are going to have a lot of people raising hands, saying, but we are not able to access you. So, including you, Dr. Mashia, when you're looking at your delivery, are you guys accessible? And if you are accessible, are you able to say, you know what, we have made an impact, and these are our numbers in terms of transformation. This is what we have done.
Okay, while I'm having the mic, I don't think we have made that, and I'm speaking on behalf of Land Bank Limpopo. Since the launch of the blended finance, I think when we had this beautiful solution, we never supported it by structure. So the strategy was good. We never supported by structure. However, we're making strides in making sure that we capacitate the office. We now and then be with the department and the other partners when during the farmers' days, the auctions and everything, just to start communicating to everyone to make them aware of the funding models that we have. However, still, it will not address the issue that I've said around the turnaround time, which can become a challenge, but we are aware of that, so we're not there yet.
Okay. Thanks very much. I think from our side, we are making impact, but we do want to also fast-track that impact. One of our biggest challenges was that we launched in the year of COVID, so it was difficult to raise capital in a year of COVID, but since then we have fast-tracked, and like I said, we've launched the first part of our fund, and the first fund flow into the fund will happen in February 2024, and that call for proposal will go out. And we have been running workshops and sessions with farmers so that they are aware of what type of funding is available. But already in Limpopo specifically, because we've done quite a lot of work in the province already, we have worked closely with De Beers and Venetia in putting together agri-strategies for them, for the Messina and Bloberg area, which resulted then in a hub concept being developed for Bloberg potato and vegetable farmers. And we work closely with the department officials as well, both national and provincial and the municipality, and several other partners coming together. So those potato farmers that Vili was talking about earlier as well, over the next 4 years, they will move from farming on 220 at commercial scale to 540. They will move from 14 to 54 black commercial farmers that are contributing into a value chain system. And the hub itself is going to be established by July next year. and it's going to have a washing and sorting facility, which is what the farmers then said was a major need for them. I think one of the challenges that we do have and which we need to work out between ourselves is what I think someone raised earlier, where we need to stop dealing with individual farmers only, but beginning to look at the whole value chain so that you don't waste infrastructure capex in giving 6 farmers the same kind of storage facilities and 6 farmers mechanization. And so when you try and push and aggregate out, if you are going to be spending 6 times that money. So I think those are some of the things we can talk to. On the worked in Limpopo in the berry transaction, we've done a commercial berry transaction already. And we're acquiring an additional 2,100 hectares of land, which is also a BE transaction, and it will incubate 10 new berry farmers on that property. And just to quickly say on the water rights issue, we've managed to unlock on that new farm, working very closely with Provincial Department of Water as well as National Department of Water. Over a 3 or 4 month period, we unlocked 240 hectares of additional water rights. So what I'm saying is, if we begin to talk with...
Yeah, in terms of accessibility, I think we are accessible. You know, we are present in all the major towns, but I think we can do more in terms of disseminating some of the programs that we have. And I would invite, you know, Department of Agriculture to share with us every time they have, you know, farmer forums or whatever they have in the district or municipal level, you know, to share with us so that we can come share, you know, the information that we have. Yeah, are we making an impact? I think we are. About 10%.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I look at if you can take that question, are you accessible? So now you're referring to, is the department accessible? I wouldn't say that, you know, it's 100% accessible, but I think we try to be visible and also to make sure that we are in contact with the farmers who are the clients, and I think that is achieved through different mediums. The farmers can access funding or services from the department. They can do it on the website. They can call at the office. And then there are also times when the officials go out to the different provinces, and I think there is also an element there of working also together with the provincial departments, as they are the people who are at the closest interface with the farmers. Okay, I think there was another second thing that you said we should attend to. Okay, impact, yes. Okay, I think that one is quite an interesting one, you know. I think, you know, more especially when you go to Parliament, they'll ask you, okay, we spend, say, 100 million rand, and we also look at disaggregation in terms of, you know, the people. So we wouldn't say that everything is going 100%, but I think we have already started moving towards that direction, and yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm an economist, so most of my advice, I take it based on a trend. It's only been 3 questions after every session, so I'm going to follow the trend and just get 3 questions. By show of hands, yes, ma'am. 2 more. Okay.
I think my question is more along the lines of accessibility, and this is for the private and the government sector. As mentioned, let me just get your name correct. You did mention a certain percentage by crop of which racial group is involved or is farming in that space. And I think we're fully aware that the right people who are supposed to be getting the message are not in this room right now. So naturally, we can also assume that they are not in the spaces where they're supposed to be hearing the messages from each of you, all three of you sitting there, as well as on this side. Because I trust that everyone who's here is here by invitation. But if we're thinking of a typical farmer from Venda, how do they even know, let alone access, how do they know that you even have these programs, one? And two, what initiatives are you doing on your own personal capacity outside of piggybacking on the government or other platforms that exist? If you're having transformation initiatives, you should be going out to the field and finding the right people. You can't expect, we spoke about the history of South Africa. You can't expect a farmer all the way out in Venda who's most likely illiterate, who's most likely not even got simple access to access your platforms to be able to know that you're offering what you're offering and how to go about actually accessing it and thriving while using it. So I think it's all good and well to sit and spew out the numbers and the figures and what's available, but what roles are actually being played in making sure that the correct people are accessing what is rightfully put out for them?
All right, thanks for the question. So, like I said, we are available in all the towns. In all the towns, we have what we call relationship executives who also come from those areas. And we are salespeople, so they have targets in terms of, the various, loans in different sectors. So they have to go and engage at that level. But we, like I indicated, we have partnered now with Kula App, who is also the work that we're currently busy with in Musina. It is work that the farmers were identified by Kula. But we also have we do attend farmers' days, but we also have client forums where on our own we identify and take them through. We also have enterprise development consultants who are moving around across, attending various activities in the province just to get us the applications coming through. Thanks.
Okay, I think on our side, we've recently launched a program within the local radio stations. Limpopo will be using the Tobela FM as one of the platform where we'll share information. But also one of the things that I've also implemented from the office in Polokwane is to have information days where on a specific day, whoever is calling, making an inquiry, will be told to come to the office on that day we give. But we also said we need to start getting into offices, district offices, be it in government, to say, how can we also identify days where they know one of the representatives from the office can go and just share with the locals within the district. I think that will also help us in reaching out to the farmers outside Polokwane. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, and thanks for your comment. I think from our side, we've also partnered with Food for Mzansi. We are participating in the farmer days that they are having across the country. So we do join them, we do give information. But we also, remember I indicated, a member-based organizations. So we have a number of our members, including the commodity organizations, who bring information about what we do to the farmers as well. So across that, we are working in the provinces. In Limpopo, we've also run a number of workshops up in Bloberg, Messina, and here in Waterberg in the Pakameng area as well. So we are also trying, we have not necessarily done everything. We don't have offices in every province, but we use a national footprint because we work with partners on the ground.
A follow-up? Okay.
So this is just a follow-up with regards to what everyone has answered. And I think it's just going to build on what Absa has mentioned with Kula. Not now that I trust you've always been aware of the discrepancies and the issues that will come about in terms of actually finding the right people for the funding. In the spirit of job creation and also just in the spirit of transformation, how willing are you to actually partner with individuals who can go out there and do what you're not able to do right now? So it makes it easier to actually, once again, the whole objective of why we're here is to make sure that the right people find the right funding and the right assistance. So if we're not, I think that should be the crux of what everyone in this room is doing, and it isn't, unfortunately. So how willing are we to make sure that we're actually allowing people, especially people who don't have the correct resources, and like I said, people who don't stand a chance to be invited into these rooms, how are we ensuring that they are actually able to, at least, at the very least, never mind access, at the very least, know that you guys are there and available? Because I'm sorry to say it, but I'm not going to accept from an ABSA, a company as big as ABSA, to say that you'll have some days where you go, people know your branches. Most people, even here in Limpopo, don't even have a bank. So that is not enough on your end. But I trust that you're focused on other things. You are a financial institution. So how willing are you to partner with people who can actually go out there and meet the right people and are aware of the struggles of the people to actually make sure that there's the gap bridged between what you're offering and what is needed?
Okay, so from our side, partnership is the model that AGDA is built on. And to give you an example, we have programs running in different parts of the country called development labs, where we focus on skills development of young people in agriculture and moving them into the second level of food production. And in those areas, we partner with young people, with NGOs in the space and civil society who understand what is happening on the ground. And through that system, then, we're able to access the farmers and match the right needs to them. So those are some of the things we do. Thanks.
In short, yes, we currently are having discussions with the department, and I think your suggestions would form part of the memorandum of agreements that we busy with, because we're trying to see how best we can be able to, implement whatever partnerships and the projects that we will be agreeing on. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, also from my side, I indicated earlier on that the programs that we work on, it's programs that we partner with a number of institutions from small to big. So we are open to have an engagement and see how you can assist us. Thanks.
Can you just be short, because we're really out of time, and maybe ask one person, directed to one person. Thank you.
No problem. Any one of them can respond. My name is Dr. Zulu. I just wanted to ask this question, especially regarding transformation, that as long as the system is not transformed in terms of the application criteria, and the system still emphasizes on history for you to empower me to move forward, there's no way it can happen. So I needed to understand at what level has that changed, because most of the farmers are stuck, mainly not because they're not capable, creative, and having the ability to do, to transform and participate in the industry, but the history of the requirement in the application, it doesn't matter whether it's IDC, Land Bank, ABSA, it's still the decision based on future. I mean, on your past and the security. As long as that element is not transformed. We can sit, have conferences. Our farmers don't have any of those. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I can safely tell you, even if this is on record, that I'm one person that would challenge the system. One of the things that last week alone, where I had an engagement with the board, was to say the agro-energy fund, that it was supposed to be supporting the farmers in terms of the criteria that they've put. It will never. And where we are sitting now, the fund is there, it has never helped one, and it's because of the criteria. So where the CEO is sitting now, he's taking it back, we're reviewing that, so that if it means it's a one-pager that says, Le Khotla farmer needs some solar panel or generation or some sort, let it be the one paper to say, like, yes, I am doing agro-processing, I am, and I've got a need for power generation, let it go. So that's where we are. So there's no way that this is not going to happen, and they agreed with us. So I think from where I am in Land Bank, we pushed back because we see that it's not going to happen. So that if it's support, it needs to be support. Thank you.
You want to give it a take? Because we are out of time, I think let's just conclude. And you know, our take home is that we need to work together. You know, stop coming up with my plans to come and engage you, but we must start thinking together and planning together. To the panel, Dr. Mashia, thank you very much. And Dr. Monne, now I forgot Shetina and Leona. Thank you so very much for your insights, and thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kolofelo and the panel. We really appreciate the work, and I'm sure the financiers see the burning questions, and I think the last comment hits the nail on the head. As long as the requirements are not aligned with what black farmers are able to provide, it's not going to work, and we will talk and talk. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been very kind and very accommodative and tolerant, and I really appreciate it. Let's get to the last panel of the day. I'm going to ask Mr. Harry Maboya, who is the director at LDA, to come and help facilitate this panel. I'm just so excited because it has some of the people whom I really treasure in this sector. People like Big Man Malwa, people like Victor Tidisa. I mean, I'm really so excited. Mr. Maboya, please come, and before I go on and on, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity, greet the MEC in absentia and members of Portfolio Committee. We are still having Mam Chadi here with me. Thank you, Mama, for staying with us. I know that you are passionate about agriculture. It's very tough to come at this time of the day. And particularly if you are so ugly like me and you come after such a beautiful doctor and you are not even carrying the title of a doctor, then you are in trouble. So you will pardon me. My work is a little bit simple. We've been talking about various commodities that this province is able to produce. And what the acting HOD indicated in the morning, he said to us, you must not produce it if you can't sell it. So now we are going to talk about how to take these various commodities that we heard about to the market, understanding the styling work that this government has done by hosting 2 beautiful summits in this land of ours. I think maybe we should take this opportunity and clap a hand for our government, because they did excellent job this year. To host AGOA and to host the BRICS is not a child's play. And as a department, we've been at the forefront at with various member states to ensure that at least we bring our farmers and we take our farmers to the world. And we are proud of all the farmers that contributed during both events. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to talk much. I'm standing on behalf of another doctor in our department. You can see is Dr. Mudumo Ramudumo. I'm not a doctor, but I think after standing on behalf of a doctor, I'll be a doctor because I'm going to call a doctor. Dr. Tindesa, Wanamu, Wanareshu, come forward and give us the bread of the last hour. Thank you.
Yeah, ordinarily titles are a problem because there is a expectation that comes with that title. And then if you can't deliver, then yeah, it becomes another story. Well, thanks, Chair, and to the previous presenters. I'm going to try to borrow from the salutations of the previous speakers that were on the platform and then deposit them in this plenary. My name is Matloredi Wagatindesa, and I wanted to lament because something strange happened today. Maybe while we're trying to set up here, I might as well lament that I've got an aunt who recently is working for Land Bank, Dr. Lopez. And this aunt of mine was never in agriculture. And we met some couple of months back. And this aunt of mine is not telling me that she's appointed in Land Bank. And now we meet in this forum. Now I don't understand whether is this collegial, is the family attitude that, oh, our Shatina can do this. So I wanted to just lament on that, but I think it's water under the bridge. I'm not going to waste time, Chair, simply because I see there is a gala dinner planned, and I don't want to be standing between your good selves and Morara. So the brief is to speak to trade, and the trade in particular looking at AGOA and BRICS. And for the sake of time, I'm going to ask everyone that I can just focus on AGOA because the principles are almost the same, but it will then help because it's quite a technical space. It's very dynamic, it's fluid. So as farmers gathered here, as agribusiness gathered here, for you to be able to export your products as a channel, you'll then need to be agile and flexible in Tatemalwa. You will need to be agile and flexible. So that will be the outline of my presentation, just to agree on what is AGOA, look at the stats that are there in terms of SA and the US. SA being Mzansi, US being the states, but also reflect on the position of the country, the republic, but also as a continent, because we are members of AU, we're members of SADC. So a lot of time, because we belong to SACU, South African Customs Union, Southern African Customs Union, whenever we take positions or posture in relation to trade, we always look at the region and the continent, because we make more influence when we are as a continent with 1.3 billion people as compared to when we are South Africa alone at 65. Then I'll go straight to very important issues on the SPS, the requirements, because when you export, you need to comply firstly with our own regulations, but also to the exporting country. So what is AGOA? Switch and very short, Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. Act means that it's a legislation. It's a statute in the US. It was first signed in 2000. It was then reauthorized again for another 10 years. It didn't expire. It was extended in 2015. It's expiring next year in 2025. And the expectation is that going forward, we will then be able to participate. I'll give the numbers why it's important for us on the trade. Fundamentally, it's important to realize that if you want to grow the economy, you don't grow the economy looking domestically. You grow the economy by looking outside. You become competitive, and then you export, you get foreign exchange earnings, and then in that way you reinvest, and then the economy grows, you're able to hire people, create jobs, and. Technical things, but shouldn't worry you a lot. There are basically 3 trade regimes that one uses when you export to the US, trade regimes. The first one is MFN, most favored nations. Basically, it's reciprocal. You give me something, and then I give you something. We give you our apples, what do you give us? Then we agree on those then, hence it's reciprocal. Then you'll have the unilateral, which is AGOA, meaning the US then makes concessions on preferential market access products that are going to go in. And then the last one is the generalized system of preferences, GSP. They shouldn't worry you. The only thing that is important there is just a lot of terminology. The only thing important there is that when you want to take a product abroad, what do you need to know? What must you do? What must you comply with? So that we don't have a problem like we're having a problem. The important thing about AGOA is that while our products are getting duty-free into the US does not expect that they don't benefit from any tariff preferences when they come to us. So they don't expect anything. They're just making, I don't want to say a favor. It does not come out well. They're just saying for development aspect in terms of their commitments at the WTO and these other global organizations, they are going to play a particular role in terms of ensuring that we develop as Africa, but also contribution towards these SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. So currently, in terms of duty-free products, they are about 6,800 there and thereabout. But from agriculture, it's about 1,300. Now, apparently, those who are economists tell me that numbers make a story. As you can see from the reciprocal, we are at about 103 million with the US on agriculture. But on the trade preferences, it speaks for itself. The important aspect of this slide is that if you look at manufacturing and then you look at mining, you'll realize that in terms of significance of agriculture, we're still way, way below. Mining is ahead, manufacturing is ahead. And manufacturing, we can all guess, in the main, is the automobile and textile. The BMW plants you find in Roslyn and in East London that are taking those vehicles to the BMWs, the Mercedes, and. But also on the mining, it's quite significant. So just to give context so that we appreciate is that in terms of value of export in South Africa, we were at about 12.8 billion in 2022. I think it's a record, in fact, considering we're coming out of COVID. And then if you turn around the script in Tatemalo, you look at the imports, we're at about 7 billion rands. Of that 12.8 billion rands on exports, about 37% goes to Africa. Hence the importance of the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement after. Very important. So in other words, we seem to be capturing Africa. And I know when we meet with colleagues at SACU, AU, and the issue is always that we also need to open up as South Africa because they can't open their markets for us, but we're not doing the same. The second part then is Asia. China and Russia and I think they're about, then they're about 17%. Then followed EU. So US is the 6th in terms of export of agriculture. But the important thing is that 2/3 of that is duty-free, then they're able to get in. Now, those ones that are getting into the US duty-free, you can see, I'm not sure, Dr. Lepat, whether it's blue or purple. The other one, whether it's orange or yellow or red. But the point is that in 2001, in terms of US dollars, we were at about 21, then they're about for citrus. 20 years down the line, we are at about 138. So it means we're getting into the US, but we still need to get in. Now, I'm raising this because if they close us out of AGOA, what is the implication? That market is gone. The ripple effect, I'm happy CGA is here, is that now we need to find another market for that. And then you'll see we've got nuts, we've got wines, and. But it's a very important and critical market access for us. Citrus industry is on a aggressive expansion strategy. Now, we need then to, from the industry, it's not a government aspect, from the industry, we need then to catch a wake-up call and then equalize in terms of ensuring that the products that land on the table, we find market for them. And the reason we export is that when you sell domestic, the returns are not the same as when you export. But it's tedious, like I said earlier on, to export because of its dynamic and. So, having given that posture, that context, then from South Africa, what we were influencing, the posture that we had from the 2nd to the 4th of November in Nasrec, while we were attending the 20th AGOA Forum to plan as Africa, but also bring in the US to say where do they see the whole arrangement going. Is that number one, extension for the next for another 10 years. But that extension must not exclude us, because then if they extend and then they take us out for whatever global instability and uncertainty in terms of the expressions that we are making, then for where we are, we want to lobby hard to say we must be retained. But also lobby that it must also involve some level of investment. There was a speaker who spoke about value chain approach. And I was tempted to say that's why we have the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, hence the event today. So that we look at the value chain approach. And by the way, it's agriculture and agro-processing, not agro-processing and agriculture. And there's a reason why. Because the primary side must drive the downstream side. It's possible to look at agro-processing and say, where do we get the imports? But in this case, we're saying where we're competitive in terms of agriculture, then we should be able to add value. And we think the US can be able to play a role. When we go to the position of the continent, it's aligned to the Republic. Similarly, it's 10-year extension. But then there's a proviso to say, that 10-year extension, let's not wait till the 11th hour. Let's create stability. Let's create certainty in the market. The sooner it's extended, the better. But also, let's then expand the products that are going to be able to get into the US duty-free. But most importantly, fundamentally, is that we need to align with AFTA I was talking about, Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement and Agenda 2063. Because we can't have, after speaking one thing and then we go as a continent to the US, we're not aligned. So we are running parallel strategies which do not align. But then that is on the road, or that is on the side of the US. Ourselves as a republic, because the US have got their own requirements. So what do we do to ensure that we meet their requirements? And I'm happy I'm sitting with farmers here, and some of the issues I'm going to touch on, they're very sensitive. The issue of the SPS, technical SPSS requirements in terms of the WTO. I indicated earlier on that we are signatories to a number of agreements. One of them is the World Trade Organization, and we have to then comply with SPS issues simply because the importing country can impose what they need to impose. But our hope is that it's going to be science-based and it will comply to international standards. So in the main, the SPS issues are around the coal treatment. There is the issue of black spots and. But we want to believe that we've got the potential to comply and access those markets. Currently, there are a number of products that can be able to get in, but they require irradiation. Irradiation is simply a process just to, I don't want to say kill, is to kill the pests, to control, so that you don't have them getting into another country. The challenge we're having with irradiation is that currently in the Republic, there is no facility to do it. So you have to do it in the US. Because of that, it costs money. We're in the process of negotiating with the US to ensure that we have got one in the country. But it takes time. Products that are still under negotiation, it takes time. Negotiations take time because we are the ones who want to export to the US. Therefore, we have to comply with what they need. And they are very stringent, they're very tedious. So we are working on avocado, at least in China. Avocado, they are open. Mango, someone was talking about mango being a significant crop in the province. We've got others which we are negotiating so that we can then be able to get access. The ones that you can be able to use with a permit system, I've listed them there. But of importance, probably, without a waste of time, is on the challenges that we're working on now, looking at various crops. Citrus, CGA is here. They can speak with confidence around the issues of citrus black spots. They can stock. We're having an issue now in the EU. There's an issue of SA lychee on the radiation I spoke about. There's an issue around the corn seed for planting. And we need to take it through our normal approval processes. I'm going to skip the work plans, which are basically indicating when we negotiate with the US, what do they do? For example, the first thing they will do for any crop, they will do what is called a pest risk analysis. And then they will have to approve it on their side. It must come through us. It's quite a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the important thing for this session, for this gathering, is that once the system is in place, you need to comply. If you don't comply, it has got very financial and country issues. What I've said right now is available online. I will be sharing the presentation with the organizers. They can then be able to disseminate it at length so that you can then be able to know where to get information, because like I said, it's quite a technical and dynamic process. On the animal side, there's not much, honestly. We're working on poultry and pig. We're still at early stages, but what we have seen through data is that there's a huge number of ice cream that is going to the US. We're still trying to understand. Unfortunately, now it becomes technical, whether you classify ice cream, Dr. Lopez, as livestock or as a plant. So those are just technicality. But we've realized that there is a huge number of ice cream from the Republic going that side. We're trying to understand. Of course, it's a good thing for the dairy industry with all the challenges that they're going through. And the last slide on my side, Chair, is that it's important that we realize that each and every country has a right to protect its territory against introduction of foreign pests. So the rules of the game from our side is that we are signatories to WTO. We want to comply to SPS issues, that the Citrus Growers Association. But we don't want to, we feel that sometimes it's not scientific. We're being subjected to barriers that when we want to comply, we feel that we need to, it's important that we stick to scientific and proven science in terms of what we do. But having said that, each and every country can still withdraw from some of the agreements that we have based on an outbreak. We're having outbreaks now, but also on the export permissions. So AGOA will not supersede what we've agreed at the WTO. So that will be the last one on my side, Chair. The links are here in terms of whether you want to import and exporters. It will retrieve a lot of information that might be required and assist those who want to export as one of the exporting channel. Amanda.
You did excellent job, to be honest. I never thought that we will export our product with those cattle curds that you have seen. Thank you. Can you sit here? I think I've seen. I'm just believe that that's where those are presenting are sitting. I've taken a cue from my previous doctor. Colleagues, let me put this disclaimer. I'm going to call the veterans in the industry the giants, and it's very much difficult to call these people that are in this last panel. I was reliably informed that Dr. Naledzani is not here. We are going to call Babe Bula, I believe he's around agricultural economies and business advisor. My mentor, Big Man Malwa, is here, Managing Director, Freshmark, Agribusiness, and John Albers, I was informed they are all here. They can just take their seat somewhere there so that we can start. Thank you. As they are coming in, can we give them a round of applause and our presenter? Thank you very much. So it's very good in that Dendlozi to become a panel facilitator, because for the first time in my life, I'm going to ask the former head of department a question. Because every now and then I was there, he used to call us so that we are the ones that were giving me answers. Today I will need answers from him. Thanks very much. Those that they don't know, Mr. Mawala was our head of department, and most of us, they have graduated us to where we are today. And thanks a lot. Bula, are you okay, sir? Wonderful. I've seen the good work. This morning, the MEC spoke a lot about Majeje citrus. He spoke a lot about impact catalysts. They are all here to actually give their insight. So we don't want to waste time. I'm going to give them 3 questions, and then you'll give 3 questions, then we'll take it back to our program director of the day. So the first question perhaps will go to Ndate Bula. What is a meaningful participation of black farmers into export market within the BRICS country and taking advantage of AGOA? And you'll have that question, just a meaningful participation. Of course, I know that you are working with various farmers, and one of the responsibilities that you are having is to ensure that those Majeje citrus, they don't end up in the tree, but they go through the export market. So that's the reason for this question. I know you will answer it diligently. Ntate Malwa, do you think farmers are ready to participate in the export market, taking into consideration the AGOA and the BRICS agreements? Do you think that the black farmers are ready And of course, if you have any issues to raise to ensure that they are ready, but if you believe they are ready, that will be very good. How do you, Catalyst, I think this is coming to you considering that you are working with a project that are a little bit difficult and you have learned a lot during the process. How do we establish and sustain potential agribusinesses to participate in the formal market? I'm not necessarily talking about the export, but just in the formal market per se. So this is the resource. If we want something, then he will be able to come in. And those are the 3 questions. If we can just save time just to answer them so that we can give the members a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Mabua. It is a pleasure to see you again. And you are a very humble person because you are actually one of the starters of this project, what we talked about, Majeje Citrus, when you were still with us in the Bapalabora municipality. So yeah, I'm glad to see you today. Allow me from a farmer perspective just to share something with you. And unfortunately, I see the potato representatives is not still here, but it is a potato farmer that always said this to me, and I think it's important, especially the previous session with the funders, the bankers, must take note of this. And the question is, what is the 3 most important things in life? And you would say love, hope, and faith. But what is the most important one of the 3? And that is what Mr. Mongwe from APSA said, the cash flow. So in the farming business, that's always an issue. So if there's no money, nobody is happy. And I think we are in this fortunate position, especially in Limpopo, that we are sitting with very, very high value natural resources like water, good climate, good soil. And we are sitting with certain industries well established, like the citrus industry. And I think we must bank on that. The thing is, how do we get the previously disadvantaged people into this mainstream of this business? Because we all know that foreign currency is a gold word, and we are doing very well if you look at the performance of the citrus industry. It's not there, because we are not a black spot free area. So part of the AGOA agreement that's currently under negotiation is very important, and I know there's a lot of work being done by the CGA and everyone with the department's help, is to see that we can get our fruit into the US market. In short, 70% normally of citrus fruits being exported as fresh, 30% as processed. You also see on that graph that was shown previously, juices, concentrates. We are also exporting our juices that we processed here in Limpopo. Limpopo is sitting with the biggest juice factory in South Africa, turnover of 1.7 billion, and there's a lot of emerging farmers already, members of that cooperative who owns that business. And what's nice about it, with every new tree that's been planted, you can become a member of that cooperative and that business. And that is being part of the value chain. And I think what's very important about the 70% of fresh fruit, and for me, that is my motive, that to make sure that the emerging farmers, through themselves, even being part of a cooperative, even by a small-scale citrus farmer, or even being in a large commercial project, which is Majeje Citrus, which will be serving as a hub for that specific area, which will make it possible for smaller farmers to be also able to produce citrus fruits and to get access to this market. So that's important, that you must be part of the export value chain as well. And we also be linked up vertically in terms of the export agencies, because that is where the money also is. So you must keep control of your fruit until it landed on the client on the other side. and the money that's coming back will make your business sustainable for future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ndate Malwa?
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir. Let me pass my greetings to everyone in the house. Somebody has already revealed my sins. And I'm really happy to be amongst you once again. It's not easy to be in exile. And time and again, I do come to the province. So don't take it that lightly. Colleagues and visitors from wherever they may be coming from, South Africa is blessed, guys. I'm not too sure whether you are aware of that. You can take a tinge of, laughter in people who say some South Africans are lazy. I'm telling you, that is far from the truth. There are South Africans who are working themselves dead, sweat to blood. South Africans do work. And guys, let's continue to work. Limpopo is one of the provinces which is gifted. Bulu has just said now, endowed with resources. And there is just one big mistake that we're doing in this province. And it looks like we're doing it with so much panache that we forget it. It looks like we're annexing and annihilating all agricultural land to squatter camps. Please, 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 Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, watch your land use plans. There's so much land, quality agricultural land, that is being traded, off with instant human settlements. And that land never comes back to agriculture because there is this myth, I don't know where it comes from, but many people love to call it, if you want to remove people from there, you must give them alternative accommodation or alternative site to put their homely, corners. Okay, maybe that exists, but really, if we don't make sure that we've got monitoring tools and systems to make sure that even in the first place, people do not go and occupy agricultural land, we'll have done a much better deal than waiting to come and, hunger with human rights lawyers about, no, leave them there, find them accommodation before you move to some other places. Okay, let me pass there. You will see this discussion that I'm putting in, you will see what it impacts as we talk further. Yes, we are gifted, we are blessed, but I can tell you, Babe Tendiza, you gave us the information that I think is quite glaring. Luckily enough, I do have got access to this information on a frequent basis because I do ask. I've been wanting to understand. I'm one of those people who started this AGOA story. Actually, we started with what it used to be called monetization program. When Dr. Mandela started the new government, we were a select group of agricultural economists. Americans were so much in love with South Africa, they said, no, because you are a budding industrial country, we cannot give you budding LDC status for trade. They designed specific interventions for South Africa, and the first one was this monetization. What did they do? They gave South Africa commodities free of charge. South Africa only paid for the ship to bring, one of them, it was sunflower,
The second one, it was peanuts. And where did they go? They went to Cape Town, cooking oil refineries. I can't mention the name of the company, to produce cooking oil and peanut butter. Okay? And then that germinated into Agri-BEE when the money was, piling in the account. There were no corruption at that time, so money was coming in quite nicely. And then it was shifted to Land Bank to start the Agri-BEE fund, as it were. So that is just a small history of where some of these data came from. But in terms of our readiness to manage or to deal with export demands, I will 100% say for black farmers, no, absolutely not. Besides the issue of quantity, besides the issue of quality, besides the issue of consistency, and besides the issue of, ability to meet business, commercial, legal-based transactions, we are basically left to ourselves. And let me make this one clear. This does not mean there is no assistance programs within the government structure. There are a lot. I mean, you go to the DTI. Guys, DTI has got a lot of money for assisting agro-processing and all this other stuff. Agriculture, Land Bank, IDC, you name them, even private entities. But everybody else is punting his own chimney. Everybody's, blue smoke there, red smoke, yellow smoke, whatever smoke. And when you come to these statistics that Tindisa is talking in here, 98.98%, these things come from existing white-owned agribusinesses. And come to think that the consistency and quantities does make a big issue when it comes to exporting. I always tell my friends, one of them is in this room, one is, no, I'm going for training for export. Export, yes. What are you exporting? No, I want to understand how things go. Guys, for you to make money, there are two containers in the commercial shipping lines. The 20-footer and the 40-footer. Langwagir. You must know which one can you fill for you to organize a truck to ship it from here to City Tip or to Durban to go onto the ship. And if you are lucky, you have got relationship or you have got a business partner somewhere in Asia, like China, as most of us seem to think. Chinese consume, guys. They don't need one container a week. Yeah? They don't need one container. They don't even count the 20-footer. They want 40-footers. 5 40-footers a week export to China. So if you can ask yourself really, what am I going to be in this business? And Babetindis, I went into the statistics on AGOA. There were people who were exporting to the US as little as 170 kilograms. Okay, it's part and parcel of the, junk in the container, but 170 kilograms of medicinal, South African medicinal plants. Guys, that's not business, it's something else. So, yes, the opportunity is there, but because we are operating in silos, especially the assistance program, interventions, from agriculture to IDC, the impact is very little. And my advice has always been, why is it difficult really to focus? Say, for example, Limpopo, you focus on macadamia, you focus on orange, you focus on, did I see persimmon here? You focus on some other, well-adapted crops in here. And guys,
we have got information. The province has been well mapped by the ARC. So we know all the good microclimates areas of this country. That's why I'm crying out loud to say, guys, please let's look at our land use plans. Don't allow people to occupy agricultural land that is really a gold that we can use to develop certain group of farmers for them to be able to meet, export needs.
Thank
Are
you.
we together?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's go to Impact Catalyst. You will finish some of the points as you are going to ask questions.
Thank you, sir. So, yeah, so I'm deep into the graveyard shift, yeah, so thank you for that honor. And yes, you're very right. We are working with the department, and I must say also enjoying the relationship and learning a lot together. And at this stage, our focus is on the Zibadela farm. In rugby terms, you could call that a hospital pass, but we have these three things: faith, hope, and what was the other one that Bula was referring to? I think if we start giving up on those projects, then we have to give up on our country. And we're not about to do that. I think we're, in a sense, at a good juncture as an industry, because if I read the paperwork circulated to us before this conference, we are at the point where I think we're starting to move away from politics, and we're starting to look each other in the eye and to say, listen, what's worked and what hasn't, And from there, it's a good point to work. And I think the question was, how do we prepare emerging farmers for to engage in the formal market? And obviously, I always say in Afrikaans, agriculture, landbouw is so wyd soos die Heer se genade. So agriculture is as broad as the good Lord's grace. It's a very broad industry. I mean, and the intricate details of every little branch is so different. You have people producing snails, for the restaurants, compared to a guy that produces cattle or citrus. Totally different worlds. So there's nuances that can be applied to every one of those. But I believe that I think the mistake we've made is that we're not working with our emerging sector farmers within ecosystems. And if we look back at how the existing commercial sector that's carrying this country, and we have incredible farmers in this country, they came through a developmental system, an ecosystem that was designed to assist them to grow and develop. So it helped them on the input cost side through the co-ops, helped them with technical support through the co-ops, assisted them with funding for purchasing land through the land bank. And then there were the boards, and I mean, lots of them hated the boards, but the boards stabilized the price side of the business. So it was an ecosystem within which, the average guy could at least get going. And now most of our farmers have graduated and don't ever talk to them about the co-op again. But that's where our industry that we see today started. And I think we've been battling to find contexts like those within which we can develop our emerging guys and prepare them for the market, because the skills are here, the willingness to impart those skills are definitely here. So I think the challenge lies there. And I think that I've heard and I've seen a number of solutions, maybe not to discuss them all today, but it's in clustering them together and then providing an ecosystem that takes care of all the elements that they need to survive and move forward. Not just one, or if you miss one or two, he falls over. If you don't get your money at the end of the year, even if you've done everything right, you fall over. So you need to tick all the boxes for a system to work. So we need to, and I think the industry is also ready to start engaging and more structurally, supporting the development of the emerging sector.
Thanks a lot. Just to, I'm not going to say exactly what they've said. I think just starting with this last speaker is talking about all the pillars must stand. When you talk about comprehensive support, it means that everything must be in place in order to support the farmers. The issue related to the meaningful participation, Bula. I think what I can get from you, give farmers opportunity to market within their radius so that they get used to marketing and export. And I know that at some stage you took us to I think it's one of Granopasi factory, and we are saying farmers have opportunity to take even a wheelbarrow of produce there. So because then that's how then they get used to the market. It's not good to talk about export when somebody's not used to just marketing closer home. And I think that's what we are taking. Ndate Malo, our question was, are we ready? He said, no, we are not ready, but he also gave what can make us ready. And one of the things is say, let us work together. That interfacing of programs in order to support our farmers is very important. But also we need to build a real primary production that actually tick all the trade boxes. Your quantities, your quality, consistency, and say there's money somewhere. And what he also said, he said we can just identify our key product and actually support them. It's not saying you must leave others. It's say, but understand that is your niche. That's your competitive and comparative advantage. Support it so that it can reach your goal and RAAVC goal and AMP. Thank you. We are going to just give another 3 hands. Please let us not give lecture and also just ask questions and comment. Thanks.
Thanks. For me, I think it's a comment. Thanks to the panelists. And I also want to encourage the farmers that are in the house that let us not lose hope. We can still make it. But I think what is important, if you are discussing issues related to market, irrespective of export or local market, there are certain programs that collectively as the industry and government we should have in place. We should intensify our extension so that we can have farmers being assisted to get good quality produce. And secondly, there's a critical program on accreditation, because also some of the limitation of especially the developing farmers, it's accreditation. Because you'll find that the farmers are unable to participate in other markets, even in local market, because of accreditation. So it is very important that investment be put on accreditation. We have a sound program on global gap, SA gap, and CESA accreditation. Those are the very critical programs that the farmers should have in place. But also to look at the infrastructure that is market related. Because when audits are taking place at farm level, the farmers are being disqualified due to the infrastructure that is not up to scratch at the farm level. So those are the things that we needed to do. And that's why I'm saying that let the farmers not lose hope. They can still participate in export market. And I fully agree with the panelists. When you go to export market, it's about the programs. There are certain programs that you must participate in and the certain volumes that are required on a weekly basis. And if you look at our small producers, that's why we keep on saying them, small producers, emerging producers, because the scale, you've got guys who've got 10 hectares, 14 hectares, and they are not making it in that. That is why now you find that even the exporting agents, when they work with those farmers, they will provide operational cost and then take their fruit for aggregation in order to fill in one of the containers. Because there's a certain container that is earmarked to be filled, and that marketing agent is participating in one program, international, and every week they want those volumes that they need to participate in that program. At the end of the season, they can kick you out to say you didn't fulfill your promises. Konanani will agree with me. We'll go to Berlin, then you get such questions from the importers. Thanks.
thank you. Mine is not it's not a question. It's just a comment. We have been sitting here listening attentively to all the speakers who presented here today. What is really inspiring is that all the people who spoke here spoke authoritatively on all the subject, and this is encouraging. We are encouraged. What is required, the Department of Agriculture, the acting HDO, well done. You are doing the good job. What is required now is to identify the emerging small farmers, sector by sector, educate them, empower them to strengthen what we are doing. You are doing a good job. We have seen it today, and as well as the comrades for not comrades. Sorry. as well as Ms. Mchadi from the legislator, you are doing the good work. Thank you very much. Thanks. My name is Pala.
Just introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, what I want to suggest, and I think when we go back we can try to deal with this suggestion, is that we cannot have people who don't understand the domestic market exporting, because domestic market remain important as a learning curve for each and every farmer. And if you are to participate in the domestic market and understand that there is money, then that's when you are going to focus on export. I mean, for example, what you give us, Ntate Maloa, of saying that the exports demand containers. It is important that we must, with our small scale, grow and understand that containers need to be filled. But as you are saying, Lucanio, I'll attest with you, there are programs, farmers can participate in those programs, and those programs, to fill up containers, they need farmers to work together. If farmers are going to work in silos, they are not gonna fill containers, and they're not gonna even make pallets. Because if we are to work together, produce similar type variety, and produce similar type of commodities, we'll be able to participate and make it better there. So I think we need to focus on mastering the domestic market, and then we can go internationally.
Thank you very much. It's Hawa Bibi Khan again. A comment that Mr. Bigman said about the 170 kgs. In my opinion, it is a huge breakthrough that that particular farmer was able to export that, because that 170 kgs can lead to more demand, because if the local market is not receptive to you, you just have to go wherever. And elsewhere in the world, small players are exporting all the time. So please, let's not discourage that 170 kgs. They might end up being a market leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Greetings to the panel. My name is Mudao Ntikezeni. I just want to give hope to the panel. I'm a researcher at the Limpopo Legislature. Ne? So, Mr. Bigman, you did mention that we are losing land to mining, urbanization, and also informal settlement in a form of shacks. But I would like to bring to your attention that the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Land Reform and Rural Development it's on its process to lay down a law. There's a bill which was also brought to the stakeholders, which are farmers in Limpopo, And then I would like to share with you that 72% of the stakeholders, which are mainly farmers, have actually accepted the bill. And the bill actually would like to just preserve the land and make sure that agricultural land is not lost. However, there are issues which maybe in agribusiness can also be of concern, which the stakeholders have risen during the time of public hearings. Some of them are the permission to occupy, which also discourages them from producing more because they know that they might lose land sooner. And then the issue of water rights was also one of the problems which farmers have risen. And then also the fact that the department, even though they are reaching out, but they don't feel that they are reaching out enough because they would also like to have trainings and education on how and what to plant given the type of land that they have. And then one of the major problems, which maybe all of them raised, was the finance. So thank you.
Program director, just one person requested that she won't sleep. Allow me.
Thank you, sir. I also wanted to just maybe propose that, to propose that much as we all as farmers aspire to participate at international level, global level, exports and all that, however, our government must also take pride of our own gap. It's just not really nice to just want to work so hard so you can get the global gap when you are not given an opportunity to master the good South African good agricultural practice within our own country, so that in future people could say it's not easy to bring product into our country. So I would like to propose that may we please really focus on being proud and strengthening and encouraging most of our farmers to really start at the SA gap level and give the SA gap level a different standard, because most of farmers don't want SA gap. They just want to go global gap and they get stuck for 10 years because those standards are way too hard when our government can support us by adjusting our gap as a country, and that is what we need. And also in terms of the market access, it's painful to see trucks leaving our country, our province, going to Tshwane, coming back to our province again, and our people buying them at a very high price. Why don't we then encourage and come with the programs that encourages the local market, whereby us as farmers, we are proud to have a Limpopo fruit and veg, instead of aspiring to take your product to Tshwane where the farmer gets nothing, but it comes back to our shops in our province at a different price that our own people cannot afford, which means that we are not putting proper emphasis on food security. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Localized market opportunities. Just the panel, they did not really point to any of the panels, but there were issues that were discussed. I think Tate Malo also wanted to put something in context. You are given at least less than 2 minutes to do that, and as you are doing your parting shot, and we'll also give Dr. Dindiza the same opportunity. Thank you.
One of the commodities that is making strides in AGOA currently, you know these beans called mung beans. For the past 5 years, I think the cumulative value is about 178 million. Rands, yeah, 178 million rands divided by 18 dollars. Of all the grains, is the one that making good money. And you know who consumes mung beans? You consume, or they are consumed partly as vegetables, sprouts. You'll find them go Woolworths. 100 gram regisha 19.99. So American girls loves, good quality vegetables. And they use it a lot. Mix it up with some bit of cheese and vegetables and barging, avocado pits, and eat it. So yes, I do agree, export is important, but really playing small in export, the costs of complying are just so high that sometimes you'll find that 170 kg actually went through a third person. And you as the product owner, you had to pay all that line. All what I'm saying is, if really we want to make an impact, Babe Tindisa and Babe Maboa and Tate HOD, can we just focus on 3 or 4 communities in the province? That the province can beat itself by its chest and say, by the time AGOA finishes in the next 10 years, we'll have, how many districts do we have in the province? 5, ne? 5. Yeah. We will have at least 5 serious exporters of crop or commodity X. Start now. Yeah. That is the advice that I can give you, so that there is meaning in the things that, guys, you see the rice that we eat here come from Indonesia, comes from India. And farmers are on 1 hectare, less than a hectare, 2 hectares. So all those things about commodity aggregation, they are essential in the whole value chain. We don't say they don't happen, but we say plan to make sure that you can consistently provide 40-footer going to market X in the US so that you can get your dollar revenue, in good shape.
Thank you. Are we okay, Bula? We are fine. Okay. Tindisa?
Thanks, Mswara Marapo. A couple of points on my side. Earlier on, there was a presentation by Dr. Ngangweni on the agriculture and marketing, agriculture and agro-processing master plan, AMP or AMP. Pillar 5 talks to market access in Tatemalwa. And you taught me many years ago, Tatemabo, that there are many channels of going to the market. Many. Domestic, export. Domestic, informal, formal, and. But when we were doing because I was in the technical committee doing the AMP, what we come across is that market access, strictly speaking, as market access, vis-a-vis market readiness. Because that's one. Market readiness, right now, CGCSA come to us at the National Department, Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. It represents all the retailers. They come to us and say, we're looking for this product. We can't supply that. And one of the reasons, it's not about the quantity. Of course, quantity is a problem, but it's the requirements. The requirements now talks to the certification that a speaker was talking about. Now, Ntate acting HOD, there are programs. Professor Mbos is not here. As we're talking here, there are 2015 agripreneurs in TEFLOP, University of the North, that are attending training on HACCP. They are there. I think what we need to do is to then massify that program so that everyone else knows that these programs that are available on the certification, whether it's Global Gap on the production side, or it's HACCP and FSSC and on the downstream side, how do we then be able to link everyone else? That's the first point I wanted to make without wasting time. The second point is that I agree that if you can't conquer domestic market, you can't go export. I fully agree with that. You need to test drive in the domestic market. Now, when we test drive in the domestic market, as government, that the HOD, acting HOD, when we're doing AMP again, data coming out says at least 15 billion rands is spent by the state on agriculture and agriculture-related products. Currently talking here, there is a regulation that the Malwa on designation is set aside. It's set aside. That say 30% must go to smallholder farmers. We are in this, well, it's hot, I must say, but it's very lavish facility. We've just eaten. The critical question is that shouldn't part of what we're eating there being produced by farmers? I'm just planting a seed to say regulations are there as we're talking. We just need to enforce them. The same way National Treasury is enforcing the payment of, yes, the payment of suppliers, yes, of vendors in 30 days. We need then to pick ourselves up, that the acting HOD, with our executive authorities, and go to the National Treasury and say, going forward, on that 15 billion rands, on anything that is procured by the state on agriculture and agriculture related, as part of preparing ourselves to capture the domestic market in the state, but also build so that we go to these retailers and then export. We're going to build a cohort of farmers who will be able to supply and comply. And part of it starts with us as the state to say, let's comply and let's be able to ensure that our smallholder farmers are supported.
Thanks, Doctor. I think I was given a ticket up to here. So I have landed somewhere. And thank you, our panelists. I know we didn't give you much time. You had a lot to say. But I believe you will be with us during the gala. And then, of course, people wanted, if those that wanted to know the Majeje Trust and all those issues, how far it is and how we can learn Bula is here, the issues that in the Zvidiela, which impact catalyst they are battling with. They are here. Bontate Malwa, they are here. He's been in this industry for long. And thank you. You can take your seat. As they go down, just give them a round of applause. Madam, thank you. And that closes. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the veterans of the industry. And we look forward to more productive years with your wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I just want to say thank you very much for the patience. Before I get to the summary and wrap up, I just want to make two announcements or requests. I've been asked to ask those who are not sleeping here today to indicate to the reception so that they can write you off from the list and the rooms can be allocated to somebody else. And also to the organizers, some of the participants are requesting for the copy of the presentation. And to make it easy, I'll ask the people who are looking for the presentation to talk to Taten Lozi or to Me Makwarera, and then they can facilitate that. Then coming to the last item of the day, I just want to say, firstly, thank you very much to the MEC in absentia, giving himself time to come here and listen to launch this summit and also listen to the presentations. And then also to say thank you very much to the Portfolio Committee. All members, most of them in absentia, but Dr. Honorable Mochadi, thank you very, very, very much. Agriculture is really in you. Kuri, after you left the Agriculture Department, you still stuck with agriculture, which is very good because then there is continuity and then you know our issues where you are. Thank you very, very much. Just to wrap up, I think the MEC kind of set the scene in terms of indicating that this is the inaugural summit after the approval of RAAVC in 2021. And I hope, acting HOD, that the stakeholders are going to get the copies of this document if it haven't been done. Then also what would be expected is to see the increase in participation of black producers in the agricultural value chain. Tate Malwa, when I joined the department in 2007 again, I told my story that I've been doing rounds with the department. When I came back in 2007, one thing that you used to hammer to us is the value chain approach, And even today, we are still talking about the value chain because when I then went to my other life in the private sector, what I realized that dwelling on the primary production doesn't work. You need basically to control the value chain, if I can put it bluntly. You need control in each and every piece of the value chain because it's it's so easy that the bottlenecks that are in the parts of value chains where you don't have access will basically stop you from doing whatever that you're doing. Therefore, as the department, let's not only focus on primary production, which is the strategy with RAAVC to say, let's increase primary production, but ensure that there is agro-processing and the other parts of the value chain are taken care of. Oh, I love this language, because then you have farmers who are producing things that are going to make money, because at the end of the day, agriculture is a business. People should be able to make money from the endeavors that they are doing, and yes, feed the nation and all the other things. I'm pleased that the MEC indicated that 30 million per year have been allocated for the implementation of RAAVC, but I will say that this is not even close to enough. And that is where the stakeholders comes in very importantly. The banks, the development fundings, AGDA, all this, we need to pull together and not have this in silos. Look, Hanyo, it doesn't help if CGA support one citrus project, which the department is not focusing on. And I think it talks to the issue of sitting together as stakeholders and plan together. Yes, our financial years differ, but let's agree on projects that we are going to work together on, and then massify, help those projects to sustain themselves, and then we can be able to say this one is working and then go to the next project, instead of scattering the little resources that we have and at the end of the day have no impact and nothing to show. I think it's repeated many times that Limpopo is rich in terms of the natural resources. Jan, I think, mentioned that, and also Paula mentioned that. We are rich as a province, but then how then do we ensure that we maximize, we take the competitive advantage that we have, and then make sure that we win in terms of that. And I think it talks to what Tate Malo was talking about, to say we can't do everything. We love to do everything and focus on everything, but we need to prioritize. Let's have those communities, which there was a language when I was in government where you talk about quick wins, low-hanging fruits. Let's, I'm no longer in government, therefore, those lingos, I'm not, therefore, let's pick on those and make sure that we invest on those, we make sure that we work with our partners to make that those succeed, and then from there we can then be able to see the impact of what we are doing. I mean, after 30 years of democracy, it's very sad to see that not much impact or quantifiable impact can be seen in the agricultural sector. And that not being because of the lack of investment, but because of just scattering the seeds everywhere and nobody knows whether it's gonna grow or not. One important factor that was highlighted with BEFAB, which I thought it's a very good example, is the issue of livestock. Instead of just looking at cattle as heads, which have names in other households, look at the whole value chain. If we can get the livestock value chain working, if we have the what do you call the fattening areas, what do you call them? Feedlots, and then we have the abattoirs. At the bottom side of the things, then you have maize growers in whichever area, growing more maize, because it's no longer just for staple food for pulp making, but also for animal feed. Therefore, you kind of inject that growth in the other sectors. Therefore, if we can have that kind of planning, which is more comprehensive, I think that will assist a lot. And then NAMC, let's make sure that the customization and then the further engagement with the province in terms of the AAMP, Agriculture, Agro-processing plan, do get customized and implemented at the provincial level, and also align with the RAAVC that the department have done, and also rethink the issue of the implementation vehicles using the value chain roundtables. You indicated that some are not working, then what happens with those that are not working? Therefore, relook at those. HOD, I think you are on a good path in terms of having the province already mapped. We know what grows where, what can thrive where. Let's use those advantages. The issue of partnership, we have talked a lot about that, and I think we can use the good lessons that were shared. Vili from Potato SA talked about what is working. And I think there's lots of lessons that we need to learn from that and then take those and then use them to other commodities where these things are not working. And I think one thing that we need to remember is that development will need to happen in the middle of challenges. In Venda, they say, "Ngwana o hula bukati abaloi," which means that in literal translation means that a child is born and grow up amongst the witches. It means that you won't have a time where there are no stumbling blocks or challenges, but you need to thrive and make whatever work in the middle of that. Unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. Food for thought from what Mr. Matobo presented. He showed a slide which showed a broken, what he called value chain. It's more, okay, it's not necessarily the value chain the way we put it, but a broken chain where then you have, for example, in some of the remote rural areas, you don't have your VKB, you don't have your NTK. Where do those farmers buy the seeds? Where do they buy the fertilizers? Therefore, encouraging the private sector to invest, and that is the partnership that it's needed. It's not necessarily private sector coming to fund the farmers or a specific project, but then looking at development as a whole, inclusive kind of development where then the access to whatever that is needed to support the farmers is there or it's accessible by those farmers who have to take a taxi to go and buy a bag of fertilizer. Therefore, we need then to look at, as government, I think it was said that your job is to create a favorable environment. How then do you create that environment so that VKB can go and have the agro-dealer facility in some of those rural areas so that people can then be able to buy pesticides or medicines for their livestock and all that. In terms of land, I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and department and stakeholders, we need to work together in terms of that. But one thing that Ntatendowe, I think, highlighted is that we need to agree that there is a need for coexistence. There's no way that we are going to be able to transform all smallholder farmers in South Africa into large-scale farmers. Land is limited. Ntate Malwa talked about even the encroachment of arable agricultural land by, settlement. And that is going to grow as the population is increasing. Therefore, the amount of land that we have is finite. Therefore, how then do we make sure that even smallholder farmers can be productive and basically be able to make money and a living out of the little that they are doing. And that brings other models that we can copy from. For example, you talk about what they are doing in other countries in East Africa, where then they can work together, smallholder farmers, aggregate, make sure that they get all the certification that is needed, and then send their stuff to the market. Ceci, I'm very happy that you talked about the issue of SA gap. And acting HOD, your department is ahead, I think, of time. Because we are working with 20 smallholder farmers in Wembe, whom through the Department of Agriculture are being funded to get SA gap certification. And Tate Makula, when he addressed the farmers, he indicated that one farmer certification costs the department more than 50,000 rands, which, I mean, is a huge investment. And the issue is, before you start to run, you need to be able to crawl. And SA gap is that crawling that is needed. Therefore, the people who go around and say SA gap is of no use, they don't know what they are talking about, because you cannot expect my grandmother to pick avocados and then be able to export them to the US. I mean, the stringent requirements that are required, which even commercial farmers, some of them are not able to meet, because some of them is just barriers that have been put to make sure that products from country A doesn't move to country B. Therefore, please continue with that kind of investment, and I'm sure we are going to see rewards not so long. The issues of trade, yes, we need to ensure that agreements are not just signed, that we are able to satisfy those, service those agreements. And as Tindisa talked about the issue of the countries where we are exporting, basically determines the rules of the game. And unfortunately, we then just have to abide by the rules. Therefore now, as the department, we didn't need to work backwards to say, if this is the rules, how then do we ensure that our smallholder farmers are able to satisfy those rules? Because you are not going to negotiate BEE with America and say, relax, it's not going to happen. If they say, we don't want your product because of black spot to Europe, it doesn't matter whether you are a black farmer. It's an orange that have a black spot that is not welcomed that side. Therefore, how then do we ensure that black farmers are able to satisfy those requirements? And it is doable. I was talking with others as we were eating lunch that more than 70% of avocados from Kenya that are going to Europe come from smallholder farmers. How are they able to do it? And if you look, I mean, at the support that those farmers get, it's far much less than what we get here in South Africa. Therefore, it is possible. Yeah, I think at the core of it, it's what we always talk about, comprehensive support, not CASP. Comprehensive support in terms of making sure that we get the funding that is needed, we get the technical support that is needed, we get the infrastructure support that the farmers need, all of that. And to be able to do that, it's not the department that is going to be able to do this alone. We need all partners, all stakeholders to come together, plan together, agree on the projects, and then implement together and monitor. Then we will succeed. Ladies and gentlemen, four things that I asked that in the beginning of this day that we need to come up with by tomorrow is to find a common platform for the development of agriculture. I think we are on path to do that. Position agriculture as a catalyst for development. I think it is possible, and if we can work together and focus, we'll be able to do that. The need for investment in agriculture, I think everybody have seen, and if partners can work together, the few rands that are scattered all over can then come together and have meaningful impact. And then the last one is, please let's make sure that there is plans to, multi-year plans, to make sure that this RAAVC is not just going to be on paper or in this summit talking, but actions are going to be taken, and hopefully in a year's time, we can come together and look at, this is what we said we will be, this is where we are, and this is how we are progressing. And with that, thank you very much. Apologies, I keep you too long. I talk a lot, but I'm very passionate about agriculture. There is a gala dinner that will start at 18:30. Everyone is welcome, and I think the people who are here deserve even more for staying this whole day. Thank you very much for that. And then the last thing, panelists and facilitators and speakers, please stay in the hall. Mema Kwarera have something that she wants to say to you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.